Hey guys, tonight we're going to drift back farther than history, farther than words, into a time, before anyone ever said today or tomorrow, before clocks, calendars, or even counting existed. Just the rhythm of wind and hunger and firelight. Before we begin, take a moment to hit like and subscribe, but only if you really connect with what I create here. Let me know your city and local time down in the comments. It's always beautiful seeing where everyone is listening from. Now, dim the lights, maybe light a candle for that soft, flickering glow, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Imagine the earth before numbers. The air hums with life. Thick jungles, wide plains, mountains wearing clouds like scarves. People live close to the pulse of everything, the warmth of the sun, the cool of water, the smell of rain. No one knows what a year is. No one needs to. They wake when the light returns, sleep when it leaves, eat when the belly says so, move when the world does. For them, there's no before, no after, only now. The first humans live in a perpetual present, long, slow, and unmeasured. A good hunt feels eternal, a storm lasts forever. A single night can stretch until it feels like a small eternity. You crouch by their fire, hearing the crackle of wood and the low murmur of voices. There's rhythm in it already, breathing, chewing, laughter. Somewhere inside the human brain, a quiet awareness begins. Things repeat. The day always ends. The light always comes back. The moon changes its face and returns again. But at this moment, they don't name it. They feel it. The warmth of fire fades when the wood burns out. The child grows heavier in your arms with every moon. The stars move almost imperceptibly across the heavens. The earliest humans don't measure time, but they're surrounded by its texture, the slow decay of fruit, the migration of herds, the brief flash of summer flowers. They're part of a vast clock they don't yet know exists. Every heartbeat is a second, though they don't call it that. Every sunrise, a reset. The concept of waiting is born when someone realizes a fruit isn't ripe yet, or a loved one hasn't returned from the hunt. Waiting, not words, is the first calendar, and so they begin to notice the seasons, the light, the tides. Time is not something they own, it's something they travel through, a current invisible but undeniable. Historians still argue when this awareness truly began. Was it when humans first settled, forced to remember the last flood? Or earlier in the caves where red handprints marked generations, a kind of eternal, we were here. The evidence lies in bones and ash, but the feeling, that quiet awareness that everything changes, has always been with us. Time begins not with an invention, but with recognition. You look at the horizon. The sky glows orange as the first sunrise ever seen by human eyes spills over the world. Someone squints into that light, not knowing they're watching the first morning. No one says it aloud, but it's there. The spark of curiosity that will eventually build clocks and calendars and whole civilizations around a single mystery. How do you hold something that never stops moving? The wind cools. The fire sinks into embers. The first humans close their eyes, unaware that the moment they fall asleep, they've already entered tomorrow. Time, soft and invisible, begins its endless count. The fire burns lower, its orange glow flickering across the stone walls of a small shelter. Shadows move lazily with the flames. You sit beside them, one of the first people to ever wonder why night takes so long to end. There's no word for hours yet, but you can feel them, stretched like animal hides over the frame of darkness. The wind outside moans through the trees, and the world beyond the fire's reach feels endless. You can't see the stars tonight, only sense their faint light pressing down. Someone throws another branch into the flames, and for a while the waiting eases. Waiting, that's the first real feeling of time. Not measuring, not naming, just feeling. The child waiting for warmth, the hunter waiting for prey, the mother waiting for light. Time begins as ache and relief, as patience learned by necessity. When the first humans watched their fires burn down, they began to notice something else. Night wasn't just darkness, it had structure. You could feel the difference between the quiet early hours when the air was cold and the later ones when birds began to stir. You could measure by sensation, the way shadows deepened, the way your breath fogged thicker or thinned. So the mind began to mark the intervals between change, that slow dawning awareness that there's a before and after every sound, every silence, is where consciousness starts to shape time. Imagine one of those long nights, deep winter, everyone huddled together in silence. The flames dance in the eyes of the oldest hunter, who's seen enough moons to sense repetition. He points upward to the faint pale glow of the horizon. The younger ones follow his hand and realize dawn comes from the same place every day. A small, quiet understanding forms. The world has rhythm. From that rhythm, meaning blooms. Each morning's return is a promise, each night a test. They begin to build habits around these patterns. Hunt at light, sleep at dark. The routines become their first clocks, their first calendars, their first rituals. And from ritual comes story. They begin to explain these patterns to one another. The sun doesn't simply rise, it is reborn. The moon doesn't just fade, it travels to another realm. The first myths are born not to control time, but to give it shape. Historians still debate how early this shift happened, when instinct became understanding. But evidence lingers in the oldest art, spirals, circles, dots arranged like constellations. Not just decoration, but recognition. Humans are beginning to see the loop in everything, seasons, breath, birth, and death. You step outside into that prehistoric night. The last stars are fading, the eastern sky turning pale, the air smells of smoke and cold earth. You stand perfectly still, waiting for the first spark of sunlight to break the horizon. And when it comes, it feels divine. A slow warmth spills over your face, and suddenly everything is illuminated. The stones, the grass, your own breath. You don't know it yet, but you've just watched the world's first clock strike morning. From here, time will start to take shape, first in stories, then in patterns, then in marks carved into bone. But right now, in this early light, it's still something holy. You take one slow breath, and the day, the first true day, begins. The light grows stronger now, sliding across the damp grass and the smoke-stained stones. The small band of humans begins to move. You stretch, the chill of night still in your bones, but the sun warms your face just enough to make you squint. You don't think of it as morning. Not yet. It's simply the part of the cycle when light returns and life stirs. Someone yawns. Someone else pokes at the embers for a final flicker of heat. There's a rhythm to this, the slow, repeated choreography of waking. It's not measured by numbers, but by need. The birds start calling. The insects hum. You rise when they do. Nature has been keeping time long before anyone thought to count it. The sun arcs higher and the shadows shrink. This is the world's first clock face, though no one has yet thought to read it. The angle of light becomes instinct. Hunters glance at their shadows to know when the animals will drink. Gatherers sense the length of the day by how the warmth moves across their skin. You can almost feel the knowledge forming, somewhere deep in the brain, a pattern flickering to life. And then something happens that changes everything. A storm approaches. The wind shifts, carrying the smell of rain. Dark clouds swallow the sky and the light disappears. Suddenly, time stops meaning warmth or brightness. It becomes uncertainty. How long will this last? When will the rain end? The question is born. When? You crouch beneath a ledge with the others as water begins to pour. The fire is out, replaced by the rhythmic percussion of rain on stone. For the first time, you're aware of duration. The storm has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's not just happening, it's unfolding. That's the spark that separates instinct from awareness. Waiting for the storm to pass teaches patience. The sky becomes a teacher, each flash of lightning a lesson in repetition. The world doesn't act randomly. It moves with reason, even if you don't yet know what that reason is. When the rain ends, everything smells alive again. Wet leaves, earth, the faint musk of smoke trying to return. You step out into the aftermath and watch the clouds break apart like torn cloth. A shaft of sunlight cuts through and lands on a nearby hill, glowing golden. You point to it, almost reverently. Somewhere deep inside, the first human calendar begins. Before rain, after rain. Historians still argue whether it was survival or wonder that made early people track these changes. But maybe it was both. Wonder kept them looking up. Survival forced them to remember what they saw. That evening, when the fire crackles back to life, someone draws in the dirt. A circle for the sun, wavy lines for rain. Others watch quietly. The marks mean something, even if they can't yet say what. They are the first attempt to capture time itself and scratched into earth before it blows away. You glance up. The storm clouds are gone. The stars are back, more of them than you can count. They shimmer faintly as if watching you learn. You don't know it yet, but the sky is keeping its own record, an ancient perfect map, and soon, humans will start reading it. The light grows stronger now, sliding across the damp grass and the smoke-stained stones. The small band of humans begins to move. You stretch, the chill of night still in your bones, but the sun warms your face just enough to make you squint. You don't think of it as morning. Not yet. It's simply the part of the cycle when light returns and life stirs. Someone yawns. Someone else pokes at the embers for a final flicker of heat. There's a rhythm to this, the slow, repeated choreography of waking. It's not measured by numbers, but by need. The birds start calling. The insects hum. You rise when they do. Nature has been keeping time long before anyone thought to count it. The sun arcs higher and the shadows shrink. This is the world's first clock face, though no one has yet thought to read it. The angle of light becomes instinct. Hunters glance at their shadows to know when the animals will drink. Gatherers sense the length of the day by how the warmth moves across their skin. You can almost feel the knowledge forming, somewhere deep in the brain, a pattern flickering to life. And then something happens that changes everything. A storm approaches. The wind shifts, carrying the smell of rain. Dark clouds swallow the sky and the light disappears. Suddenly, time stops meaning warmth or brightness. It becomes uncertainty. How long will this last? When will the rain end? The question is born. When? You crouch beneath a ledge with the others as water begins to pour. The fire is out, replaced by the rhythmic percussion of rain on stone. For the first time, you're aware of duration. The storm has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's not just happening, it's unfolding. That's the spark that separates instinct from awareness. Waiting for the storm to pass teaches patience. The sky becomes a teacher, each flash of lightning a lesson in repetition. The world doesn't act randomly. It moves with reason, even if you don't yet know what that reason is. When the rain ends, everything smells alive again. Wet leaves, earth, the faint musk of smoke trying to return. You step out into the aftermath and watch the clouds break apart like torn cloth. A shaft of sunlight cuts through and lands on a nearby hill, glowing golden. You point to it, almost reverently. Somewhere deep inside, the first human calendar begins. Before rain, after rain. Historians still argue whether it was survival or wonder that made early people track these changes. But maybe it was both. Wonder kept them looking up. Survival forced them to remember what they saw. That evening, when the fire crackles back to life, someone draws in the dirt. A circle for the sun, wavy lines for rain. Others watch quietly. The marks mean something, even if they can't yet say what. They are the first attempt to capture time itself and scratched into earth before it blows away. You glance up. The storm clouds are gone. The stars are back, more of them than you can count. They shimmer faintly as if watching you learn. You don't know it yet, but the sky is keeping its own record, an ancient perfect map, and soon, humans will start reading it. The fire pops softly, throwing a red shimmer against the cave wall. The rain smell still lingers in the air. Someone draws another circle in the ash, and beside it, another mark, smaller, paler. Maybe it's the moon, maybe it's just the shape that feels right. You watch, fascinated. This is how it begins. The first record of time isn't carved in stone or written on parchment. It's drawn in soot and memory. Out there, the sky keeps turning, the moon rises full, then shrinks night by night. At first, no one notices. But the older ones, the ones who sit up later, their joints stiff, their minds sharp, start to see it. The moon doesn't vanish, it returns. Its changing face becomes the first calendar. You lie awake one night, staring up through a gap in the cave roof. The stars shimmer behind the thin veil of clouds. The moon is a pale half now, hanging low and steady. Somewhere inside you, curiosity hums like a slow drum beat. It fades, it grows, it comes back. What if the sky is speaking in a language of patterns? Soon, everyone starts to feel it. The hunters notice that certain animals appear only under a full moon, when nights are bright enough to see. The gatherers realize certain plants ripe under specific shapes of that glowing disk. Moonlight becomes more than beauty. It's a guide, a reminder, a schedule. No one calls it that yet, of course. They just know when to move, when to rest, when to wait. The rhythm becomes shared memory, passed down in gestures and stories. When the moon is fat, one elder says, the fish are plenty. When it vanishes, another warns, the cold will come. These sayings are the first rules of timekeeping, soft, poetic, and entirely based on what can be seen. The moon becomes a silent teacher, teaching people to mark time by cycles instead of moments. Historians still argue whether the earliest lunar markings found on bones and rocks, some nearly 20,000 years old, were true calendars or tally marks for something else. But one thing is certain, those tiny etchings show awareness, repetition, counting the uncountable. Someone looked up every night and noticed the sky had a heartbeat. And with that realization, time began to move from the realm of feeling into the realm of knowledge. You watch as the moon dips behind the trees, its light thinning into silver mist. The fire's warmth fades, replaced by cool night air. A faint animal call echoes through the dark, a signal of change, of passage. It's strange, you think, how quickly your mind adjusts. You've only watched a few cycles of the moon, but already you can predict what will happen next. There's comfort in that. The stars may be far away, but their rhythm is close, written on your own breath, your own pulse. Someone beside you hums a low song, almost wordless. It rises and falls like the moon itself. And you realize that humans from the very beginning didn't just measure time, they sang it. The song drifts into the night as gentle as starlight. Somewhere above, the constellations slide imperceptibly onward and the world turns once more. Morning returns in soft gold, the kind that turns mist into silk and dew into diamonds. You wake slowly, blinking at the light, and feel that now familiar tug of recognition. The world has turned again. The cycle continues. The moon taught you that change has rhythm, but now the sun teaches you that rhythm has direction. It rises, it climbs, it falls, it disappears. Each day it draws an invisible arc across the sky. And someone finally notices that it doesn't just move randomly, it follows a path, a pattern so precise it could guide you home. You stand with the others at the mouth of the cave, watching the sun rise from the same point on the horizon day after day. The elder points with a stick. There, she says, always there. Then one morning, it isn't. The sun rises a little to the left. No one says anything, but everyone feels it. It's the first discovery of the solstice, though, of course, no one calls it that yet. The shifting sunrise tells you that the year itself has rhythm, that the days grow longer, then shorter, then long again. The world is breathing, in and out, in a cycle so vast it can only be felt slowly. You start marking the spot where the sun appears, first with stones, then with small piles of bones and shells, each one a reminder, a breadcrumb trail through the seasons. Over time, those piles grow into lines, circles, monuments. The ancestors of Stonehenge begin not as architecture, but as curiosity. When you see your first midwinter sunrise, the lowest, laziest light of the year, it feels sacred. The whole horizon glows copper, and the frost shimmers. You don't yet have the word hope, but the feeling is there. The worst of the dark has passed. The tribe begins to gather on certain mornings, not because they understand astronomy, but because they understand awe. They drum, they chant, they tell stories about the sun being born from the sea, or swallowed by wolves, or pulled through the sky by invisible hands. Historians still debate what these early solar gatherings meant. Religion? Farming schedules? Art? Maybe all of it. Because when you stare at something that grand for long enough, you have to give it meaning. You begin to count the days between the returning sunrises. Not numbers yet, just small scratches on a piece of bone. Each mark means one light later. It's rough, imprecise, but it's something. The first calendar is a bone, a finger, a memory. That night you sit by the fire, staring at the bone's shallow cuts. The sky above you stretches into infinity, cold and full of pinpricks. Somewhere inside you feel small and yet connected. You've made a record of the world's heartbeat. As the stars shift overhead, you realize something new. They're not just decoration. They move slowly, predictably. You point to one bright star and notice that by the next night, it's in a slightly different place. The sun, the moon, and now the stars. Three great teachers in the same classroom of sky. You close your eyes and breathe in the scent of smoke and night air. The sparks drift upward, joining the constellations. You wonder for the first time if maybe they're not so different. Fire on earth, fire in the heavens, both marking the passing of time. And just like that, another day turns quietly into history. The sky deepens into velvet again, and the stars return, scattered across the darkness like shards of ice. The sky deepens into velvet again, and the stars return, scattered across the darkness like shards of ice. You lie on your back in the grass, watching them flicker. At first, they seem random, just glitter spilled across eternity. But as your eyes adjust, something subtle reveals itself. Patterns. The same bright cluster that rose last night now climbs in a slightly different place. Another, fainter line of lights trails behind it. The sky, you realize, isn't chaos, it's a clock. The stars rise and fall just like the sun and moon, only slower, grander, steadier. The elders have names for them now. Not official ones, just nicknames. The hunter, the turtle, the river of light. The names change with every generation, but the shapes remain. Children grow up tracing them in the air with their fingers, learning which ones mean planting time, which ones mean cold season, which ones mean the rivers will flood. At some point, someone builds a small circle of stones on a hill, each one lined up with a star. You help place one, heavy and rough, beneath your palms. It's not an observatory, not yet, but a marker, a way to say this star belongs here, and we belong beneath it. As the nights stretch on, you notice that the stars don't just move, they return. After many moons, the hunter is back where he started. That realization hits hard. The sky itself is a memory machine. You start counting the moons between each return, using pebbles, scratches, notches in wood. Slowly, humanity begins to sense the concept of a year. It's not a word yet, not a number, but an understanding that life itself moves in great circles, and that each circle brings both endings and renewals. Historians still debate who first noticed the repeating constellations. Some say it was the Sumerians, others the ancient Egyptians, or the people of the Indus Valley. But the seasons roll by again, slow and patient, and soon you start to notice how the land itself keeps time. When the trees begin to bud, when the rivers swell, when the air hums with insects, all of it happens in rhythm. You begin to feel the pattern beneath your feet, the same way you feel your own pulse in your chest. You follow the herds now, the great waves of hooves moving across the plains. The animals always seem to know when to leave, days before the weather changes, as if they can sense the ticking of an invisible clock. You start to move when they move, rest when they rest. Their migrations become your first calendar of survival. One night around the fire, you tell the others what you've seen. The old hunter nods, his face mapped with age and soot. The world walks in circles, he murmurs. It's not poetry to him, it's observation. The same trails worn by deer are used again each year. The same fruit ripens on the same trees after the same number of moons. And that's when the idea of planning is born. If you know when the herds will come, you can wait. If you know when the rains will fall, you can prepare. Time becomes not just a rhythm, but a tool. The group begins to stay longer in one place. The shelters grow sturdier, the fires more permanent. You carve marks into wood to count the moons between migrations. Before you realize it, you've invented a form of data. A story told not in words, but in symbols. Historians later find such marks carved into mammoth bones and reindeer antlers. Neat, careful lines that correspond suspiciously well with lunar cycles. They'll argue over their meaning, of course, but you don't need a textbook to know what they are. They're reminders. Proof that someone once waited and watched and learned. As the settlement grows, so does its rhythm. You wake with the birds, sleep when the crickets sing. Children are born, elders die, seasons turn like a wheel. You begin to sense the weight of before and the promise of after. One night, a storm returns, loud and fierce, shaking the sky with light. But this time, you don't fear it. You know it will pass. You know the sun will return. That certainty feels like power. Knowledge has replaced helplessness. After the rain, you walk outside and see the ground glistening. In one puddle, the moon's reflection trembles. You crouch down, mesmerized. The same moon that guided the hunters now swims in a pool of rainwater at your feet. Time has always been above you, but now, for the first time, it's reflected back. You scoop a handful of water and watch it drip between your fingers. You count, 1 drop, 2, 3, without even realizing you're doing it. The thought takes hold. Maybe time isn't only in the sky. Maybe it can be measured here on Earth by what we can touch, hold, and lose. That small, quiet idea will change everything. It's the seed that will grow into sundials, water clocks, calendars, and eventually the strange mechanical heartbeat of civilization itself. But for now, it's just a thought, a shimmer in a puddle beneath the moon, a reflection of something eternal, learning how to count itself. The seasons roll by again, slow and patient, and soon you start to notice how the land itself keeps time. When the trees begin to bud, when the rivers swell, when the air hums with insects, all of it happens in rhythm. You begin to feel the pattern beneath your feet, the same way you feel your own pulse in your chest. You follow the herds now, the great waves of hooves moving across the plains. The animals always seem to know when to leave, days before the weather changes, as if they can sense the ticking of an invisible clock. You start to move when they move, rest when they rest. Their migrations become your first calendar of survival. One night around the fire, you tell the others what you've seen. The old hunter nods, his face mapped with age and soot. The world walks in circles, he murmurs. It's not poetry to him, it's observation. The same trails worn by deer are used again each year. The same fruit ripens on the same trees after the same number of moons. And that's when the idea of planning is born. If you know when the herds will come, you can wait. If you know when the rains will fall, you can prepare. Time becomes not just a rhythm, but a tool. The group begins to stay longer in one place. The shelters grow sturdier, the fires more permanent. You carve marks into wood to count the moons between migrations. Before you realize it, you've invented a form of data. A story told not in words, but in symbols. Historians later find such marks carved into mammoth bones and reindeer antlers. Neat, careful lines that correspond suspiciously well with lunar cycles. They'll argue over their meaning, of course, but you don't need a textbook to know what they are. They're reminders. Proof that someone once waited and watched and learned. As the settlement grows, so does its rhythm. You wake with the birds, sleep when the crickets sing. Children are born, elders die, seasons turn like a wheel. You begin to sense the weight of before and the promise of after. One night, a storm returns, loud and fierce, shaking the sky with light. But this time, you don't fear it. You know it will pass. You know the sun will return. That certainty feels like power. Knowledge has replaced helplessness. After the rain, you walk outside and see the ground glistening. In one puddle, the moon's reflection trembles. You crouch down, mesmerized. The same moon that guided the hunters now swims in a pool of rainwater at your feet. Time has always been above you, but now, for the first time, it's reflected back. You scoop a handful of water and watch it drip between your fingers. You count, 1 drop, 2, 3, without even realizing you're doing it. The thought takes hold. Maybe time isn't only in the sky. Maybe it can be measured here on Earth by what we can touch, hold, and lose. That small, quiet idea will change everything. It's the seed that will grow into sundials, water clocks, calendars, and eventually the strange mechanical heartbeat of civilization itself. But for now, it's just a thought, a shimmer in a puddle beneath the moon, a reflection of something eternal, learning how to count itself. The puddle dries by morning, leaving only a faint ring of mud, but the thought lingers. You can feel it pressing against your mind like a heartbeat that's too loud to ignore. Maybe time isn't only in the sky or the seasons. Maybe it's something that lives in every small change around you. You start noticing it everywhere. In the way water drips from the roof of a cave after rain, steady, rhythmic, predictable. In the way shadows stretch across the ground and then retreat. The whole world pulses. The rhythm is everywhere. It just needs a witness. One evening, the fire burns low and someone idly sticks a bone upright in the dirt. As the hours pass, the bone's shadow crawls slowly around it. You notice it, point, and laugh. The others gather. The shadow moves again. It's subtle, but it's there. The first sundial in spirit, if not in name. You begin to play with it. You draw a circle in the dirt around the bone, then mark where the shadow falls. The next day you come back, do it again. The marks begin to line up, forming a pattern. After several days, you realize that when the shadow points to one mark, it's time to hunt. When it reaches another, the light starts to fade. Time, for the first time, has a visible shape. You show the others, and soon every camp has its own stick in the ground. The elders sit near theirs, glancing up at the sky as the shadow crawls. Hunters use it to decide when to leave. Children use it to guess when supper will be ready. The sky's movement has finally been anchored to the earth. Historians will one day trace this same instinct forward through thousands of years, to the first true sundials carved in stone in ancient Egypt, to the obelisks that measured the solstice, to the pyramids aligned with the sun's rebirth. But standing here, barefoot on the soil, you feel the wonder of it firsthand. You've captured something invisible. You've turned a moving shadow into knowledge. The tribe begins to rely on it. The shadow stick becomes a center point of camp life. It's consulted like an oracle, checked like a heartbeat. Someone starts marking the shadow's longest and shortest points, realizing they come back again. Another loop, another cycle. And as always, where there's pattern, there's story. The sun's shadow becomes alive in your myths. It's a serpent chasing itself around the stick. It's the finger of a god tracing the edge of the world. It's proof that the sky isn't indifferent. It speaks if you know how to listen. One afternoon you sit quietly, watching your own shadow overlap the bones. You move your hand, and the shadow moves with it. For a dizzy second, it feels like you're controlling time itself. You laugh softly. Of course you're not, but it's a beautiful illusion. When night falls, the stick stands lonely in the moonlight, its power gone until dawn. The fire crackles. You stare into the flames, thinking of shadows and cycles and the way everything, light, darkness, even life, takes turns. Somewhere inside, a new idea forms. Maybe the gods didn't invent time. Maybe we did, by needing to understand when things would end and when they'd begin again. And as you drift towards sleep, the flames blur into stars. Both flicker with the same rhythm, the rhythm of a universe that has always been counting, waiting for someone to notice. The next morning, the sky is clear, a cool, pale blue stretching forever. The stick still stands in the dirt, its shadow thin and sharp. You sit beside it, tracing the line it makes with your finger. It feels like a living thing, always moving, never in the same place twice. For the first time, you realize that time can be seen, if only briefly. Word spreads to other camps. Visitors come to see the moving stick, this strange magic that tells when the day is half gone. Some laugh, others stare in silence. But when they return home, they plant their own sticks. What began as curiosity becomes custom. Every community begins to measure the sun in its own way. Soon, people start arranging more stones, larger, heavier ones, to mark the sun's path throughout the year. Circles appear on the plains, simple at first, then more intricate. At first, they are practical, a way to know when to plant, when to gather, when the cold will return. But soon they become sacred too. One morning, you walk among these stones as dawn spills gold across them. Each one casts its own shadow, long and sure. The air hums with anticipation. People have gathered quietly to watch the sunrise slip between two perfectly aligned pillars. When it happens, the crowd gasps. The light lands exactly where they hoped, illuminating a carved spiral at the center of the circle. The sun itself has been caught, framed by stone. You can almost feel civilization beginning at that moment, not through war or invention, but through observation. People are no longer just reacting to the world. They're reading it, predicting it, collaborating with it. The years roll by and these circles grow grander. Some mark the summer solstice when the sun lingers long and hot. Others mark the winter when it hides and must be coaxed back with fire and song. The builders drag stones heavier than mammoths, carving grooves to catch the light. The effort isn't just survival, it's devotion. Time has become something worth worshiping. Historians still argue why early people built such monuments. Agriculture, ritual, astronomy, the truth is probably all of it. The act of measuring the sun brought order to chaos, purpose to waiting. It made the unpredictable world feel just a little less wild. At night, the circles glow faintly under starlight. Fires burn inside them, flickering against the carved stones. The shadows dance again, and you realize something remarkable. The night has its own kind of sundial. The stars rise and fall through the gaps in the stones, just like the sun does. Someone notices, then records it, scratching lines on a smooth rock. The sky has become a clock face, and humanity has started to learn how to read it. You lie on your back, eyes fixed on a familiar constellation. It moves, slow as breath, across the horizon. It will be gone soon, replaced by another, but it will return, always, right on schedule. The wind sighs through the stones, whispering through time. You can feel the beginning of civilization stirring beneath your fingertips. Each heartbeat another tick, each sunrise another note in the long, slow song of the world, learning how to keep time. The years pass, and those stone circles become more than landmarks. They become memory made solid. Each generation adds something new. A carved symbol, a new alignment, a story to explain why the sun must always return. Time is no longer just the sky's secret. It's a shared inheritance passed down through stones and songs. Now people stay in one place longer. They build homes from mud and reed and plant seeds in the rich floodplains. Farming has arrived, and with it, a deeper need to know when. When to sow, when to harvest, when the rains will rise, when to store grain before the cold. And so, humans begin to watch the heavens with purpose. The stars are no longer just decoration or myth, they are tools. The night sky becomes a blackboard of glowing dots, and the early farmers become its students. In Egypt, along the great river Nile, that curiosity becomes survival. Every year, the floodwaters return like a pulse, spilling silt across the fields. But they don't come by chance. They come when a certain star rises just before dawn, the bright, blue jewel called Sirius. You stand among them one morning, the air thick with the smell of mud and life. The river glistens in the distance. Everyone looks to the east. There, a faint pinprick of light just above the horizon. Cheers erupt. The star is back. That means the flood will follow. The crops will live. the people will eat. Sirius becomes sacred. Priests begin recording its arrival each year, carving symbols into clay and stone. From those records, the first reliable calendar is born, 12 months of 30 days, plus a few extra to keep balance. The Egyptians aren't just watching time anymore, they're building it. The priests become keepers of this cosmic rhythm. They rise before dawn to mark shadows, stars, and river heights. The temple walls fill with hieroglyphs of suns, moons, and coiled serpents, symbols of eternity. The gods themselves are reimagined as timekeepers. Ra sails his golden bark across the sky each day, swallowed by night, only to be reborn at dawn. And beneath all that splendor, a quiet truth hums. The priests are scientists before the word exists. They measure shadows with rods. They note how the sun's path changes with the seasons. They create sundials, dividing the day into 12 parts, each hour marked by the sun's steady crawl across the sky. Historians later marvel at how accurate those early sundials were, but you don't need their books to understand it. You're standing here, squinting against the desert glare, watching a shadow slide across a polished stone face. You can feel it in your bones. The same rhythm that beats through your pulse is beating through the heavens. The temple bells ring. The day begins. The workers rise, their movements synchronized by the shadows passing. For the first time in human history, life itself is ruled by the clock. Not mechanical yet, but spiritual, celestial. The world has entered a new phase of timekeeping. It's no longer just something you feel or watch. It's something you can organize, divide, predict, and obey. As the sun dips behind the dunes that evening, you glance at the horizon glowing red. The priests stand on their platforms, recording every minute of its descent. You realize that the act of measuring has become as sacred as the thing being measured. The river will flood again, the crops will grow, the stars will return, the people will bow their heads to the rhythm of light. And for the first time, humanity begins to live not just in time, but by it. Night returns to the Nile Valley, warm and thick as honey. The air hums with crickets and the faint murmur of water. In the temples along the river, the priests still watch the sky. The stars wheel above them in their measured silence, each one a glowing mark in an invisible ledger. You can almost hear it, the soft ticking of a cosmic clock that needs no hands. But something new is happening. People are beginning to imagine that this rhythm isn't just useful, it's divine. The heavens themselves, they decide, must be a kind of order sent by the gods, and those who can read it, those who understand how to track the sky, must hold special power. You watch one of them, a priest astronomer, standing on the flat roof of a whitewashed temple. His linen robe whispers in the night breeze. He squints at the stars, then at his parchment. His calculations are careful, reverent. Around him, braziers flicker, casting halos of gold against the walls. Below, the city sleeps, its dreams timed to the rhythm of his observations. By dawn, he will report his findings to the pharaoh. Not just about floods or stars, but about fate. To measure time has become to measure destiny itself. The priest doesn't just say when things will happen, he says why. Across the world in Babylon's ziggurats, similar watchers climb to their platforms with clay tablets and reed styluses. The air is drier here, the stars sharper. They trace their movements with astonishing precision, marking how one planet loops backward against the others. From those patterns, they predict eclipses, floods, even royal births. You sit beside them, the clay still warm beneath your fingertips. The tablets fill with neat rows of cuneiform marks, data, prophecy, science, and myth all at once. These early astronomers have discovered that time is not chaos but choreography. Every planet dances on a path, every star keeps its cue. Historians will later say that Babylon invented the first true calendar based on the moon's phases and the sun's journey. 12 months, 7 days, 60 minutes, all concepts that survive into your own world, invisible ghosts from a desert sky. But for the people living it, it isn't arithmetic, it's awe. The gods no longer live in caves or mountains, they live in the measured heavens. In the temples, the priests teach that to live rightly is to live in rhythm, to pray at dawn, to work through the heat, to rest at twilight. The sacred and the practical merge. Time becomes morality, disorder becomes sin, punctuality in its earliest form becomes worship. And so humanity learns a new truth. Time can be commanded. The priests declare feast days, holy weeks, seasons of fasting and rest. Bells ring, fires are lit, music plays, all to mark the same endless circle of returning days. You look up at the stars again. They don't seem distant anymore. They feel like pages turning, slow and inevitable. You imagine the countless generations who will follow these same cycles, scribes, kings, farmers, engineers, all tracing the same eternal handwriting in the sky. The priest lowers his stylus. The sun's edge breaks over the horizon. The river flashes like molten gold. He smiles faintly, another dawn accounted for. You stand there, feeling the warmth on your face, and realize that this moment, just watching light touch the world, is older than any civilization, older than names, older than faith. It's the same act, repeated since the first sunrise. The difference now is simple but immense. Humans no longer just witness the dawn. They record it. The morning hum of the temple fades into the bustle of the city. You can smell the faint sweetness of date bread and hear the rhythmic slap of oars on the Nile. The world is waking on schedule, not instinctually, intentionally. In the markets, merchants arrange their stalls in neat rows. They open when the sun clears the horizon and close when its shadow reaches a certain line on the wall. Time, once a wild element, now flows through daily life like irrigation through fields. Everyone, from the baker to the boatman, moves to the same rhythm. But there's one problem. The sky doesn't always match the calendar. The lunar months drift. Festivals begin to arrive too early or too late. Priests mutter in frustration. They add leap days, then remove them, trying to keep heaven and harvest in sync. Humanity has invented time, but time refuses to sit still. And that's when new minds take up the challenge. Across deserts and seas, other civilizations rise, each trying to master the slippery art of measuring what never stops moving. In China, emperors claim the heavens as their jurisdiction. Their right to rule, the mandate of heaven, depends on harmony between earth and sky. If an eclipse or flood comes unpredicted, it's not just bad luck, it's political failure. So the court astronomers work tirelessly, polishing bronze mirrors, mapping constellations, noting every shift in the moon's glow. You watch them from a tower crowned with bells. A massive bronze armillary sphere gleams in the sunlight, rings within rings, each one representing a layer of the cosmos. Scholars turn it slowly, murmuring to one another, adjusting it by fractions. You can see the gears of knowledge turning. They're not worshiping the sky anymore. They're solving it. When an eclipse comes exactly as predicted, the emperor rewards them with silk and gold. Time itself has become a state secret, a weapon of legitimacy. The heavens are no longer wild. They're domesticated, disciplined, charted. Historians still marvel at those early Chinese astronomers. They divided the year into 24 solar terms, recording solstices, equinoxes, and subtle seasonal changes. Their calendar was a fusion of agriculture, science, and philosophy, proof that the universe ran on balance and that humanity could too. Meanwhile, in distant Mesopotamia, time takes on a new shape entirely. The Babylonians divide the day into 12 double hours, then 60 minutes, then 60 seconds. 60, because it divides evenly, beautifully. You can feel the satisfaction of it, the first truly mathematical time, the sexagesimal system, they call it, a number base that will outlive empires. You run your fingers across one of their clay tablets, feeling the wedge-shaped marks pressed into the surface. Each represents a count of something fleeting, a sunrise, a shadow, a day, and yet here it is, preserved for thousands of years. Humanity has learned to freeze the river of time in symbols. You glance at the horizon, the sun dips lower, perfectly timed, perfectly expected. Workers pack their tools, priests prepare for evening prayers, bells ring from every corner of the city, each one tuned to the same invisible beat. Time now belongs to everyone, and yet no one. It has become the true ruler of human life, quiet and relentless. As you walk through the streets, you see it in every gesture. The merchant glancing at the sky, the scribe tapping his stylus in rhythm, the farmer watching the length of shadows. The entire world has become a clock that doesn't need to be wound. But somewhere in the distance, you sense another shift approaching, one that will move time from the heavens to the hands of humankind. Because soon, the sun and stars won't be enough. Soon we'll start building our own mechanical heavens. The centuries turn and the world hums with a new kind of energy. Steady, organized, deliberate. Cities rise where once there were tents, markets grow busier, temples grow higher, and humanity begins to measure not just days and seasons, but moments. You find yourself in ancient Greece now, the air salt sweet from the Aegean. The philosophers walk along marble colonnades, arguing in rhythmic sentences that sound almost like waves. They've inherited the old calendars, the lunar and solar cycles, the Babylonian divisions of hours. But now they're asking why. Why does time move at all? What is it made of? Can it ever stop? Heraclitus says time is a river. You never step into the same one twice. Pythagoras says it's a harmony of numbers, as measurable as music. Aristotle calls it the measure of motion, something that exists only because things change. You listen to them beneath a fig tree, half understanding, half hypnotized. They talk about eternity, mortality, rhythm, and purpose. To them, time isn't just practical, it's philosophical, the first metaphysics of the clock. But far from Athens, in dusty workshops and quiet courtyards, another kind of discovery is taking shape, less poetic, more mechanical. Someone has built a bowl that fills slowly with water, drop by drop, until it tips and empties itself. Then it begins again. The water clock, the clepsydra, you watch one in a stone courtyard as the afternoon heat hums with cicadas. The bowl's spout drips steadily, each fall of water a small heartbeat. Slaves use it to measure speeches in court so orators don't ramble too long. Priests use it to time rituals. Scholars use it to divide their studies. For the first time, time itself has been trapped in an object. It can be controlled, paused, even cheated by adding or removing a little water. Humanity has learned to manufacture time. The idea spreads across the Mediterranean and beyond. In Egypt, grander clepsydras appear, carved from alabaster, inscribed with stars and months. In China, massive bronze water clocks stand like monuments, their overflow turning gears and bells that chime with perfect rhythm. You can hear one of them now. soft metallic notes marking the hours of the night. The courtyard glows under lanterns, water murmuring through pipes like veins. The engineer overseeing it, a quiet scholar named Zhang, writes his calculations on bamboo strips. His clock doesn't just mark time, it announces it. Each drop, each chime, each shadow is now part of a grand, coordinated system. Historians will one day call these water clocks the ancestors of machines. And they're right. Every tick, every drip, every gear that turns is a rehearsal for something greater. Time, once celestial and sacred, is becoming human and mechanical. But the Greeks still debate the mystery of it. Some say time is circular, repeating forever. Others say it's a straight line toward decay. The philosophers grow older, their arguments slower, their own lives becoming proof of time's unstoppable flow. One evening, you walk along the harbor as the sun melts into the sea. The water glitters with bronze reflections. Somewhere behind you, a clepsydra empties itself with a final sigh. You realize that what the philosophers and inventors share is not precision, but longing. They're all trying to make sense of what slips through their fingers, what no one can hold. The stars appear again, as they always do, and the sea breathes its endless rhythm. But tonight, you notice something different. The waves, the stars, the drops of water, all move to the same beat. The world has become an orchestra of time, and humanity, for the first time, is both its listener and its conductor. Centuries drift forward like the tide, and the world grows noisier, busier, sharper. Empires rise, libraries swell, and faith begins to march in step with reason. Time, once a whisper in the stars, now echoes from towers and temples. You find yourself walking through a stone monastery perched high in the hills of medieval Europe. The air smells of cold iron and candle wax. Inside, the corridors echo with the shuffle of sandals and the soft murmur of prayers. Bells ring somewhere in the distance, solemn, regular, absolute. This is where humanity learns to live by the clock. The monks are the first true keepers of daily time. Their lives are divided into sacred hours: matins before dawn, lauds at sunrise, prime after breakfast, terce, sext, none, vespers, and compline before bed. Each prayer, each meal, each silence belongs to a precise portion of the day. You walk among them as they move like quiet waves through stone hallways. They read by torchlight, work in gardens, copy manuscripts, all in harmony with the bells. To them, the ringing doesn't just announce time, it sanctifies it. Every hour is a gift, each tick a reminder that life itself is a prayer in motion. But someone must keep those hours. In a small tower above the cloister, a solitary monk tends the mechanism of the monastery's great water clock. The bowl empties, the float drops, the string pulls, and a hammer strikes the bell. It's simple but miraculous, the sound of faith meeting engineering. Outside, peasants still live by sunlight and season. But within these walls, time is no longer natural. It's crafted, controlled. You can hear it in the regular toll of iron against bronze, echoing across the valley. Historians later call this the birth of the modern schedule. Every village that hears the monastery's bell begins to orient its day around it. The sound of devotion becomes the sound of order. Yet even here in these sacred halls, something is stirring. The monks, tired of tending fragile water clocks, begin to dream of a device that could measure time without water, without human hands. And one winter night in a small workshop near the cloister, a craftsman named Gerbert builds a wheel that turns with weights and gears. It moves slowly, steadily, unceasingly. The escapement mechanism, the heartbeat of mechanical clocks, is born. You crouch beside him as he adjusts the balance, the candlelight trembling on brass and iron. When it finally works, when the gear clicks forward on its own, it's as if the world itself has learned to breathe. The next morning, the monks gather as the bell rings, not by dripping water, but by a machine. They cross themselves in awe. No one realizes it yet, but this quiet invention will change everything. Soon, churches across Europe build tall stone towers to hold these new clocks. The bells toll across cities, synchronizing bakers, merchants, and soldiers alike. The rhythm of prayer becomes the rhythm of production. You walk through one of those cities at dusk. The streets glow with torches, and from every direction comes the same sound, the tolling of the hour. It's beautiful and a little haunting. The bells that once called people to prayer now call them to work, to meetings, to obligation. Time has been tamed, but at a cost. The monks gave structure to life, the clockmakers gave it precision, and somewhere along the way, humanity forgot what silence between bells used to sound like. Still, when the last tone fades and the night deepens, you can feel the peace that comes from rhythm. Time is no longer just a shadow or a guess, it's a companion. And beneath that great ticking heart of iron, the world begins to move in unison, 1 hour at a time. The clock towers rise higher, their bells louder, their gears more intricate. By the late Middle Ages, every town square in Europe has one, a mechanical heart that never sleeps. You stand beneath one in Prague, its great face carved with gold and stars. The hour strikes, and the whole city pauses to listen. The sound rolls over rooftops, down cobbled streets, into bakeries and blacksmith shops. Each clang is both comfort and command. Time now belongs to everyone. It no longer lives only in temples or palaces. It has become public, universal, inescapable. You tilt your head back to watch the gears turn behind the clock face. Tiny angels and skeletons move in rhythm, reminding passers-by that life is brief and precious. The bell finishes its song, and the crowd disperses, each person carrying that invisible beat with them. Merchants check their ledgers by the hour. Sailors time their departures by the tide. Scholars argue over whether time flows smoothly or ticks like the gears of the clock itself. The world, once wild and fluid, now runs on schedule. But schedules create a new kind of anxiety. If time can be measured, it can be lost, and so humanity begins to chase it. You walk into a workshop that smells of oil and brass. A clockmaker sits hunched over his bench, filing a gear the size of a coin. The air hums with patience. On the wall, clocks tick in unison, a choir of tiny hearts. Perfection, he mutters, is accuracy. His hands tremble slightly. He's been awake all night trying to shave a fraction of a second from eternity. This is the birth of obsession. What began as awe has turned into precision. What was once divine is now industrial. Historians will later call it progress, and they're not wrong. With every new improvement, the balance spring, the pendulum, the escapement, humanity's grasp on time tightens. A Dutchman named Christian Huygens builds the first pendulum clock in 1656, and it changes everything. It's so accurate that for the first time, people can measure seconds reliably. Seconds. Once invisible, now counted, trapped, named. You stand beside one of Huygens' clocks, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic grace. The tick-tock fills the room like a heartbeat. Each sound is precise, comforting, and yet a little sad. It reminds you that each perfect second gone is one you'll never have again. Soon, pendulum clocks appear in homes, schools, and ships. Explorers use them to navigate across oceans, calculating their longitude by the sun and the clock's unwavering pulse. Empire follows precision. The British Navy, armed with time itself, maps the world. You're aboard one of their ships now, sails swelling in the wind, gulls crying overhead. A sailor cradles a small brass chronometer like a sacred relic. Every few hours, he checks it against the sky. The difference between safe passage and disaster is a handful of seconds. And when the calculation works, when the ship finds its destination with uncanny accuracy, it feels like magic. But it isn't. It's the logic of time made visible, mechanical, infallible. Yet the more the world depends on clocks, the more it forgets how to feel time. Farmers still work by light and season, but merchants, bankers, and kings live by the tick. The bell has become a whip, the schedule a leash. You stand again beneath a clock tower at midnight. The gears grind softly above, unseen but eternal. The moonlight catches the edge of the bronze bell, making it gleam like a coin. You breathe in, listening to the long pause between ticks. That silence, just before the next sound, feels infinite. You realize that in chasing perfect precision, humanity has gained control, but lost something gentler. The sense that time isn't only a line, it's a pulse, it's rhythm, not rule. The bell tolls again, one clear note through the cold air, and once more the world moves forward. The centuries that follow are filled with ticking. Every parlor, workshop, and ship cabin hums with it, the sound of brass teeth and swinging pendulums, of progress disguised as patience. Humanity has learned to keep perfect time, but it doesn't stop there. It begins to sell it. You find yourself standing in a smoky English street in the late 1700s. The air smells of soot and wet wool. In the distance, a factory whistle shrieks, the new voice of time. Workers pour through the gates like clock hands themselves, moving in measured rhythm. The age of industry has arrived, and with it, time has become money. Once the bell told you when to pray. Now it tells you when to work. The whistle divides life into shifts, 8 hours to labor, 8 to sleep, 8 to survive. The clock, once divine, has become an overseer. You walk through the factory gates. Inside, the air is thick with steam and iron dust. A long line of machines clatters endlessly, driven by belts and gears that mimic the pulse of the clock tower outside. The workers move in unison, each gesture timed to the rhythm of the engine. They don't glance at the sky anymore, only at the big clock above the floor, its hands gleaming like teeth. This is a new kind of devotion. Productivity. In a nearby office, a man in a waistcoat checks his pocket watch. He nods approvingly as the machines roar on time, as if obedience to the clock is proof of civilization. The pocket watch, sleek, portable, precise, is the badge of the new age. You flip one open and it ticks against your palm like a small metal heart. People wear them proudly, measuring not just hours, but their own worth. Historians later call this the discipline of time. Factories run smoother, ships arrive punctual, railroads conquer continents. Schedules become sacred texts. To be late is sin. To be idle, treason. Outside, the city grows around this rhythm. Church bells still ring, but they're drowned out by whistles and carriage wheels. Children hurry to school on the hour. Men rush to meetings, women time their chores. Everything is planned, measured, efficient. Yet under all that order, something restless stirs. You find it in the poets, the dreamers, the wanderers who walk the city at night. They rebel by doing nothing, by watching the river flow, by lingering in cafes long after closing, by refusing to obey the clock. They write about eternity, about moments that stretch, about love that makes time stop. Romanticism is born, and with it, nostalgia for the slow. Still, the world keeps accelerating. The invention of trains forces time to synchronize across vast distances. Before railways, every town kept its own local noon. Now that chaos is impossible. Trains crash if clocks disagree. So the world invents standard time. You stand at a bustling station as a conductor checks his watch against a telegraph signal from London. The platform clock clicks forward, aligning with thousands of others across the country. It's 12 everywhere, whether the sun agrees or not. Humanity has unified the planet, not through faith, but through schedule. The passengers board, the whistle blows, and the train exhales a plume of steam. As it rumbles away, the earth itself seems to tremble in time. You realize something simple but immense. We no longer follow nature's rhythm. We've built our own. The sun still rises, but it's no longer our master. The stars still turn, but no one looks up to check them. The true heavens now live inside ticking metal hanging from pocket chains and tower walls. You step outside the station into the late afternoon light. Smoke clouds the horizon. The sound of machinery hums beneath the wind. You close your eyes and listen, not to birds or rivers, but to the world's new heartbeat, a clock that never sleeps. And though it's beautiful in its precision, part of you misses the sound of silence between bells. The 19th century stretches forward like a long, measured breath. The world ticks faster with each invention. The telegraph, the train, the telephone, the factory line. Humanity has done it, built a civilization synchronized to the second. Yet the faster everything moves, the less anyone remembers what slow feels like. You stand on a cobblestone street in London. It's foggy, crowded, alive. Carriages rattle past, vendors shout the hour from pocket watches. Shopkeepers set their clocks by the great tower at Westminster, Big Ben, the new symbol of empire and precision. When it strikes, the sound is almost holy. The crowd pauses, heads tilting toward the sound. It's not a church bell anymore, it's something grander, the empire's heartbeat. Down the street, you see a group of men in starched coats arguing in a gaslit office. They're scientists debating how to standardize time for the entire world. The telegraph wires above them hum faintly, instant communication across continents. But instant communication needs synchronized clocks. Without that, chaos. So in 1884, they gather in Washington, D.C. and carve the planet into 24 time zones, each one an hour apart, beginning at Greenwich. You can almost feel the earth click into place, like the final gear in a massive, invisible clock. For the first time in history, everyone agrees what time it is. The farmer in Kansas, the sailor in the Pacific, the clerk in Paris, all glance at different clocks showing the same rhythm. Noon means noon, everywhere. It's triumph and a quiet tragedy. Humanity has mastered time so perfectly that it no longer belongs to the senses. No one looks at shadows or stars anymore. They look at dials. Historians will call it progress, but poets whisper something else, that time has lost its soul. You board a train heading north. The car smells of coal and iron. Across from you, a businessman checks his watch every few minutes as if afraid the hands will stop. A woman beside you stares out the window, her reflection flickering against passing fields. The rhythm of the wheels sounds like a clock's heartbeat. Chkachka, chkachka. Outside, smoke and sky blur together. Factories line the horizon. Their chimneys rise like new cathedrals, temples not of worship but of work. Inside them, machines stamp, spin, and churn, all powered by the pulse of the clock. The workers move with the same precision as gears, their brakes and breaths dictated by whistles. The train slows as it enters a city filled with noise and movement. It's modern, mechanical, alive. Street lamps glow, the clocks on the towers gleam like moons. And yet, if you stop for a moment, if you really listen, you can hear a strange emptiness beneath all the ticking. You wander into a small cafe, warm and dim. A clock hangs above the bar, its pendulum swinging lazily. A young man with messy hair writes in a notebook. You catch a glimpse of his words. Time is a stream that carries us, but we can choose how to drift. You smile. Even in this age of steam and schedules, there are still dreamers who resist the tick. Outside, Big Ben tolls again, shaking the windows. The writer pauses, then laughs softly. He's loud tonight, he says, meaning the clock, as if it were a person. You step back into the street, feeling the echo of that great bell in your chest. Time has grown louder, yes, but perhaps it's only because humanity is finally listening. And as the fog curls around you and the trains whistle in the distance, you realize something profound. For all our progress, we've only built a mirror. The gears, the clocks, the schedules, they aren't just tools. They're reflections of us, our heartbeat made mechanical. And somewhere inside, deep beneath the ticking, the ancient rhythm still waits, the rhythm of breath, of tide, of sunrise, the one that no machine will ever quite replace. The 20th century dawns in a shimmer of light and ambition. Cities glitter with electric bulbs now, tiny artificial suns that banish darkness and stretch the day into the night. Humanity has done something extraordinary and unnatural. It has conquered night itself. You walk through the streets of New York in 1905, and time has changed its texture. The nights are no longer for rest, they're for work, for play, for progress. Factories hum through the dark. Jazz clubs glow behind smoky windows. Somewhere, a newspaper press thunders like a heartbeat, printing the morning before it even arrives. Above it all, clocks shine on rooftops, glowing faces staring down like benevolent gods. You pass one and notice the slogan beneath it, "Time is life." Another, a few blocks later, says, "Every second counts." The message is clear. Time has become not just a measurement, but an economy. Inside the offices of growing corporations, managers study the new science of efficiency. They call it Taylorism, and it treats human beings like machines. Every motion, every second analyzed, optimized, monetized. The stopwatch replaces the whip. The foreman's shout becomes a clock's tick. And outside, ordinary people begin to feel the pressure. Trains, telegraphs, telephones all demand punctuality. To be late now is a moral failure. The faster the world moves, the smaller it feels, and the more people lose themselves inside it. You cross the Atlantic and step into a small laboratory in Bern, Switzerland. A quiet man named Albert Einstein sits at his desk, gazing at the clock tower outside the window. He's thinking about trains, about light, about how time might not be as fixed as everyone believes. When his paper appears in 1905, it shakes the very foundation of the world. Time is relative. You can almost feel the gears of the universe loosen. The clock isn't king anymore. It's a local ruler, one among many, each ticking differently depending on where you stand and how fast you move. The faster you travel, the slower time flows. Gravity bends it, light defines it. The cosmos itself has rhythm, but no single beat. Historians later call it the moment time became elastic. But in the cities below, life only speeds up. Cars roar down new roads, planes carve through the sky, radios broadcast seconds in real time. The ticking world grows deafening. You find a pocket of quiet in the 1950s, a kitchen at dawn. A mother hums while making coffee, the clock on the wall clicking softly. Her son stares at it, mesmerized. "Why does it tick like that?" he asks. She smiles. "So we don't forget to live between the ticks." It's a small moment, but it feels profound. Even in this age of atomic precision, where clocks count billionths of a second by the vibration of cesium atoms, people still search for meaning between the measures. In 1969, a rocket launches from Florida, roaring into the sky. Every second of its flight is timed with brutal precision. And yet, when humanity steps onto the moon, what do they say? One small step, a phrase about scale, not seconds. Even at our most advanced, we still speak of time in poetry. As the century rolls on, humanity divides it further. Milliseconds for science, microseconds for machines. Computers arrive, hungry for speed. They devour time in invisible gulps, running billions of calculations while humans blink. The internet follows, then satellites, then GPS, all orbiting in sync, governed by atomic clocks so precise they lose a single second every 100 million years. And yet, for all that precision, people feel more lost than ever. They work faster but rest less. They scroll endlessly, chase deadlines, check watches that no longer tick but glow. Time is no longer just measured, it's mined. You walk through a late-night city of glass towers and glowing screens. Cars slide by silently, neon reflections rippling in puddles. It's beautiful, efficient, relentless. You pause beneath a digital clock counting seconds in red light. It feels both infinite and empty. Somewhere inside you, a memory flickers. The first sunrise, the first fire, the first rhythm of rain. You realize that all of this, every calendar, clock, machine, and theory, was born from a single impulse, the desire to understand the heartbeat of the world. And though the world now hums with mechanical perfection, the ancient rhythm still murmurs beneath it, steady and human. If you listen closely, you can still hear it, between the seconds, between the screens, in the hush before dawn. The same silence that once lived between the stars. The century turns once more. The ticking fades into something smoother, quieter, more invisible. The new millennium doesn't tick, it hums. Time has slipped off the walls and out of the towers. It lives now inside glowing glass, inside pockets, inside clouds of data circling the planet. You stand in a room lit only by screens. There are no clocks, no dials, no pendulums, just numbers glowing in the corners of displays. They change so fast you can't hear them, but you can feel them, an endless current of microseconds pulsing beneath everything. The phone in your hand tells time more accurately than any mechanical device in history. Yet you still check it every few minutes, as if you might lose something that perfect precision can't protect. Outside, cities never sleep anymore. Neon turns night into day, servers hum in windowless buildings, satellites blink overhead, keeping billions of devices synchronized to the same atomic heartbeat. Planes, markets, and messages all depend on it, an invisible rhythm binding humanity tighter than any religion ever could. But no one notices it. We've grown used to time's perfection, so we stop feeling it altogether. People wake by alarms, rush through commutes, live in calendars stacked with digital reminders. Their lives are divided into meetings, notifications, deadlines. The clock doesn't hang above them anymore. It hides inside them. You walk through a cafe where every table glows with phones and laptops. The sound of typing is constant, urgent. A woman glances up and sighs, whispering, "Where did the day go?" Her voice trembles between irony and exhaustion. She doesn't mean what time is it. She means, how did time feel so fast? Historians will look back and call this the Chronocene, the age of time awareness. The more precisely we measure it, the less we seem to have. The second has become currency, attention, the new clock. But beneath the rush, a quiet rebellion begins. Some people start leaving their phones behind. They sit in silence, counting their breaths, tracing the arc of sunlight through a window. Others gather in gardens or by the sea to watch the sky darken, not because they need to, but because they miss it. The slow rituals return: sunrise walks, handwritten letters, cooking without timers. The small, like deliberate acts of those who want to remember what time feels like, not just what it says. You join them one evening. A small group sits on a hillside overlooking the city. Below, the lights pulse in rhythmic grids. Above, the stars shimmer like old memories. No one speaks. Someone points to the horizon, where a faint pink begins to rise. It's dawn. The same dawn your ancestors saw when they first noticed the sun returning. The same light that guided priests and sailors, farmers and monks. The same rhythm that pulsed in the shadows of Stonehenge and the temples of Egypt. You breathe slowly, matching that rhythm. The city hums behind you, its endless mechanical clockwork still turning. But up here, it feels smaller, almost gentle. Historians might say the story of time ends with atomic clocks and digital precision. But sitting here watching sunlight crawl across the hills, you know that isn't true. Time never belonged to machines. It always belonged to us, to our eyes, our hearts, our moments of waiting. The sun clears the horizon, spilling gold across the grass. Someone beside you murmurs, "There it is." You smile, because that's all it ever was. Not hours or minutes, just there it is. And as the warmth touches your face, you realize time hasn't been conquered. It's been found again. The sun rises fully now, gilding rooftops and rivers, and for a long moment, the world just glows. Cars start to move below, engines blending with birdsong. Somewhere, a commuter sips coffee and checks the time. Somewhere else, a monk rings a bell. Both gestures, opposite in speed and spirit, are bound by the same invisible thread. You sit there, breathing slowly, feeling the morning unfold, not as seconds, but as warmth. The air smells faintly of dew and dust. A breeze brushes your face, and you realize how long it's been since anyone needed to measure a sunrise. The modern world still moves around you, of course. Down in the valley, satellites keep the internet pulsing. Trading algorithms buy and sell futures in billionths of a second. Cargo ships cross oceans guided by clocks that don't lose a heartbeat in 10 million years. The planet has become one vast, synchronized organism, its pulse steady and cold. And yet, despite all that mastery, we've begun to turn back, gently, almost shyly, towards something older. Time has come full circle. People start marking moments differently now. They track seasons instead of seconds. They plant gardens to feel patience return. They time meetings by the length of a candle or the steep of a pot of tea. They wear watches, yes, but as reminders to pause, not to hurry. You can feel the cultural tide shifting, quiet but steady. Movements like slow food, mindful work, digital sunsets, apps that remind you not to check apps, a longing for unmeasured time that feels almost ancient. Humanity, having stretched seconds thinner than silk, begins to crave thickness again, days that feel like days, not spreadsheets. In museums, old clocks still tick behind glass, pendulums swaying, escapements clicking, faces painted with stars. Tourists watch in silence, and some feel a strange tenderness. Those machines, once symbols of power, now look fragile, mirrors of our need to make sense of the infinite. Historians write that we're entering a reflective age of time. We don't believe we own it anymore, we simply borrow it. Physicists talk about space-time curvature, quantum entanglement, the possibility that past and future may not even exist as we imagine. The closer we study time, the more it dissolves in our hands, like trying to cup water from a stream. You walk along that same stream now, the one near your home. The surface flashes with sunlight, each ripple a different moment. Somewhere upstream, it's already tomorrow. Somewhere downstream, yesterday still glides. You crouch and trail your fingers through the water. It's cold, real, moving. You smile. Maybe time was never meant to be measured perfectly. Maybe it was only ever meant to be noticed. The wind stirs again. The trees sway. A bird calls. You glance up, and the sky has shifted just slightly. The sun a little higher, the shadows a little shorter. You can feel it. Another invisible click. Another turn in the great gear of existence. You stand, stretching, and take one last look at the horizon. There's no clock to tell you how long you've been here, and you don't care. You simply know that enough has passed. As you walk back down the hill, the city hums in the distance, steady and sure. But inside you, a quieter rhythm beats, the same one that guided the first watchers of the moon, the builders of stone circles, the dreamers who followed stars across oceans, the heartbeat of time itself, slow, vast, eternal, endlessly beginning again. By the time you reach the edge of the city, morning has matured into late afternoon light, soft gold filtering through glass towers, spilling over concrete like honey. The hum of engines and voices blends into one continuous tone, something between a lullaby and a heartbeat. You pause there, at the boundary between motion and stillness, and realize how every human age has carried its own rhythm. The ancient world moved like breath, in and out, sunrise and sunset. The medieval world ticked like prayer beads. The industrial age pounded like hammers. The digital one, it vibrates, silent, ceaseless, invisible. You pass a cafe window and watch a young woman sketching a clock on paper. It's not digital or atomic. It's hand-drawn, imperfect, her lines looping unevenly. Around the edges, she's writing phrases instead of numbers. Morning breeze, coffee warm, friend laughs, moon glow. She's not measuring time anymore, she's naming it. You catch yourself smiling. Somewhere, quietly, people have begun to rehumanize time. In small studios and quiet bedrooms, artists paint galaxies on ceilings and call them star maps. Gardeners plant seeds not for harvest but for patience. Musicians compose pieces that unfold over hours, unhurried, allowing silence to bloom like a note itself. Even scientists, those masters of seconds, have begun to sound almost poetic. Some now say time may not flow at all, that every moment exists simultaneously, a vast frozen tapestry we merely travel through, thread by thread. You imagine that tapestry stretching outward beyond what eyes can see, each point glowing softly, the birth of stars, the laughter of children, the flicker of ancient fires. The thought is dizzying and tender all at once. If every moment still exists somewhere, then nothing is truly lost. You think of the first people who counted days by the moon, of Egyptian priests carving calendars into stone, of Galileo watching a swinging lamp, of Einstein watching a clock tower, of you standing here watching shadows slide across pavement. All of it, one long conversation with the same mystery. What is this thing we live inside of? The light dims, edging toward twilight. The air smells faintly of ozone and evening rain. Traffic slows, people drift toward home, windows blink on one by one. You can almost see it, the heartbeat of the planet sinking itself. A million small lives catching the same quiet breath at once. You turn toward the horizon where the first star is appearing. Its ancient light, older than humanity's first heartbeat, arriving now in this precise instant to touch your eyes. For a moment, everything aligns. The stars, the city, your pulse, the invisible hum of seconds. And you understand something simple and enormous. Time isn't passing. You are. You laugh softly under your breath, the sound swallowed by the breeze. The night arrives like a curtain drawn gently closed, and the world exhales. Somewhere a clock chimes. Somewhere else a phone buzzes. Somewhere someone whispers to themselves, "What time is it?" And for once the answer feels easy. It's now. Always has been. Always will be. You take one last look at the stars. They shimmer like punctuation marks in a sentence too long to read, but too beautiful to stop following. Then you step forward into the soft living rhythm that began long before calendars, long before clocks, long before you, and will continue long after. Time isn't a ruler anymore. It's a companion, walking beside you, quiet and infinite. Night has fully arrived now, deep, velvety, and endless. The stars spill across the sky in their silent constellations, ancient and unblinking. The same ones the first dreamers traced with their fingers in sand, the same ones sailors trusted across black oceans, the same ones that guided every step of our species through fear, wonder, and firelight. You stand still, breathing the cool air, and the city behind you fades to a soft electric murmur. Somewhere in that hum, people are marking minutes, racing deadlines, setting alarms for tomorrow. But up here, none of that matters. The stars are patient. They've been waiting for billions of years, and they'll wait billions more. You tilt your head back and trace the faint milky arc that spills across the heavens. Once, people believed it was the smoke of divine fires, or the path of departed souls. Today, we know it's the disk of our galaxy, 100,000 light years wide, each shimmer a sun. And yet the truth doesn't make it less magical. If anything, it deepens the awe. Because now you know that you're not just looking at light, you're looking at time itself, stretched across space. Each point of light is a message sent ages ago, still traveling, still arriving. Some of those stars may already be gone, their fires extinguished long before your birth, but their light, faithful, stubborn, still moves toward you. It means that when you gaze at the sky, you're never seeing the present. You're gazing into a layered mosaic of pasts, a cathedral built from echoes. You sit down in the grass, feeling small and infinite at once. The cool earth presses against your palms. Somewhere, a meteor streaks, a silver thought scrawled across eternity. You wonder if ancient watchers ever gasped the same way you just did. Probably. Some things don't change. Your mind drifts to how they once used these stars as their clocks and calendars, how they carved them into stone and painted them in caves, how they lived by their rising and setting, how they read omens in their wandering. Those early astronomers didn't just observe, they belonged to the sky. Every flicker had meaning. Every season had rhythm. Now, centuries later, we measure with satellites and telescopes that can see galaxies being born. We map the cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of creation itself. Scientists debate whether time began in that first instant or if it's just another dimension folded within something vaster. And yet, for all our progress, the feeling is the same, the quiet trembling between knowing and mystery. A wind moves through the grass, whispering. You close your eyes. The air feels cool against your skin, the earth warm beneath you, and for the first time in a long while, everything aligns. You feel the turn of the planet, so slow, so steady that most people never notice it. You feel it in your bones. This is what the first stargazers must have felt. The awe, the fear, the certainty that something eternal watches back. You realize you don't need to name it or measure it or explain it, just to be inside it. Time isn't ticking anymore. It's breathing, Long, slow, endless breaths. You stay there until the horizon begins to glow again, soft silver blue. Another rotation complete. Another circle drawn. The light rises and the stars retreat like shy witnesses. The world begins again quietly, exactly as it always has. And for now, that's enough. Dawn arrives not with a shout, but a sigh. The stars dissolve one by one, fading like embers in water. The horizon blushes, then glows, then spills open into gold. You watch the first line of light unfurl over the curve of the earth and think, this is what time really is. Not numbers, not clocks, but light traveling across distance to touch your skin. The world around you stirs. A bird trills, hesitant at first, then confident. Leaves glimmer with dew. Somewhere far off, a train begins its slow, metallic rhythm, carrying sleepy passengers into another ordinary day. Every sound feels deliberate, perfectly placed, as if the morning itself has its own metronome. You stretch, bones cracking softly, and feel the pull of gravity, the quiet reminder that time and space are bound together, two sides of the same current. Einstein's thought drifts through your mind again, that time bends with gravity, that the stronger the pull, the slower the flow. It means that here, standing on this spinning rock beneath a newborn sun, you are slightly older or younger than someone else on another hill. A strange comfort, knowing that even time is not absolute, but personal. You begin walking down the slope. The grass glows around your ankles, cool and wet. Each step feels like it belongs to a story that started long before you, when the first humans looked up at the same dawn, marked it on stone, and whispered, "It's morning." That small declaration was a triumph. To name a moment was to exist within it. And maybe that's all we've ever tried to do. From sundials to supercomputers, all our inventions have been ways of saying we were here. We built calendars to stretch our presence into future generations, clocks to carve immortality into hours. But even now, after millennia of measuring, the moment that matters most is the one between two breaths. You pause at the edge of a small pond. The surface mirrors the sky perfectly, a second sunrise trembling in the water. You crouch, dip your hand in, and watch ripples bend the reflection. The image fractures, reforms, keeps glowing. Time does that too. We break it with our movement, and it keeps glowing anyway. Across the pond, an old man sits with a thermos of tea. He looks up, nods, and says, "You're early." You laugh softly. "Maybe time's late," he grins. "Maybe it doesn't matter." You sit beside him, and for a while, you both watch the sun climb higher. There's no urgency, no schedule, just light moving through mist. The man takes a sip of tea and says, "My father told me something once. He said, 'Don't chase time. Walk with it.' I didn't understand then. I think I do now." You nod, feeling the truth in his words. The light grows warmer, the world louder. Somewhere a bell rings. A school, a church, maybe just a bicycle passing by. It doesn't matter. The sound threads through the air, marking another beginning. The day stretches before you, ordinary and infinite. The kind of day that could disappear if you let it rush past. But not today. Today you walk slowly, listening to the heartbeat of the world beneath your feet. You remember what the stars taught you, what the clocks tried to make you forget. Time isn't running away. It's walking beside you, step for step, quietly waiting to be noticed. And as you move forward into sunlight and sound, you realize that every moment you've ever lived, every second measured, lost, or cherished, has been leading here, to this calm breath, this new day, this now. The sun climbs higher, and the air shifts from gold to white. The world wakes fully now, children running to buses, shop doors creaking open, the smell of bread drifting from a bakery down the street. Life is moving again, all of it stitched together by the soft, invisible thread of time. You walk through the bustle, but something feels different. It's not the pace, it's your perception. Where others hurry, you drift. Where others glance at watches, you look at shadows. You've learned quietly that time isn't something to fight, it's something to listen to. You pass a construction site, and for a moment the sound of hammering becomes rhythm, a kind of accidental symphony. Beyond that, a bus breaks in perfect sync with a pigeon's wings. A child's laughter follows like a refrain. The whole city feels alive in tempo. Time isn't just passing here, it's performing. You stop at a crosswalk and watch the light change from red to green. 1,000 people move at once, crossing paths without thinking. Each one carries a personal timeline, memories, hopes, appointments, tiny universes of minutes and years. You realize there isn't one time at all. There are billions, all layered, overlapping, drifting in and out of sync. A collective heartbeat with infinite rhythms. In a bookstore nearby, the owner is winding an old clock above the counter. The tick fills the room with gentle steadiness, comforting as rain. Still keeps good time, you ask. She smiles without looking up. Good enough, she says. Better than the phones. They're too perfect. This one hesitates a little, like it's thinking. You linger in that sound, that imperfect rhythm that feels human. It reminds you that even the first clocks, the ones dripping water or turning with stones, weren't about precision. They were about presence. To notice a shadow moving was to remember you were alive. Outside, clouds gather. The light softens, edges blur. People open umbrellas like blooming flowers all at once. You stand in the drizzle, the world slowed just enough for reflection. Every droplet falling from the sky is a measurement of distance, gravity, and time. Time. Tiny clocks dissolving as they hit the ground. You tilt your face upward, and for a heartbeat, everything stops. Then, as if on cue, a warm gust scatters the rain. The clouds part, and a faint rainbow arcs above the skyline. You smile. Nature's clock, ancient and wordless, still runs its cycles without needing a single gear. Somewhere behind you, a church bell rings the hour, its tone rich, resonant, and slow. No one stops to listen, but you do. The sound rolls through the air, carrying centuries with it. Monks once prayed to that rhythm. Farmers once sowed and harvested by its call. Lovers once met under its echo. It is, in every way, the voice of time made music. You breathe in, letting the moment expand. No ticking, no rush, just the long, continuous hum of existence. The present isn't a point on a line anymore. It's a field, a vast and quiet expanse. As the bell's last note fades, you step forward again into the moving crowd, into the afternoon light, into the steady breathing now, carried as always by time's invisible hand. Evening drifts in quietly, like a secret. The city exhales, its rhythm softens. Windows glow, streets shimmer in amber light. The air smells faintly of rain and exhaust, warmth and memory. You walk slower now, as though each step deserves to linger. Shadows lengthen, and time, for a few precious hours, feels gentle again. The urgency that ruled the daylight loosens its grip. People stroll instead of rush. Music seeps from open doors, a saxophone, a low laugh, the clink of glasses. You can almost feel the planet winding down, the collective heartbeat easing. You stop at a park bench where an old clock stands by a lamppost. Its face is worn, its glass fogged with years. The hands move imperfectly, pausing, hesitating, then continuing. A small plaque beneath it reads, "Restored but never replaced." You sit beside it, watching that small, stubborn second hand do its work. You remember something. Time has never been flawless. It wobbled with the sun, slipped with the moon, bent under gravity, broke with war, reset with discovery, but it always found a way to keep going. So did we. The sky deepens to blue, then violet. The first star appears, just as it did for ancient priests and wandering sailors. You whisper a small greeting out of habit, as though saying hello to an old friend. The star doesn't answer, but it shines a little brighter, as if to say, I remember you too. Across the street, a cafe lights its sign. Inside, two people sit close, talking softly. You can't hear their words, but you recognize the body language, the leaning closer, the shared laugh, the gaze that stretches seconds into eternity. That's another kind of time, the kind clocks can't keep, the kind we invent ourselves. Historians and physicists can argue about space-time, relativity, or entropy, but here, in this moment, it's simpler. Time is what we make of attention. When you notice the sound of wind through leaves, the warmth of your hands, the shape of a smile, time expands. When you hurry, it collapses. You've lived both versions, and you know which one feels real. A breeze moves through the park. The clock ticks on, softer now, as if respecting the quiet. You close your eyes. Behind your lids, you see the timeline you've traveled, the firelit nights, the sundials, the monks, the machines, the satellites, the screens, all of it unfolding toward this one small, still heartbeat of now. You open your eyes again, the lamplight flickers, catching dust motes in its beam. It looks like tiny universes floating, each one spinning in its own rhythm. You breathe, slow and deep. The present feels wide enough to hold everything. Somewhere, a church bell tolls 9 times. You count them, not to measure, but to savor. Each sound stretches like honey, sweet and slow. And when the final chime fades, you whisper into the air, almost without meaning to. Thank you. Not to anyone in particular, just to time itself, for staying, for moving, for carrying you this far. The stars above pulse faintly, the city hums below, and you sit there between them, exactly where every story of time was always leading. Night deepens into its quiet middle hours, when the city softens and the air feels like velvet. You can hear the distant rhythm of traffic, a faraway train, a dog barking once and then falling silent. Everything moves slower now, as if the world itself has taken a long, steady breath. You stay on that park bench a while longer, watching the streetlights shimmer through leaves. Each flicker feels like a heartbeat from the universe, steady, gentle, patient. Time is no longer a thing you measure. It's a space you float inside. A couple walks past, their hands brushing, their laughter soft as wind. A man jogs by with headphones glowing faintly blue. A bus sighs as it stops, the doors opening like a yawn. The world is still alive, but quieter. Less about progress, more about persistence. You tilt your head back and look at the sky again. Between the branches, the stars gleam faintly, like memory trying to speak. You realize that the stars you see now are the same ones you watched earlier, only older in their light. They've been burning while you've been living, dreaming, and worrying about hours that were never really lost. You remember that the ancients once believed the stars were holes in the fabric of the heavens, tiny openings letting eternity shine through. It's not a scientific truth, but it feels like a spiritual one. Every star, every glimmer of light is a reminder that time isn't a cage, it's a canvas. The clock by the lamppost ticks faintly behind you. You turn to look and see that it's almost midnight. Not the end of anything, just another turning point in the infinite circle. Somewhere, tomorrow is already unfolding. Somewhere else, yesterday still lingers. Here, they overlap. A street sweeper hums down the road, its lights glowing orange in the mist. You listen to the sound of its brushes against the pavement, steady, rhythmic, almost soothing. That's what time sounds like when no one's rushing it. A gentle, repeating whisper, keeping everything in motion. You think about how far this story stretches, how humans have spent millennia chasing, measuring, dividing, worshiping, and fighting time. And yet, right now, you feel the truth that every clockmaker, philosopher, and astronomer missed. Time doesn't belong to us. We belong to it. You stand, brushing off your coat, and start walking home. The city feels different now. Not mechanical, but alive. Each sound and shadow has weight. Each breath feels deliberate. You pass a bakery setting out tomorrow's bread. You smell yeast and warmth, and for a second it feels like the future and the past are kneading themselves into the same loaf. By the time you reach your door, you're smiling. The key turns, the hinges creak, and the familiar quiet of home welcomes you in. You set your phone down face first, its screen going dark. The ticking world outside fades. You pour a glass of water and sit by the window. The moon hangs low, fat and serene. The clouds drift slowly across its face, and you realize that even now, when everything else has changed, the moon still marks the same rhythm it always did. Its pull shaping tides, sleep, and time itself. You sip, exhale, and let your shoulders fall. No more counting, no more measuring, just being. Outside, the clock strikes midnight. The sound is soft, almost tender, like an old friend saying goodnight. You whisper back, "I'm still here." And for the first time in what feels like forever, time whispers nothing in return, because it doesn't need to. It's already listening. The clock's chime fades, leaving behind a silence so pure it almost hums. You sit in it, motionless, your breath rising and falling with the same rhythm the earth has known since its first dawn. The stillness feels infinite, like a pause between worlds. Outside, the streetlight flickers once, then steadies. A cat slips soundlessly through a hedge. Somewhere a window closes, a soft click in the night. You can feel the city winding itself tighter into sleep, its pulse slowing, its heart beating deeper underground. You glance at the faint reflection in the window, your own face framed by moonlight. It looks older and younger at once, like every version of you layered in one body. The child who watched the stars, the worker who chased deadlines, the dreamer who once thought time was something to control. They all live here in this same present, quietly breathing together. You realize now that time never took anything from you. It simply changed shape. What you called past isn't gone. It's folded inside you. The future isn't waiting. It's already whispering through your pulse, urging you forward. All of it, yesterday, today, tomorrow, exists in the same glowing thread you're touching right now. The universe outside agrees. The wind rises and rustles through the trees, steady and alive. The moon glides through its invisible path. Somewhere above, a satellite crosses the sky, keeping time for a world that sleeps below it. But here where you sit, the only rhythm that matters is your heartbeat, echoing softly against the walls. You stand, stretch, and step away from the window. The floor creaks, the sound of now. You turn off the light. Darkness folds around you, warm and forgiving. You lie down, the sheets cool, the pillow smelling faintly of laundry and quiet. In the distance, a siren wails and fades, a neighbor's door clicks, someone laughs faintly on the sidewalk. You hear every sound as if it belongs to the same great rhythm, a lullaby written by the world itself. Your breathing slows. The edges of thought blur. You can still sense time moving, but it feels different now, not linear, not sharp. More like a tide you float in, steady and kind. You remember the first humans counting moons, carving calendars into bone. You remember priests with sundials, sailors with stars, monks with bells, engineers with gears, scientists with atoms, dreamers with phones glowing in their palms. You see them all, across centuries, all looking upward, all asking the same question. How much time do we have? And then another softer one. What will we do with it? You smile, eyes half closed. The answer feels simple now, so simple it makes you exhale. You will live. You will notice. You will love. You will rest. Outside, the moon climbs higher. Its light slides across your floor, slow and deliberate, marking time in the oldest way there is by moving across the body of the earth. Your eyes drift closed. The heartbeat of the world merges with your own. Time doesn't stop, but for a while, it doesn't need to move. And in that perfect weightless moment between one breath and the next, time finally lets you sleep. The night stretches on, smooth and endless. The world outside your window has gone still, suspended in the quietest hours when even time seems to hesitate. The streetlights glow pale and steady, halos drifting in the mist. You lie there, half awake, feeling your heartbeat sync with the silence. Something remarkable happens when you stop chasing minutes. Time opens its hand. It doesn't push you forward or pull you back. It just lets you be. You feel it now, wrapping around you like a blanket, soft and infinite. You turn slightly, the sheets whispering, and catch the slow movement of moonlight across the wall. It's climbing, one careful inch at a time, tracing the hours without sound or urgency. That's the first clock, the one older than any human craft, still keeping perfect rhythm with the turning earth. You imagine what the first people must have felt thousands of years ago, watching the same light drift across their caves. They didn't call it time. It was simply the sky breathing, the earth turning, the fire crackling lower, life unfolding in rhythm with something they didn't need to explain. And here you are in a different age, but doing the same thing, watching light move. You realize you haven't escaped time at all. You've returned to it. You've found the pulse beneath the seconds. Outside, the moon lowers toward the horizon. The stars begin to fade one by one. The air feels cooler now. Even the night is exhaling. You can almost sense the slow tilt of the planet beneath you, the whisper of dawn beginning somewhere far away. You think about how every generation before you has lived this same motion, the turning from dark to light, from silence to sound. Time isn't something we pass through. It's something that carries us gently, like a river that remembers every traveler. You let your mind drift. Images rise and fall. Ancient stones marked with stars, bells echoing across monasteries, gears turning in dusty towers, the flicker of a pocket watch, the glow of a digital clock at midnight. They blend together into a single heartbeat, centuries collapsing into one. For a moment, you feel it all at once, the endlessness and the immediacy, the weight of ages and the weightlessness of now. You smile, eyes heavy, the kind of smile that comes when something vast finally makes sense in its simplicity. The first hint of dawn presses at the edges of the sky. You can't see the sun yet, but the darkness has softened. The stars retreat, their ancient task done. The world is about to begin again, exactly as it always has. You breathe out slowly, letting the last of your wakefulness fade. The sound of your heartbeat becomes distant, almost like waves on a far shore. Time, for once, isn't something outside you. It's something within. And as the light begins to bloom quietly at the edge of the world, you fall into sleep, not away from time, but deeper into it. The river carries you onward, steady and sure, toward another dawn that will wait patiently for your return. Dawn comes quietly, like a secret being told to the world. The first light brushes the window pane, soft and golden, tracing the outlines of furniture, touching your face with the gentlest warmth. Somewhere a bird begins to sing, hesitant at first, then braver. Its song threads through the quiet, the first sound of a new day. You stir beneath the blanket, caught in that delicate place between dreaming and waking. The air feels different now, alive, glowing, infinite. The world is stretching awake, and time, faithful as ever, resumes its slow spin. You open your eyes. The room is filled with that pale, forgiving light that makes everything seem cleaner, newer. The glass of water on your bedside table gleams like crystal. The clock, silent through the night, begins to tick again, steady and sure. Each sound feels less like a reminder and more like a heartbeat, proof that the world is still turning, that you are still here. Outside, the city yawns back to life. Cars start, doors open, footsteps echo on sidewalks. The same rhythm as yesterday, and yet entirely different, because you've changed. You don't feel the need to chase the hours this morning. Instead, you watch them unfold, one quiet minute at a time, like petals opening to light. You pour a cup of coffee and stand by the window. The steam curls upward, catching the sunlight in soft tendrils. Across the street, a child tugs at their parent's hand with a man laughing. A jogger slows to tie a shoe. Someone waters plants on a balcony. It's all so ordinary, and that's what makes it beautiful. You realize that time, for all its mystery and vastness, always brings you back here, to small human moments, to laughter, breath, warmth, and light. That's where it lives, not in seconds or centuries, but in the quiet persistence of life going on. As you sip your coffee, the first sunbeam spills across the floor, painting everything in gold. You think of all the mornings before this one, the ancient fires, the sundials, the monks, the machines, the endless clocks. They were never about control. They were love letters to the present, ways to notice, ways to belong. You set the cup down, feeling its faint heat against your palm. The light is brighter now, touching every corner of the room. This is what time has been trying to tell you all along. You were never running out of it. You were always inside it. You are it. The city hums, the sun climbs higher, somewhere a bell rings, somewhere a clock ticks, somewhere another story begins. And for a single perfect heartbeat, you understand everything. Then the moment passes, as all moments do, but it leaves something behind. Peace. You breathe in, slow and steady, and step forward into the day. The light follows, soft and endless. Time moves. You move with it, always together, always now. The day unfolds easily, without hurry. You walk outside, and the world feels newly washed. Streets still damp from dawn, air crisp, sunlight slipping between buildings in thin golden blades. Every sound seems softened by distance. Footsteps, laughter, the faint murmur of traffic. The rhythm is familiar, but it no longer owns you. You move with it instead of through it. As you stroll, you notice how time expresses itself in everything. The shadows stretch and shrink with quiet discipline. Flowers tilt their faces toward the sun. A breeze lifts the scent of cut grass, brief, perfect, and gone. Even decay feels gentle, leaves curling into themselves, colors deepening before fading. Time is both growth and letting go, endlessly balanced. You pause at a small park fountain. The water arcs and falls, repeating endlessly, yet never the same twice. You crouch, touch its surface, and feel the cool current slip through your fingers. That movement, constant, fluid, ungraspable, is what time truly is. You can never hold it, but you can feel it. Nearby, a street musician plays a violin. The melody drifts through the air, slow and wistful. People pass, a few toss coins, most don't. But for you, the notes linger. You close your eyes, and the sound stretches the moment wide open. You remember nights long past, the soft hum of mechanical clocks, the flicker of firelight, the faces of people you've loved and lost. It's all still there, carried in memory's rhythm. When you open your eyes, the world feels bigger somehow, like time has become a landscape instead of a line. Every corner, every sound, every light is part of it. Even silence has weight now. A child runs by, chasing a paper airplane. It wobbles, catches an updraft, and soars farther than expected. The boy laughs, a bright sound that pierces through centuries of worry and invention. For a second, it feels like time itself is laughing with him. You smile, because this endless cycle of motion and pause, of wonder returning to ordinary things, is the true heartbeat of the universe. As afternoon leans toward evening, the light turns honey soft again. Long shadows cross your path. You realize how much of life is about learning to move with those shadows, neither fighting nor fearing them, just watching how they change and knowing you're changing too. The musician packs up, the fountain keeps singing, the city exhales into twilight. Somewhere behind you, a church bell rings, slow and deliberate. Each tone folds into the air like a farewell. You look once more at the horizon. The light is fading but not ending. It's simply going somewhere else, just like every hour before it, just like every life. And for the first time, you feel it fully. You are not losing time. You are living it. Every breath, every sound, every beam of light, time moves through you and you through it, inseparable. You take one last deep breath, let it go, and begin walking again. The city hums, the air cools, the sky deepens. The present expands around you, vast and kind. You don't need to know what comes next. You're already in it. Evening gathers itself again, slowly, gracefully, like a curtain falling at the end of a play that never truly ends. The colors drain from the sky in stages, gold to rose, rose to violet, violet to the deep indigo of almost night. The air cools and stills. Every sound, voices, footsteps, wind, seems to bow before the quiet. You find yourself walking along the edge of a lake. The surface holds the last blush of daylight, trembling slightly with each ripple. Somewhere far across the water, a light flickers on. A house, a boat, maybe a watchtower. You can't tell. All that matters is the reflection, how the light quivers in the dark like a heartbeat underwater. You sit on a weathered bench, the wood smooth from decades of waiting. Around you, the first insects begin their evening songs. It's the oldest orchestra in the world, and it hasn't changed in a million years. Each chirp, each hum is perfectly timed. Nature's clock. The one that never broke, never needed fixing. The air smells faintly of pine and wet soil. You take a long breath and let it out. Time moves differently here. It stretches, it softens. You can almost feel the day folding itself carefully away, each hour tucked into memory. Nothing is wasted. Nothing truly ends. You think back on the whole journey, the firelit nights, the starlit maps, the bells, the machines, the satellites, the silence. All of it has led here to this moment of stillness, this soft boundary between day and night. Humanity has learned to measure everything but this, the feeling of time exhaling. You close your eyes, listening. The water laps against the shore with a rhythm older than words. It sounds like breathing. You realize you've been breathing with it all along. Across the lake, another light appears, then another. Tiny constellations born from human hands. Towns, homes, windows, all small sparks mirroring the sky above. For a moment, you can't tell which is reflection and which is real. Maybe that's the secret. They're the same. The heavens were never separate from us. We just learned to build our own stars. The moon rises slow and deliberate, heavy and whole. Its light spreads across the lake, turning ripples to silver. You watch as it reaches your feet and spills over your hands, cool and luminous. For the first time, you see what time really is, not a line or a circle, but a shimmer, a continuous movement of light across everything that exists. You whisper something to yourself. You're not sure what. Maybe a prayer, maybe a thank you. The sound vanishes into the night, but the feeling remains. In this moment, there's no past and no future. There's only now, vast, quiet, eternal. The same now that the first people saw when they looked up at the stars and tried to understand what was holding them there. You stand and look once more across the lake. The water glows faintly, the air hums, the world feels unmeasured and infinite. You smile, not because you've reached the end, but because you finally understand there is no end. There is only this: light, breath, motion, and rest. Time doesn't move away from you anymore. It moves with you like a shadow walking home. You turn back toward the path, the moon lighting the way. Each step feels quiet but certain, as though the earth itself is keeping time for you. Somewhere behind, the lake ripples. Somewhere ahead, dawn is already forming. And between them, between what has been and what will be, you walk steadily onward, perfectly in rhythm with forever. The path curves gently along the lake's edge, and as you walk, the night deepens into something almost sacred. The air grows cooler, heavy with that soft, silvery quiet that comes only after everything else has stopped trying to speak. Each step you take sounds measured but not hurried, the rhythm of someone who has stopped counting. The trees lean in close, their branches whispering above your head. The wind moves through them like a voice older than words. Somewhere far off, an owl calls. 3 notes, low and calm. The echo rolls over the water and disappears into the distance. You stop for a moment and look up. The stars are brighter now that the moon has climbed higher. It's strange, you think, how they seem still, though you know they're moving faster than you can imagine. Every one of them is burning, racing through the dark. Yet from here, they look eternal. You wonder if that's what time really is, a matter of distance. Up close, everything changes, everything moves. From far enough away, everything lasts forever. The wind dies down, the lake smooths itself into a mirror, and the reflection of the moon is perfect, steady, whole, infinite. You feel the pull of it, the same pull that tugs at the tides and your thoughts alike. You remember that we are mostly water, that our bodies answer to the same ancient rhythm as the ocean. The moon doesn't just mark time, it makes it. You sit down on the grass. The ground is cool, damp with dew. You can smell the life beneath it, the slow work of roots and soil. You think about how time moves differently down there, how a seed waits for months before it dares to open, how stone erodes by inches across centuries. Everything obeys its own clock, and none of them are wrong. Somewhere in the dark, a small creature moves. You hear the rustle, then stillness. Even that, the pause between sounds, is time. You close your eyes and listen again to the invisible heartbeat of the world. It's faint but steady, everywhere and nowhere at once. It's in the wind, in your pulse, in the slow spin of the planet itself. And as you breathe, you realize you've never really been separate from it. All your life, you've tried to measure time, to hold it still, to make it mean something. But time has always been doing the same for you, holding you, shaping you. carrying you quietly through every light and shadow. You open your eyes, and the sky seems even wider. The stars aren't above you anymore, they're around you. You are part of their pattern. A warmth spreads through your chest, the kind that feels like peace, but also like awakening. You whisper a small, wordless thank you into the dark, not to anything specific, to everything. The moon tilts lower, its reflection rippling once more. You stand slowly, brushing the grass from your hands. The path ahead glows faintly in its light, silver and sure. You take a deep breath and step forward. One step, then another. No destination, just movement. The night folds around you like an embrace. Behind you, the water shimmers. Ahead, the horizon breathes. You walk on, not toward an ending, but through the quiet pulse of forever, calm, steady, and completely, beautifully in time. The trail winds into an open meadow. The grass glows faintly under the moonlight, each blade tipped with dew that catches the light like stars fallen to earth. You walk slowly through it, your steps brushing through the shimmer. The night feels endless, no edges, no hours, just the slow, patient rhythm of existence breathing in the dark. Far away, the horizon begins to pale, barely perceptible at first. A thin gray ribbon of light stretches where sky meets earth. Another dawn is coming, quiet and certain. It makes you smile, not because it's new, but because it's familiar. Time's oldest promise is always kept. You pause to watch the change unfold. The stars don't vanish all at once. They fade gently, one by one, like candles being blown out by distance. The air carries the faint scent of soil warming, of flowers not yet open. Even the insects hush for a moment, as though the whole world is waiting for permission to begin again. You close your eyes and listen. You can hear the planet turning, not literally, but in the soft crescendos of sound, the whisper of wind, the shifting of water, the faraway murmur of waking life. Everything is part of one enormous pulse, one seamless movement through light and shadow. You think of how long this has been happening, how countless mornings have risen before this one, how many will rise after. All the empires, inventions, and names will pass, but the dawn remains. Time is not a straight road after all. It's a circle drawn in light. The first edge of the sun breaks through the clouds, and the lake behind you flares gold. The dew on the grass flashes like sparks, then melts away. A bird calls, another answers, and the silence gives way to song. You feel the warmth touch your face, gentle, forgiving, alive. You breathe in deeply. The air is cool, sharp, filled with the scent of everything reborn. You realize that every dawn, every moment is both old and new. Time folding itself over again, endlessly renewing, endlessly forgiving. You look down at your hands, at the faint shimmer of moisture on your skin. They look the same as they always have, yet you know they're different now, changed by every second that ever touched them. You think of all the hands before yours that built fires, turned pages, wound clocks, reached toward light. The motion continues through you. And in that realization comes a kind of still joy. You are both fleeting and infinite, one heartbeat in the great rhythm, but a heartbeat that matters. The sun lifts higher, burning away the last trace of night. The path ahead gleams with morning color. You start walking again, not toward a destination, but into motion itself, the same motion that carried your ancestors, the same one that will carry everything after. Your footsteps join the sound of wind and bird song. You can feel time moving with you, gentle and familiar, no longer a thing to fear or chase, just a companion walking beside you, whispering softly with every breath, here, now. And for once, that's all you need. You walk farther into the light. The meadow opens wider, and the sky above blooms from silver into soft blue. The air smells of damp earth and new leaves. Somewhere nearby, water runs over stones, a quiet stream threading through the morning like a song without words. You kneel beside it and cup your hands. The water is cold, clear, alive. You drink, and the shock of it makes you smile. You feel awake, not just in your body, but in every hidden corner of thought. The world isn't beginning, it's continuing, and somehow that feels more beautiful. When you look into the stream, your reflection ripples, stretching and reforming as the current moves. It's like watching yourself through time, all the versions of you that ever were, blending and dissolving, returning to one shape only to shift again. You see it for what it is, a reminder that change isn't loss. It's the nature of all things that live. You follow the stream as it winds through the grass. It glints in the sunlight like liquid glass, always in motion, always returning to itself. You remember the ancient rivers, the Nile, the Ganges, the Tigris, that once taught civilizations how to measure time. People watched them flood and retreat, learning the cycles of the earth long before they built clocks. You realize that rivers are the oldest calendars. They never lie about when it's time to plant, to rest, to begin again. A dragonfly hovers near the surface, its wings flickering like light made solid. It lands, then lifts away again, effortless and precise. You can't help but admire its simplicity. It doesn't divide its day, it doesn't count or plan. It just is. And yet, in its brief life, it experiences everything: the warmth, the water, the wind. You walk on, following the sound of the stream until it disappears into a grove of trees. The air under the leaves is cool and green, shafts of sunlight cut through filled with drifting specks of dust and pollen. You stop in one of those beams and watch the particles swirl. It feels like standing inside a clock made of light, each mote a tiny hand moving through eternity. You sit on a fallen log, your back against the bark, and close your eyes. The forest hums around you, birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling high above. You can feel the heartbeat of the world again, slow and steady beneath your feet. And then something simple but astonishing happens. You stop trying to feel the passage of time. You just exist in it. No before, no after. Only breath. The thought that comes next isn't loud. It's quiet, clear, like the sound of wind through reeds. This is what they were all looking for. The astronomers, the priests, the monks, the engineers, they weren't chasing control. They were searching for harmony, for this feeling. The morning deepens. A shaft of sunlight warms your face. Somewhere far away, a bell rings again, soft, slow, as if marking not hours but moments. You open your eyes, the trees glow brighter, greener, almost golden. The sound of the world folds into one long note, one perfect pulse. You rise and keep walking, through the light, through the sound, through the breath of everything that was and will be. The path fades behind you. The day stretches ahead. You are moving, as always, perfectly and quietly through time. The forest opens gradually, the trees thinning into a clearing filled with long grass and wild flowers. You step out from the shadow into full light. The warmth of the sun settles across your shoulders, and the scent of pine gives way to something sweeter. Honeysuckle, maybe, or jasmine carried on a soft wind. The air feels almost tangible, full of quiet energy. You stop for a moment just to listen. No machines, no footsteps, no hum of engines. Only the living rhythm of the world, leaves trembling, bees drifting, the distant murmur of the stream still tracing its patient path through the woods. The sound feels eternal. You walk forward until you reach the center of the clearing. The grass here is higher, almost brushing your hands. When you trail your fingers through it, the blades bend and spring back, whispering like soft voices. Every movement catches the light differently, each moment unique and fleeting. It strikes you that this is what time looks like when it's alive, shimmering, changing, never still. You sit down, letting the grass surround you. From here, the sky looks impossibly wide, a vast ocean of pale blue. Clouds move slowly across it, their edges dissolving and reforming. You watch them drift and realize you've seen this same movement in everything, in rivers, in people, in memory. Nothing holds its shape forever, and nothing truly disappears. It all just flows forward, reshaped but continuous. You lie back, the earth cool beneath you. The soil smells rich and old, a scent that carries centuries. You can feel it through your spine, the deep, slow turning of the planet itself. Every rotation, every heartbeat, every wave, all part of the same rhythm. Time isn't passing over you, it's passing through you. As you stare up at the sky, you start to imagine all the things above and below it. Roots spreading in darkness, stars spinning in silence, every particle in motion. You are part of all of it. You always have been. Somewhere nearby, a bird lands in the grass. You hear the faint rustle, then it's clear. Two-note call. The sound loops softly, perfectly timed with your breathing. For a second, you think, this is time speaking. If only I knew how to listen. The wind shifts again, cool against your face. You can feel evening beginning its slow approach. The light grows warmer, thicker. The edges of the world start to soften. You close your eyes and let the warmth and sound blend together. The moment feels endless, one heartbeat stretched into forever. And in that quiet, you finally understand what all the counting and measuring were trying to say. Time isn't something to master or fear. It's the constant reminder that everything moves because everything lives. The thought drifts away as easily as it came. You breathe and the grass sways with you and the earth hums beneath. When you open your eyes again, the sky is changing color, blue melting into amber, then into rose. Another day is preparing to fold itself into memory. You sit up slowly, brushing seeds from your shirt, and smile. You've stopped keeping track of the hours. There's no need. You've learned their language. You stand, stretch, and turn back toward the forest, the air glowing golden around you. The light feels soft against your skin, like as if the world is saying goodbye and hello at the same time. You walk on quietly, and the day walks with you, its rhythm matching yours, step for step, heartbeat for heartbeat, until everything feels like one unbroken motion. And somewhere in that motion, as the light deepens and the shadows lengthen, you realize you are no longer following time. You are part of it. The light slides lower, melting into a soft haze that paints the meadow in gold and rose. Every blade of grass seems to catch its own fragment of sunset. You walk slowly, feeling the air cool against your skin. The warmth lingers only in the light itself, stretching long and thin over the land like a final brushstroke. Ahead, the forest is quieter now, birds settling, the wind softening. The world seems to be holding its breath, suspended in that narrow space between day and night. The colors deepen, and for a moment, everything looks like it's glowing from within. The trees, the water, even the shadows. You stop beside a fallen tree and sit. The wood is smooth and cool, the surface carved by years of rain and sun. You run your fingers along it, tracing the lines where the bark once lived. Each ring, hidden beneath the surface, tells a story of seasons, of drought and rain, of summer light and winter dark. Time has been written inside it, quiet and patient. Above, The first stars appear, faint but steady. They look different than they did last night, sharper, somehow closer. You realize that this entire journey has been nothing more than the earth turning beneath those same lights, again and again. Every night you've lived has been the same rotation, the same pattern, the same gift repeated endlessly. The wind returns, brushing through the tall grass with the sound of whispering pages. It feels like time is speaking again, not in words, but in movement, in presence. You listen, and for the first time, you don't try to translate, you just let it wash through you. You lean back against the log, watching the horizon shift from rose to deep violet. A faint crescent moon rises, thin as a sigh. You think about all the people who have looked up at it, the first wanderers who used it to find their way at him, the farmers who trusted it to tell them when to plant, the poets who turned its silence into song, all of them living in different centuries under the same sky, all of them for a few heartbeats sharing this same moment. You breathe slowly, feeling the rhythm settle in your chest. It isn't a heartbeat or a second or an hour. It's something deeper, the pulse of being itself, the same rhythm that beats through oceans and seasons, through stars and atoms. The light fades further, the stars take their places. The day's final warmth slips from the air, leaving only a soft stillness. You know it now. The truth time has been trying to teach you since the beginning. There's no start and no end, no race and no finish. Only the flow, the turning, the breath. You close your eyes. The world hums around you, quiet and alive. The air tastes faintly of rain that hasn't fallen yet. Somewhere far away, a bell rings once, a single tone, low and lingering. You open your eyes again and smile. The world is dark, but not empty. It's full of the same promise it's always kept, that everything passes and everything returns. You stand once more, stretch, and take a final look at the sky. The stars burn brighter now, so many of them that the blackness between almost disappears. You can't tell where the night ends and you begin. And in that small, perfect moment, standing still as the earth turns, you understand that you were never moving through time. You were always at its center. The night has deepened into something vast and velvet, soft enough to swallow every sound but the quiet rustle of your breath. You walk slowly, not toward anything, just within it. The world is hushed now, all edges rounded, all motions smoothed into calm. Even your footsteps seem softer, as if time itself has patted the ground for you. You follow the curve of a narrow path that winds through the meadow's edge. Fireflies have begun to appear, tiny, pulsing lanterns that drift in lazy arcs. They flash and fade, their rhythm imperfect but harmonious. You watch one hover close enough to see the faint shimmer of its wings, then blink out and vanish. For a moment, it feels like you've just seen a second disappear, and somehow it's beautiful. The air carries the scent of damp grass and night-blooming flowers. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls again, low, thoughtful, almost conversational. You imagine the sound rippling through the trees, echoing from trunk to trunk, like a message being passed along. Everything alive seems to be speaking quietly tonight, in a language of pauses and patience. You reach a small rise at the meadow's far edge and stop. Below you, the land stretches open, fields fading into dark, a thin river glinting faintly under the moon, hills etched against the starlight. It looks endless. It looks eternal. And for the first time, the idea of eternity doesn't feel heavy. It feels kind. You sit down in the grass and tilt your head back. The Milky Way spills across the sky, a silver river of light. You've seen it before, of course, but it never feels the same twice. Tonight it looks closer, like you could reach up and stir it with your fingertips. The stars hum their silent rhythm, steady as breath. You remember the old myths that the gods lived among those lights, that fate was written in their patterns, that souls could become stars when they left the earth. Maybe those weren't mistakes. Maybe those were the truest ways to talk about wonder when there weren't words for infinity. As you sit there, something soft stirs inside you. Gratitude, maybe, or recognition. You realize that you've come all this way through centuries and civilizations only to arrive here at the same place humanity started, looking up, asking nothing but what is this? You don't need the answer anymore. The question is enough. A shooting star arcs across the sky, bright and brief, gone before you can make a wish. You smile anyway. You already have everything you would have wished for. This breath, this stillness, this awareness of being exactly where you are. You lie back in the grass, the cool earth rising to meet you. The world above blurs as your eyes grow heavy. The last thing you see before you close them is the slow drift of another star, faint but steady, keeping its ancient course. And in that final waking thought, you understand completely. Time was never the ticking or the counting. It was this endless unfolding of light and shadow, of movement and rest. The universe doesn't measure it, it is it. And so are you. You exhale once, long and quiet, and let the night cradle you. The stars keep their rhythm, the earth keeps its turn, and time, faithful and endless, keeps breathing you gently forward into forever. You drift in that quiet for what could be minutes or centuries. There's no way to tell anymore, and it doesn't matter. The air rests cool against your skin, and the earth beneath you feels steady and alive. The grass sighs softly with each slow breath of wind, and somewhere a cricket begins to sing, a small, precise rhythm marking nothing but its own contentment. You open your eyes to a world that looks both ancient and newborn. The stars above seem closer now, the stars' pride vast but intimate, their light sharp and clear. You can see the faint swirl of the Milky Way arching overhead, a reminder that you're lying inside a galaxy spinning through its own immense clockwork of time. Yet it doesn't feel distant or cold. It feels familiar, as if you've finally learned the pattern of its breathing. You stretch your hand toward the sky and trace an invisible line between the stars. You think of all the people who've done this before, thousands of generations drawing meaning from the same constellations. They gave them names, told stories, built calendars, shaped destinies, and now here you are, adding your quiet presence to that endless chain of watchers. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of the coming dawn, damp earth, distant rain, a faint sweetness from flowers you can't see. You sit up slowly, and the horizon greets you with its first faint shimmer of light. Not gold yet, just the palest gray blue, like the world remembering how to wake. The night has done its work. It has stretched, held, and soothed the world into stillness. Now it yields to morning without a fight, the way it always has, the way it always will. You stand, brushing dew from your hands, and look around. The meadow, the river, the trees, all of it glows faintly, caught in that in-between moment where time feels soft and fluid. It's the moment when everything exists together. The last breath of night, the first whisper of day, the past, the future, the endless now. You begin walking again, slow steps through the grass, each one making a soft sound like a heartbeat. The sky brightens by degrees, and with every shade that changes, you feel something lift, a kind of peace that isn't learned but remembered. This is the truth you've been walking toward all along. Time isn't counting down, it's unfolding. It's not a line, not even a circle. It's a wave that carries everything with it, endlessly renewing itself. The light grows stronger. The stars fade. The horizon glows. You feel the warmth touch your face again, the first warmth of another beginning. You smile, not because the journey is over, but because it never needed to end. The river glints like molten silver as the sun rises, and for a moment the whole world seems to shimmer. You stop and take one last deep breath. The air fills your lungs with morning. You exhale slowly, and everything, light, sound, memory, seems to move with that breath. Somewhere behind you, the night slips quietly into memory. Somewhere ahead, the day begins to bloom. And here between them, you stand exactly where you've always been, inside the rhythm of the universe, awake to the miracle that every heartbeat, every sunrise, every step through time was never separate from eternity at all. The sun climbs slowly, like it's in no hurry to chase away what the night has left behind. The meadow brightens in layers. First, the soft gray dissolves into pearl, then gold touches the tops of the grass, then the full light spills out like a quiet tide. You feel it on your skin, gentle and steady, and it feels like the world is remembering you. Mist rises from the river, moving in slow ribbons that catch the light. It twists and curls like thought itself, forming shapes that vanish as soon as you try to name them. You watch for a long moment, realizing how much of existence is like that. Things appearing and disappearing, meaning forming and fading. Nothing meant to be held, everything meant to be noticed. The birds begin their cautious greetings, one by one. The air fills with a scatter of notes, small, uncertain, but growing bolder with every minute. Each call sounds like a tiny celebration, a reminder that life begins again every single morning without needing permission. You walk toward the river. The water is cold when you touch it, clear enough to see the smooth stones beneath. Each stone has its own story, polished by years of motion, shaped by every current that's ever passed through. None of them fight the flow, they just yield, transform, and endure. You crouch, cupping the water in your hands, watching it spill between your fingers. It's the same water that's been here for millions of years, evaporated, rained, frozen, thawed, passed through countless lungs and leaves and clouds. It has been mountain snow, ocean mist, a tear on someone's cheek, the sweat on a farmer's brow, and now it's here, touching your skin. You let it go, and it keeps moving. The sunlight catches on the ripples, scattering gold across the surface. You realize how easy it is to mistake simplicity for smallness. There's nothing small about this quiet river, this single morning, this breath. It's everything the universe ever learned about balance, condensed into one moment. The path ahead curves toward a line of trees. You follow it, each step sinking softly into the damp soil. The world feels awake now, but not noisy, just full. Bees hum around early blooms. The air hums faintly with warmth. You glance back once. The meadow stretches behind you, glowing in the new light, a sea of quiet gold. It looks endless again, but in a different way now. Not vast and unknowable, but vast and welcoming. You keep walking until the path narrows into shade and the trees close around you in a cool green hush. Sunlight filters through the leaves, flickering across your face. The forest smells of sap and moss and beginnings. Every sound, the rustle of a branch, the whisper of wind through needles, feels deliberate, like the world is speaking in the smallest language it knows. And for the first time, you realize that maybe this has been time's secret all along. It doesn't count or chase or end. It just continues to speak in new voices, in new shapes, saying the same thing again and again. You are here, and that is enough. You close your eyes for a moment, breathing in the scent of green and sunlight. The forest breathes back, and for that instant, you can't tell where it ends and you begin. When you open your eyes again, the world feels newly made, soft, forgiving, and infinite. You walk deeper into the trees, and the light softens as if it's decided to rest too. The canopy filters the sun into small golden fragments that drift down and settle on the ground like dust made of time. Every breath you take feels older than language and lighter than thought. The forest has that timeless quiet where everything moves, but nothing rushes. You hear it in the rhythm of the leaves brushing against each other, in the creak of branches that have stood through centuries, in the low heartbeat hum that seems to rise from the soil itself. The air tastes of earth and green and distance. You follow a narrow stream winding through the undergrowth. Its song is delicate, trickling, laughing softly to itself as it slips over stones and roots. You crouch beside it and run your fingers through the water again. Colder now, cleaner. The sound wraps around you like a lullaby you half remember from a childhood you might have dreamed. In the stillness, memories drift in like leaves on water. Not your memories, not exactly. More like impressions left behind by all who came before. The hunter who paused here at dawn to drink, the healer who gathered herbs where the light touched the moss, the wanderer who looked up through these same branches and thought the stars must surely live among the leaves. You realize that time isn't just ahead or behind you, it's beside you. It moves through the roots, in the current, in the air between your fingers. Everything that's ever been still hums quietly in the background, still present, still alive in some gentle frequency that never stopped resonating. A small bird lands on a branch nearby, tilting its head as if to measure your stillness. It chirps once, a short, clear sound that startles you and then makes you smile. The creature doesn't stay long. It flits away as suddenly as it appeared, but its tiny voice lingers like an echo of joy. You keep walking until the forest begins to thin. Through the trees, you see light widening ahead, that soft color that belongs only to morning fully born. You step out from the shade, and there's the open sky again, endless and bright and impossibly calm. The world looks newly washed, every edge softened by sunlight. Far off, hills roll into each other like gentle waves. The air feels cleaner, lighter, full of promise, but not expectation. You've walked through the night, through history, through the patient breathing of the world, and you've come out on the other side, unhurried, unburdened, still whole. You stop and close your eyes once more. The warmth of the sun spreads through you. You can almost hear the rhythm of your heartbeat syncing with something larger, the same pulse that moves rivers, grows forests, spins planets, and carries galaxies across the dark. And as you breathe, the last of the night's quiet settles somewhere deep inside you, not as memory, but as knowing. A calm that doesn't fade when you open your eyes again. A reminder that even when the day gets loud, the silence is still there underneath it, waiting. You take another step forward, then another, and the path opens before you. The light grows brighter, but it's gentle, like the world's own slow exhale. And just like that, you realize you never left the stars at all. You simply carried them with you, one quiet breath at a time. The path bends one last time, tracing the rim of a low hill. As you climb, the wind returns, soft, cool, familiar, threading through your hair like an old friend. It carries the scent of grass and distance, of somewhere you haven't been yet but already know. The ground beneath you feels lighter now, not because it's changed, but because you have. At the top, you stop. The view opens wide, valleys unrolling in every direction, rivers glinting, clouds drifting low and slow. You stand there quietly, listening to the hum of the living world. It's faint, but it's there. Bees somewhere below, a faraway bell from a village hidden by hills, the subtle sway of the air itself. The planet has its own kind of music, you think, and all you've done tonight is finally learn how to hear it. You sink down into the grass. It's warm from the sun now, a different warmth than before, steadier, grounded. For the first time, you realize how deeply you can rest without stopping. How stillness isn't the absence of motion, but the moment when movement and peace become the same thing. You look up again. The stars are gone, but you can still sense them beyond the blue. Their light is everywhere, folded into the daylight, stitched into your shadow. What they gave hasn't vanished. It's only changed shape, like everything else that endures. Your eyes follow a hawk circling above. It moves with such precision, such unbroken grace, that for a moment you forget where the bird ends and the air begins. You think about all the stories humanity has told to explain moments like this: constellations, gods, patterns carved into time. You understand them now, not as superstition, but as longing made into language. The wind shifts again, brushing your face. You exhale, and it feels like the whole world exhales with you. No weight, no rush, just breath and balance. You lie back, watching the clouds drift. Their shapes change with every heartbeat: mountains, animals, faces, and then dissolve. You smile quietly at the reminder that even the sky never tries to hold on to anything. Somewhere below, the river you followed keeps moving. The forest breathes, the meadow gleams, everything continues as it always has, and somehow that feels like a promise. You close your eyes. The sunlight filters through your eyelids, warm and golden, the same color as memory. You let your breathing slow until it matches the rhythm of the earth beneath you, steady, endless, forgiving. And in that rhythm, you feel it again. Time folding around you, not as hours or years, but as one continuous, gentle motion, the kind that carries seeds into trees, stars into dust, people into stories, and you, right now, into rest. The last sound you hear is the wind, whispering through the grass, saying something it's been saying forever. You are part of this. You always were, and you always will be. The breeze softens, becoming almost weightless as it drifts through the tall grass around you. The warmth of the sun deepens, soaking into your skin until you can't tell where its light ends and your breath begins. The world has quieted into that rare stillness that feels alive, a pause between heartbeats, between thoughts, between one life and the next. You stay lying there, eyes half closed, watching the sky ripple in faint currents of light. The clouds stretch thin and bright, like veils drawn back to reveal the pale infinity beyond. Somewhere above them, the stars you followed all night still burn, unseen but unwavering. Their glow hasn't vanished, it's simply traveled farther, patient as ever. You think of those first people who tilted their faces toward the heavens and dared to measure the infinite with their own hands. They had no telescopes, no formulas, just wonder sharpened into attention. You can almost see them, tracing constellations with soot-stained fingers, whispering stories to make the darkness feel less endless. They didn't know it then, but they were teaching the world how to dream with its eyes open. You smile, realizing you've been doing the same thing, mapping your own sky, one thought at a time. Every breath, every step, every quiet moment beneath the stars has been a small act of remembering that you belong to something vast and kind. A blade of grass tickles your arm. A bee hums lazily past. Somewhere below, water moves over stone. The sounds blend into a soft rhythm that feels older than language. It fills the space where words might go, saying everything without saying anything. When you finally sit up, the world greets you with a brightness so gentle it almost feels like gratitude. The hills shimmer faintly, the air hums with heat, and even your shadow seems content to linger beside you. You don't feel like you've reached an ending, more like you've slipped quietly into the middle of forever. You take one last look around, the meadow bending in the breeze, the sky wide and forgiving, the memory of the stars still glowing somewhere behind it all. And you understand, this isn't a story about beginnings or endings, but about continuity, about how light travels, how time folds, how everything that ever was keeps moving through everything that is. You breathe in once more, deep and slow, tasting sunlight and air that's been shared by countless lives before yours. You let it out even slower, and the world exhales with you, balanced, effortless, complete. Then you rise. The grass parts softly around your feet, the wind wraps you in its quiet warmth, and the path ahead gleams like a thread of gold disappearing into the distance. You take a step and another, and the horizon waits, patient and bright. The sky holds you, the earth carries you, and somewhere far above the daylight, the stars still whisper the same old promise. You were never lost. You were always part of the light. You walk forward, and the world seems to lean in with you. Trees swaying, grass tilting, clouds drifting in slow accord. The rhythm of your steps matches the hush of wind across the hilltops, and it feels as if the land itself is walking beside you. Nothing resists, nothing hurries, everything just moves. The sun has climbed high now, but its light isn't harsh. It pours down in long, steady beams, catching the edges of each blade of grass, the curve of each stone, the shifting air that shimmers like invisible silk. You realize it's the same light that once shone on the first watchers of the stars, on the first rivers that carved time into the earth. It hasn't changed. It only keeps finding new faces to warm. A narrow trail leads you down the far side of the hill. Birds rise from the trees as you pass, scattering into the bright air, their wings flashing silver for an instant before they vanish into the blue. Each one seems to trace a brief line across the sky, tiny, fleeting constellations, written and erased within seconds. You can't help but laugh softly at the thought. Even the smallest things are part of the pattern. At the bottom of the slope, you reach a wide field bordered by reeds. The river you've followed all this way has grown broader, slower. Its surface mirrors the light so perfectly that it's impossible to tell where the world ends and reflection begins. You step closer, and the water bends the sky into ripples, your image melting into everything else. You kneel and dip your hand into it. The current curls around your fingers like silk, cool and patient. It feels like touching the pulse of something infinite, something that doesn't remember beginnings or endings, only movement. You let your hand drift, watching sunlight scatter into tiny waves. When you look up again, the horizon glows pale gold. The day is leaning toward afternoon. Shadows have lengthened, but they don't feel like omens anymore. They feel like balance. The world knows how to rest even as it keeps moving forward. You sit on a smooth stone near the riverbank. The sound of water fills the space around you, layered with wind and distant birdsong. It's music without melody, the same song you've been hearing since the first breath of the story. Sometimes in bells, sometimes in tides, sometimes in silence. You close your eyes and let that sound settle inside you. The breeze brushes your cheek, warm now like the touch of someone who's been waiting. For a long moment, you don't think, don't reach, don't remember. You just are. And then you feel it, subtle but unmistakable. The world breathing with you, the air moving in when you do, the earth exhaling as you let go. The pulse you've been chasing all along wasn't in the stars or the clocks or the river. It's in you. It's always been. You open your eyes to a world that seems to shimmer, not because it's changed, but because you finally see it as it is. One long, endless moment unfolding and folding, light to dark, breath to breath, heartbeat to heartbeat. You stand again. The grass shifts, the wind hums, the river keeps its quiet conversation with the sky. You take a slow breath, and with it comes a small, certain understanding. There are no final moments, only pauses where the universe turns the page. You smile, step forward, and continue walking, leaving nothing behind because everything, every sound, every star, every second, is still walking with you. The trail widens until it's no longer a path, but a gentle plain of gold and green stretching to the horizon. You walk across it slowly, the sun at your back now, the air warm and steady. Every sound has softened. The hum of the earth, the whisper of wind, even the river's murmur fading into distance. The world feels like it's holding its breath again, but this time not out of stillness, out of peace. You stop near a small rise where the grass grows tall and wild. Each blade bends and straightens in rhythm, a field breathing beneath the sky. You lie down there, the earth cool and familiar beneath you, and watch the clouds drift overhead. They move lazily, folding and stretching into shapes that seem half alive. Mountains, wings, faces, all dissolving back into light. The afternoon air is thick with scent, sun-warmed grass, distant water, the faint sweetness of clover. A single bee hums past, wandering nowhere in particular. You track its movement with your eyes until it disappears, and somehow that feels like enough just to have seen it go. You close your eyes for a while, and in that half-sleeping space, the world feels closer. You can sense everything at once. The slow spin of the planet, the deep vibration of roots pushing through soil, the soft touch of air moving across your skin. It's all the same rhythm, one immense heartbeat shared between every living thing. You think about how far you've walked through the dark, under the stars, beside rivers and trees, and how every moment has been the same lesson, spoken in different tongues. Time is not what passes. It's what stays. It's what connects. You open your eyes again. The sky has shifted to a deeper blue, richer, fuller. The sunlight has taken on that amber glow that signals evening's quiet approach. The shadows lengthen, not as intrusions, but as companions, soft reminders that the day is folding itself gently away. Somewhere in the distance you hear laughter, faint, human, familiar. It might be memory or it might be real. It doesn't matter. It feels like the world itself, remembering joy. You sit up, resting your arms on your knees, lights your face warm and final. It's the same light that began this journey, the same star, the same glow, and yet it feels transformed. Or maybe you are. Maybe that's the point. The breeze stirs again, carrying the smell of dust and sun. The air shivers once and then stills. You watch as the first hint of orange bleeds into the sky, turning the world soft and forgiving. The day is closing, but nothing about it feels like loss. You lie back once more, letting the ground cradle you. The world hums low and steady beneath you, endless and kind. You close your eyes and breathe, deeply, slowly, until the sound of the wind and your heartbeat become indistinguishable. There's no hurry, no destination, only the quiet rhythm of everything returning to itself. The sun dips lower, the air cools, the first star appears, blinking faintly in the vast blue. And in that moment between one breath and the next, you finally understand what it means to be timeless. Not to last forever, but to belong completely to this single, perfect now. The horizon begins to melt into gold and rose again, the kind of light that makes everything, grass, air, skin, seem weightless. The day exhales its final warmth, and the sky softens until it feels almost close enough to touch. You stand, slowly, as though not to disturb the stillness that settled over the earth. The field stretches before you, rippling gently in the evening breeze. Each movement of grass catches the last of the sun's light, turning it into waves of liquid fire. The shadows are longer now, braided into the ground, but they don't feel like darkness. They feel like rest, the world dimming its brightness in rhythm with your breath. You start walking again. No reason, no direction. The air cools as the sun dips lower. You can smell the river again, faint but familiar, winding somewhere beyond the hills. The scent of water mixes with the sweetness of drying grass and the faint tang of stone. It's the smell of ending and beginning at once. The first stars reappear, pale at first, then stronger as the sky deepens. You pause to look up, the same way you did on that first night, though something inside you has changed. Back then, the stars felt far away, mysteries suspended in impossible distance. Now they feel nearer, almost tender, like old companions watching over you. You sit down on the edge of the hill as the sun slips behind the horizon. The moment between day and night stretches long and smooth, like a held breath. The sky glows in layers, amber, violet, indigo, and the world seems to sigh in unison. Crickets begin their soft chorus again, steady as heartbeat. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth fade from your skin, replaced by the cool kiss of night air. It feels like a continuation, not a shift, as though the day never really ended. It simply changed color. You think of the astronomers who mapped the stars by hand, of the dreamers who watched the moon to measure months, of all the people who have ever sat and watched the sky just like this, waiting, wondering, feeling the quiet weight of belonging to something vast. They were never trying to control time. They were learning to listen to it. The breeze lifts again, wrapping gently around you. You breathe in, and it feels like you're breathing the same air those early watchers did, like time itself has come full circle to meet you. The stars brighten. The first firefly flickers near your knee, then another, until the meadow glows faintly with drifting light. It's as if the stars have descended to rest on the grass beside you. You smile, knowing the universe has always loved its reflections. You lie back one last time. The ground is cool, the air alive, the sky infinite. You can hear the faint rush of the river, the chorus of night beginning again, and somewhere in the distance, the low, steady hum of the earth turning beneath you. You don't need to move anymore. The world moves enough for both of you. Your eyes grow heavy. The constellations shimmer above, ancient and patient, whispering the same story they've told since the first spark of light found darkness. You breathe out. The sound of your breath joins the wind, the grass, the hum of the stars. The whole universe exhales with you. And in that perfect stillness, the line between you and time finally disappears. There is only the turning of the earth, the shimmer of light, the endless, quiet heartbeat of forever. The night settles in completely now, smooth, whole, and deep. The last traces of sunlight fade from the horizon, leaving behind a sky so vast it feels like it could fold you inside it. The stars are bright, sharp, countless. Each one burns with its own steady patience, small but unwavering, scattered like seeds across eternity. You sit quietly in the grass, knees pulled close, and the cool air presses softly against your skin. The earth has stopped glowing. It's resting now. The wind moves differently at night, slower, heavier, like it's carrying old memories from far away. Every sound, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of reeds, the faint ripple of the river, is magnified by the dark, yet none of it feels lonely. It feels alive. You look up again and try to find the constellations you've learned, but they keep shifting as you blink. The lines you draw between them change. Orion, Cassiopeia, Ursa Major, familiar names that people long ago whispered into the heavens so they wouldn't feel so small. You realize those stories weren't really about stars. They were about connection, about reminding ourselves that even in the darkest skies, we can find patterns that make sense. A faint streak of light slides across the sky, a meteor, brief as breath. It vanishes before you can react. You wonder how many have fallen since the first eyes looked up. How many wishes have been made and forgotten in the same instant? The thought makes you smile. There's comfort in knowing the universe repeats itself with such graceful indifference. You lie back again, feeling the damp cool of the earth seep through your clothes. The ground feels steady, ancient, the same ground that held every generation before you. You realize that in all of history, no one has ever stood outside of time. Every life has unfolded like this, between one dawn and another, between heartbeat and silence. You are not separate from the countless stories that came before. You are their continuation. You close your eyes. The stars remain behind your eyelids, glowing faintly in the dark. You can still feel them, not their distance, but their presence. Each one a memory of fire and persistence, each one older than any name. Your breathing slows. You can hear your pulse in your ears, a steady, rhythmic sound. It matches the quiet heartbeat of the night, the same rhythm that moves rivers, shifts tides, spins planets. For a moment, you're sure you can hear it all at once. Galaxies turning, winds moving through trees, the faint hum of life everywhere. And then, gently, it all fades into one sound: your breath. The simplest proof that you belong here. The sky above you doesn't change, but it doesn't need to. It's already complete. The universe doesn't hurry, it doesn't end. It just is. And you, small and infinite, breathe along with it. Somewhere in the distance, a new wind stirs, carrying the faint scent of morning that hasn't arrived yet. You feel it brush your face and pass through your hair, and you understand the cycle is beginning again. The stars gleam brighter for a final moment before they start to dim at the edges, yielding to dawn. The world tilts, quiet and certain. You smile softly, eyes still closed. You don't need to open them to know what's coming next. The light will return, the earth will turn, and time, steady, kind, endless, will keep carrying you forward, one breath, one heartbeat, one shining moment at a time. The first whisper of dawn slips across the sky, a pale gray, so faint you almost miss it. The stars begin to fade, not all at once, but slowly, one by one, as if they're reluctant to leave. You can still see them lingering in the deep blue, their lights softening into memory. The night has done its work, and now it steps back quietly to let morning in. The air feels different, cooler near the ground, warmer above, full of that electric hush that always comes before light fully arrives. You breathe in deeply, and it tastes like dew and distance, like every new beginning that has ever existed. The grass is damp beneath your hands, tiny droplets catching what little light has returned, turning the earth into a constellation of its own. Somewhere, far off, the river murmurs. The sound is steady, familiar, like a friend speaking in a voice too soft to make out words. You can feel its rhythm vibrating faintly through the soil. The current never stopped moving. You just couldn't hear it beneath the songs of the night. It's strange how constant things become invisible until silence lets them speak again. A bird calls, high and clear. Another answers. The horizon brightens and a faint blush of color begins to rise, the kind that barely belongs to pink or gold, hovering between them like an unspoken thought. The first edge of the sun appears, trembling above the land, and everything it touches glows with that impossible light that makes you believe the world has just been born again. You sit up, brushing the dew from your sleeves. The field glitters around you, each drop of moisture burning for an instant before melting away. The warmth on your face feels new, though you know it's the same warmth that's touched every creature, every stone, every leaf since the beginning. There's something miraculous about its repetition, that it never runs out, never loses patience. You stand, stretch, and turn your face toward the light. It rises higher now, steady and sure, painting gold across your skin. Shadows fade back into the soil. The stars vanish completely, but you can still feel them, quietly pulsing behind the blue of the sky, their memory woven into the morning. The world begins to stir. Insects hum, distant trees shiver in the soft wind, and the river gleams brighter. Every living thing seems to take its cue from the sun, unfolding, waking, moving. You realize that you're doing the same, without trying, without needing to understand. You're simply part of the rhythm again. And as you stand there, watching the sun lift itself higher, you understand something simple and final. This is what time was always meant to do, not to chase or to steal, but to return, to give you back to the world over and over until you remember that you've never truly left it. The breeze shifts once more, brushing against your cheek. You close your eyes and let it pass through you. The warmth deepens, steady and full. You smile. The sun rises higher. The day begins again, and time, quiet, endless, and kind, keeps unfolding, carrying you forward into the light. The light spreads faster now, climbing over the hills, washing through the meadow like a tide. You watch as the colors change, gold becoming white, shadow turning to clarity. The air hums with tiny movements, insects stirring, leaves adjusting to the warmth, the distant rhythm of wings. Everything that was quiet in the night begins again, as if the world is exhaling after a long, deep breath. You walk slowly toward the river one last time. The grass bends beneath your steps, cool with dew, soft against your legs. The water gleams in the sunlight, no longer the silver mirror of the night, but a living, shifting band of brightness. The current carries fragments of light downstream, scattering them like thoughts half remembered. You crouch at the edge and dip your hand into the current. The cold wakes you fully. You watch the ripples spread outward from your fingers, merging, fading, becoming part of the river again. You realize how everything you've touched in this journey, earth, air, water, starlight, has absorbed you too, quietly, without trace or need. The sound of the river blends with the wind, with the quiet rustle of the world. It's the same sound it made in the beginning when you first started walking, but now it feels different. Like you can hear the entire span of its motion all at once. Its birth in the mountains, its long winding through valleys, its end where it joins the sea. You understand now that no moment is lost. Every sound, every breath continues somewhere, folded into the rhythm of everything else. You look up. The sky is a vast expanse of light now, and you can't tell where it ends. You feel small, but not fragile, part of a pattern that doesn't need understanding to be beautiful. You think of those who came before, who marked time by stars and seasons, who built sundials, calendars, clocks, all trying to hold what can't be held. You understand them now, not as seekers of control, but as witnesses. They weren't measuring time, they were admiring it. A soft gust of wind ripples across the river, scattering reflections into bright shards. The light breaks and reforms, just as it always has. You stand, letting the breeze dry your hands. The warmth on your face feels steady, grounding. You can sense life moving in all directions at once, forward, backward, inward, time unfolding like an endless breath. You turn away from the river, walking back through the tall grass, toward the line of trees that marks the horizon. The sunlight follows you, patient and gentle. Every step feels both new and familiar, the same rhythm that began long before you and will continue long after. When you reach the rise of the hill, you stop to look back one more time. The river glows like a path of light, winding through the land. The breeze carries its voice to you, soft, endless, complete. You take one final breath of the morning air, deep and unhurried. The warmth fills you, settles inside your chest, and becomes something, quiet and whole. You smile, not because you've reached the end, but because you finally understand there never was one. The world turns, the sun climbs, the river moves, and time, faithful as ever, keeps flowing through the water, through the wind, through you, forever returning, forever beginning again. You linger at the top of the hill for a while, just breathing. The air tastes clean, sharp with light and a hint of earth. From here, you can see everything. The wide plain stretching out beneath you, the river winding away like a silver thread, the faint shimmer of distant trees bending in the breeze. It's all glowing now, every leaf and blade of grass holding its own small piece of sunlight. You close your eyes for a moment and feel it move through you. The warmth, the hum, the quiet pulse of the living world. You've spent so long chasing time, tracing its patterns across stars and shadows, but now it feels different. It's not something outside you anymore. It's the rhythm inside your ribs, the gentle movement of breath in your chest. It's everywhere, and it's kind. When you open your eyes again, a hawk cuts across the sky. Its wings catch the light, each feather outlined in fire for a heartbeat before it glides beyond your sight. You follow it for as long as you can, and when it's gone, you realize you're smiling. There's something perfect about how it came and went, its passage brief but whole. Not a symbol, not a message, just motion. You start walking again, following the ridge as the day grows brighter. The wind moves with you, steady and warm, rustling the grass like a whisper. Somewhere behind you, the river keeps its quiet conversation with the sky. You can't hear it now, but you know it's still speaking, still flowing, still marking the hours the way it always has. The land dips slightly, and you come to a stretch of stones half buried in the grass, old, worn, smooth by rain and time. You kneel, brushing your hand over them. They could be the remains of a wall or a path, or maybe nothing at all, just stones where stones happen to fall. Yet you feel the faint hum of history beneath your palm, as though the earth remembers everything that ever touched it. You sit for a moment, letting the world breathe around you. The sunlight flickers through passing clouds, washing the hills in waves of gold and shadow. Every change feels deliberate, every moment complete. You realize that you've stopped thinking in terms of before and after. There is only now, and it keeps unfolding, infinitely wide, impossibly gentle. You tilt your face toward the wind. It brushes across your skin like a hand, soft and sure. You imagine it carrying your breath forward, scattering it into the world, mingling it with the exhalations of trees and rivers and clouds. Everything you think is part of one great inhale and exhale, life and time moving together, endlessly renewing. The thought settles quietly inside you, not as an idea, but as truth. You understand now why the old astronomers mapped the heavens with bare hands, why they looked upward night after night. They weren't just measuring stars, they were remembering that everything is connected, that the same patterns that shape the sky shape us too. You stand again. The world stretches open before you, vast and glowing. You take a slow breath and begin walking, the sunlight keeping pace beside you, the wind still whispering through the grass. Nothing about the scene is extraordinary, and that's what makes it sacred. The world doesn't announce its miracles. It simply keeps offering them, moment by moment, until you finally learn how to notice. You reach the crest of another hill and pause. The land slopes gently down into light. The air shimmers. Somewhere far ahead, unseen but certain, the river meets the sea. You smile softly, let the wind carry the breath from your lips, and whisper to the world, "I'm still here." The world answers in its own quiet way, through rustling grass, through warm air, through the endless motion of time itself. So am I. You stay on that hilltop longer than you mean to, watching the world move through its quiet rituals. The wind shifts again, carrying the hum of bees somewhere nearby, and the faint metallic song of grasshoppers hiding in the shade. The sun leans westward, its light thickening into amber. Everything glows at the edges. The stones, the river far below, even the shadows. You begin to walk once more, not out of purpose, but because the earth seems to invite it. The grass sways against your legs, the ground rises and falls in an easy rhythm. Every step feels lighter now, like gravity itself has loosened its grip. Maybe it's because you've stopped walking against time. You've fallen into its current instead. The wind grows softer as you reach a grove of low trees. Their leaves shimmer like small mirrors, flashing sunlight with every movement. You pause beneath them and tilt your head back. The branches arch overhead in a pattern that looks almost deliberate, as though the forest has built its own observatory out of light and shadow. Between the leaves, the sky still glows a clean, impossible blue. You sit down against one of the trunks. The bark is rough, cool against your back. For a long time, you don't move. You just listen. The sounds here are smaller, more intimate. The crackle of twigs, the faint flutter of wings, the slow breath of wind shifting through leaves. It feels like sitting inside the world's pulse, so close you can hear the pauses between beats. You look around and notice the smallest things. The ants climbing the roots, the pattern of moss spreading in soft green constellations, the play of sunlight on a spider's web stretched between two branches. Each thread catches the light, shimmering like a map of the cosmos on a smaller scale. You think about how the old astronomers must have looked at the sky like this, seeing order in chaos, harmony in motion. You reach out and pluck a single blade of grass. It bends easily, soft and bright in your fingers. You hold it to the light and watch how the sun shines through it, so thin, so fragile, yet glowing with all the energy of the universe. You turn it slowly, mesmerized by how something so ordinary can hold so much radiance. The air cools slightly. Afternoon is slipping quietly toward evening again. You can smell the change before you see it. The faint sweetness of sap, the low musk of soil, the breath of water rising from the river. You close your eyes and inhale, and the scent fills you with a calm so deep it almost feels like understanding. You stay there as the light begins to dim, feeling the world shift around you. You can sense the turn of the earth now, not as a spinning globe, but as a slow exhale. The sun lowers behind the trees, spilling long, honey-colored light that catches the dust in the air. Every particle shines for a heartbeat before disappearing back into shadow. You open your eyes and watch the day fold itself down, perfectly balanced, perfectly ordinary. No grandeur, no final act, just the continuation of something too vast and too gentle to ever stop. You smile, quietly, because this is what you've been walking toward all along. Not discovery, not revelation, but the simple miracle of being awake to the world as it moves. The wind stirs again, brushing against your face, warm as breath. The leaves whisper softly overhead, their voices weaving into the same eternal rhythm that's been humming since before you arrived here. You stand, stretch, and glance toward the fading horizon. The sun dips lower, the sky deepens, and the first star flickers faintly in the distance. You take one step, then another, back into the open air. And as you walk, you realize there's nothing left to find, because you are already within everything you ever sought. Time flows around you, through you, beside you. The sky breathes, the earth hums, the river calls softly below, and all of it moves forward together, endless, unbroken, beautifully alive. You leave the grove as the sky turns the color of honey and smoke. The air has cooled, but it carries the faint warmth of the day, lingering like a promise. Each step you take sounds quiet, cushioned by the soft soil. The rhythm of your walk falls in sync with the gentle pulse of the world around you. The hush of the breeze, the distant hum of the river, the faint heartbeat of evening. The land spreads wide again, open and golden. Shadows stretch long across the grass, not reaching, not fleeing, just existing. The wind moves through the field in waves, and every blade bends in perfect sequence, as if the whole earth has decided to breathe together. You stop at the crest of another rise. The light here is different now, richer, deeper. The sun hangs low, half sunk behind a line of distant trees, turning the edges of everything to gold. The horizon glows like a door left slightly open. For a moment, you could almost believe the day isn't ending, just slipping gently into another form. You sit down, knees drawn up, and let the last warmth of the sun fall across your face. Your body feels tired, but not in a way that aches. It's the kind of tired that comes from being fully present, from carrying nothing but awareness. You exhale slowly and feel the tension leave, dissolving into the air. As the light fades, the colors around you deepen. The river below catches what remains of the sun, glowing in thin threads of orange that fade to silver. The first stars return, shy and distant, then braver as the sky darkens. You realize how easy it is for light and darkness to trade places, to weave around each other without conflict. Neither ever truly wins, they just take turns holding the world. You lie back, watching the stars multiply. The sky feels infinite, but not unreachable. You can feel the shape of its movement, the slow turning of the earth beneath you, the familiar hum that's been following you all along. It's the sound of everything continuing. A cool wind brushes over you. The scent of night returns, damp earth, the faint sweetness of wildflowers closing for sleep, and somewhere far away, the sharp tang of stone cooling in the dark. It's the scent of stillness, of time settling to its nighttime rhythm. You close your eyes, and for a few breaths, you try to imagine how many others have seen this same transition. How many people in every age and place have paused at dusk to watch the day dissolve. Kings and shepherds, wanderers and lovers, all sharing the same sky without knowing it. The thought fills you with something soft and luminous, like being remembered by the world itself. You open your eyes again. The stars are brighter now, spread wide and fearless. The moon hasn't risen yet, so the darkness feels endless, but it isn't heavy. It's spacious, it's full. You feel it resting against your skin like a calm ocean. The grass moves once more, a slow wave that ripples through the field. It brushes your hand, your shoulder, your cheek, gentle, grounding, alive. You breathe in the cool air and feel it fill you completely. And as you lie there beneath the widening night, you realize that you're no longer watching time pass. You are resting inside it, part of its flow, part of its rhythm. The stars shift, the wind moves, the earth hums. Everything continues, quiet, infinite, at peace. And for the first time, you do too. You stay by the river until the moon climbs high enough to spill silver across everything. The water becomes a ribbon of light, moving softly between its banks. The stars reflect on the surface like coins scattered by an invisible hand. The night is so still you can hear the faint sounds inside it, the creak of reeds, the small sigh of current against stone, the slow heartbeat of the earth below your feet. You lie back on the cool ground again, watching the sky stretch wide above you. The air feels lighter now, as though the world has expanded around you just to make room for your quiet. The moon drifts through a patch of thin clouds, dimming for a moment, then returning sharper and brighter. You think of how long that light has traveled to reach you, its journey older than anything you can name. You smile at the thought. Time feels vast, but it no longer feels separate. It's inside you now, pulsing in rhythm with the stars. Somewhere behind you, an animal moves through the grass. You can hear its soft footsteps, unhurried, confident. You don't turn to look. You don't need to. You already know it belongs here, just as you do. Everything that moves in the dark understands something simple. There's no hurry in the eternal. The wind picks up, cool and gentle. The trees along the riverbank lean into it, their leaves shimmering in the moonlight. Each movement is deliberate, slow, perfect. You find yourself breathing in time with them. The inhale feels deep, endless. The exhale freeing. You remember now the first spark of this journey, the moment you looked at the night sky and wondered people long ago mapped the stars with their bare hands. You see them in your mind, small fires burning, silhouettes tracing constellations, their eyes reflecting the same light you see now. They must have felt this too, the weight of the infinite pressing softly, not as fear, but as comfort. The realization that nothing is ever truly gone. It just moves, transforms, returns. The moon glows higher, and the land turns to silver and shadow. You trace the patterns of the constellations above, the same ones those ancient watchers carved into memory. You whisper their names under your breath, not as prayer, but as greeting. They've been waiting for you to look back. You close your eyes again. The ground hums faintly beneath you. The water keeps moving, its sound now indistinguishable from your breathing. You can feel your pulse sinking to the rhythm of the current. Time dissolves completely, not forward, not backward, just one continuous circle of light and sound and being. You realize you could stay here forever and never be lost, Because here, in this quiet space between earth and sky, you've found the center of everything. The stillness where motion begins, where endings and beginnings blur into one. The night deepens, but it doesn't darken. The moon's glow lingers, soft and generous, wrapping everything in its patient light. You whisper once more, so softly it's almost thought instead of speech. I understand. The wind stirs the grass. The river answers in ripples. The stars hold their silence. And in that silence, the truth settles around you like light, calm, infinite and enough. The river quiets even further, as though it too has decided to listen. The moonlight stretches along its surface in a slow shimmer, and you can see your reflection again, fainter this time, softened by the current. You reach out, and the water trembles, breaking your image into scattered silver fragments. They drift downstream, reforming, disappearing. It's all movement, all return. You sit for a long while, saying nothing. There's no reason to speak. Every sound, the whisper of water, the hiss of wind through reeds, the faraway cry of some nocturnal bird is already speaking for you. The air feels full of language, but one that needs no translation. When you finally stand, the night opens wider. The grass around you sways gently, brushing against your hands and legs. You tilt your face toward the sky. The stars look clearer than before, sharper somehow, like each one is leaning closer. You trace them with your eyes, the hunter, the bear, the serpent winding across the horizon. The shapes are ancient, but the meanings have changed 1,000 times. Maybe that's the point. Even the heavens rewrite themselves with every pair of eyes that looks up. The moon has climbed high enough now to cast shadows again, long and silver and precise. You walk slowly through them, each step blending into the rhythm of the night. The air grows cooler as you move. The scent of the river lingers behind you, clean, mineral, endless. Ahead, the land rises once more, a low hill crowned with short grass and the outline of a few scattered stones. You climb toward it, your feet sinking slightly into the damp soil. When you reach the top, you stop. The world spreads out beneath you in all directions, rivers gleaming, forests whispering, valleys cloaked in fog. Above, the stars burn steady, and for a moment it feels as if the earth itself is floating among them. You breathe in deeply, filling your lungs with the cold, pure air of everything. It tastes like distance and memory, like the first breath and the last. You exhale, and the warmth of it curls into the wind, vanishing as it joins the endless exchange between earth and sky. You close your eyes. The world is silent, but alive in every direction. You can feel it, not through thought, but through pulse. The vibration in your bones, the faint hum beneath your feet, the whisper of your heartbeat echoing back from the land. The boundary between body and world has blurred completely. You're not standing on the earth anymore. You're standing within it. When you open your eyes again, nothing has changed, and everything has. The stars haven't moved, but you understand them differently now. They're not distant fires. They're the reflections of everything that has ever lived, shining backward through time. The river, the wind, the heartbeat, the flame, all the same motion, refracted through eternity. You sit down once more, folding yourself into the grass, and let the night wrap around you. The moon hangs above like a great patient witness. You feel small, but not in the way you once did. Small like a note in a song, perfectly placed, necessary. And then it happens. The faintest suggestion of color at the edge of the world. Not sunrise yet, but something beginning. The stars dim ever so slightly, as though bowing out to what's coming. You watch the horizon pulse with the first promise of dawn, And the feeling that fills you isn't anticipation or sadness, it's recognition. The cycle continues. The light will rise, the shadows will soften, the day will begin again. But for now, you're here, at the quiet seam where night hands the world back to morning. You sit in that threshold, breathing in rhythm with everything, and whisper one last thought. Not a question this time, but an understanding. I was never outside of it. The wind sighs, the stars fade, the first light grows stronger, and as the sky begins to bloom again, time carries you forward, calm, endless, and whole. The light grows steadily, pushing a pale blue wash across the far horizon. You stay seated as the first quiet rays reach you, brushing the tips of the grass with faint silver fire. The world feels delicate in this hour, fragile, still half dreaming. A thin mist drifts across the river and the low fields, glowing softly where the light touches it. The air is cool and smells faintly of rain, though no clouds remain. You can hear drops sliding off leaves somewhere behind you, the last echoes of the night's dew returning to the earth. Each one lands with a tiny sound, almost like the ticking of a clock too far away to see. You rise slowly. Your body feels light, as if the hours of stillness have turned you into part of the morning itself. The first birds begin to call, tentative at first, then bolder, filling the silence with their measured joy. The sky continues to change, gray into rose, rose into gold, and with each shift, a little more of the night disappears, carried gently into memory. You start walking down the slope again, back toward the river. The mist parts around you, curling away in slow spirals. Everything glows, the stones, the reeds, the rippling water. You step to the edge and kneel, cupping your hands to collect the cool current. It slides between your fingers like glass, clean and bright, reflecting the first true sunlight of the day. You splash your face and laugh quietly at the shock of cold. The sound feels good here, alive, uncontained, belonging. The river's voice is louder now, full from the night's melted dew. It carries reflections of the sky downstream, pale gold, soft blue, the shifting brightness of clouds. You realize that every dawn paints the same river differently, and yet the water never stops flowing. It's the same, and not the same, forever. You sit back on your heels, watching it move. The current seems to speak in slow, fluent language, one you don't need to translate anymore. You understand it instinctively. All things continue. All things return. A breeze ripples across the water, scattering light into pieces. You follow it with your eyes, tracing where it disappears beyond the bend. Somewhere far away, the river will join another, and another after that until it finds the sea. You imagine the salt air, the horizon, the rhythm of waves. The thought feels inevitable, every journey widening until it becomes part of everything else. You look up. The sun is fully risen now, hanging above the hills, burning away what remains of shadow. The light feels cleaner, sharper, yet it's not blinding. It's generous, steady. You close your eyes and lift your face toward it. The warmth spreads through you, filling every corner until you feel transparent like the sunlight is passing straight through. For a moment, the world goes perfectly silent. Even the birds pause. The air holds itself still. In that stillness, you realize you've reached the center of the journey. Not the end, not the beginning, but the point where everything simply is. You open your eyes and the world exhales with you. The grass moves, the river glints, the air hums. You whisper a quiet thank you. No name, no reason, just gratitude itself, and the wind carries it away. The day has begun again. The sky is wide. The river keeps flowing. You take one last look at the shimmering water, then turn away, stepping into the sunlight, Each movement feels effortless, like walking through a dream you've already lived. The world folds open before you, endless and alive, and you walk on, breathing, glowing, timeless. You follow the river downstream, your steps matching its rhythm. The sunlight drifts with you, dappling through the branches that hang low over the water. Everything hums quietly, the wings of insects, the slow swirl of current, the faint whisper of wind tugging at your clothes. The morning feels softer now, more certain of itself. The path narrows and curves around a small bend. Here, the river widens briefly into a shallow pool before continuing on. The surface catches the light in moving patterns, bright, broken, fluid. You kneel beside it and watch as pebbles gleam beneath the water, each one worn smooth by time's steady touch. There's no rush in their change. Even erosion seems patient here. You pick one up. It fits perfectly in your palm, cool and round. You turn it over once, twice, then toss it back. The splash sends rings outward, concentric ripples spreading until they vanish into the greater motion of the stream. It's a quiet lesson you've seen 1,000 times, but never felt so clearly. Nothing ends where it begins. Every movement leaves a trace, then dissolves, becoming part of something wider. You sit for a while, letting that thought settle. The sound of the river fills every corner of silence, not demanding attention, just offering presence. You realize that time sounds like this when you stop measuring it. It doesn't tick or strike or count. It flows. When you finally stand, the sun has climbed higher and the mist has burned away completely. The air feels lighter now, full of warmth and invisible motion. You can smell the day unfolding, blooming flowers, damp earth drying in the light, faint traces of something sweet and wild. A narrow path leads you away from the river and back into open land. The grass here is shorter, dotted with small white flowers that sway lazily in the breeze. The world glows around you, but it's not the dazzling glow of sunrise. It's quieter, fuller, like the light has learned how to rest. You walk until the ground rises gently again. From the top, you can see the river winding away into distance, glinting in the sun like a moving thread of glass. You can trace where it bends and vanishes, where it becomes too far to follow, yet you know it keeps going, beyond your sight, beyond this morning, toward an ocean you'll never have to see to believe in. You breathe in deeply, feeling the fullness of the day settle in your chest. There's no need for words now, no need for questions. Everything around you is its own quiet answer. A soft wind rises again, circling your shoulders before rushing off toward the horizon. You close your eyes and feel its touch. And in that instant, you know that what you've been walking through all along isn't a path or a story. It's life itself, unfolding the only way it ever does. One breath, one step, one heartbeat at a time. You open your eyes. The world stretches endlessly ahead, shimmering with warmth and motion. And as you begin to walk again, light, steady, unhurried, you finally understand that you were never following time. You were walking with it. You walk until the land begins to slope gently downward again. The sunlight feels softer now, less like fire and more like breath, warm, steady, patient. The path beneath your feet becomes faint, fading into open ground where the grass sways in long waves. Each movement catches the light differently, turning the field into a living ocean of gold. You stop once more, letting the breeze pass through you. It smells faintly of salt now, just a trace, delicate, distant. The sea must be near, though you can't see it yet. You smile without knowing why. It feels right that the journey would end this way, with the horizon widening, the world opening, the scent of eternity floating just beyond reach. You walk a little farther. The air changes gradually. The wind grows stronger, cooler, carrying the sound of something vast and rhythmic. The grass gives way to low dunes, pale and glimmering under the sun. You climb one slowly, your steps sinking into the warm sand. And then you see it. The sea stretches before you, endless and calm. The light dances across its surface in silver and blue, rippling softly like the breath of the sky itself. Waves roll toward the shore in even, unbroken patterns, their foam dissolving into the sand. The sound fills everything, the heartbeat of the world, slow and eternal. You walk closer until the water touches your feet. The first wave is cold but gentle, sliding over your skin, pulling back without resistance. The next one comes, and the next, each one carrying its own small memory of the deep. You stand there, watching them arrive and vanish, arrive and vanish. The rhythm is perfect, unchanging, infinite. You close your eyes and listen. The sea sounds exactly like time, ceaseless, steady, never hurried. It doesn't mark moments, it erases them gently, blending them into one continuous motion. You realize that this is what you've been walking toward since the beginning. Not understanding, not answers, but this sound, this balance between what comes and what goes. You open your eyes again. The horizon is a clean line, the meeting of two infinities, sky and water, both alive, both reflecting each other endlessly. A single gull circles above, its wings bright against the blue. For a moment, its shadow passes over you, cool and fleeting, and then it's gone. You walk along the shoreline, the sand shifting beneath your feet, soft and forgiving. Each step is erased by the next wave almost immediately, but you don't mind. It feels right that nothing here stays, that everything, even footprints, belong to motion. The light changes slowly as the sun begins to lean west. The sea darkens in shade, deepening into blues and violets. The sound of the waves becomes fuller, rounder, as though the ocean is breathing more deeply. You stop and stand still, feeling the wind wrap around you. It smells of salt, distance, and the faint sweetness of faraway rain. You look out across the water. The line of the horizon blurs a little, as if the world itself is sighing. The day is beginning to fold again, but you don't feel the ache of ending, only the smooth continuity of return. The tide will come and go, the stars will rise, the earth will turn, and you'll still be here, somewhere within it all, breathing, watching, part of the endless rhythm. You whisper one last time, your voice barely rising above the sound of the surf. I'm home. The wind answers with a soft rush across your skin. The sea keeps its steady song. The light lingers a little longer before fading into gold. And in that moment, between the pull and the release, the coming and the going, you understand completely. There is no end, only the tide. The sun drifts lower, and the entire horizon begins to shimmer in molten gold. You watch as the light folds across the surface of the sea, breaking into 1,000 small paths that lead outward, each one flickering toward some invisible place. The waves keep their rhythm, slow, deep, eternal, and their sound becomes softer as the wind calms. You walk along the shore, slower now, each step leaving a mark that fades before you can turn to see it. The sand feels cool beneath your feet, packed firm where the tide has washed it smooth. Seashells glint among the ripples, spiraled, cracked, gleaming like bits of old memory scattered by the water. You pick one up. It's small, worn thin at the edges, almost translucent when you hold it to the light. You can see the sun through it, pale and glowing. You press it to your ear, half smiling. The old superstition comes true. The echo of the ocean whispers inside it, like a smaller sea contained in your palm. The sound is faint, steady, infinite. You realize it's not just the sea you're hearing, but yourself. The breath of your body, the blood in your veins, the quiet machinery of being alive. You toss the shell gently back into the surf. It catches the light once more before vanishing under a thin wave. Somewhere out there, it will tumble and turn until it becomes sand again. Everything returns. Everything transforms. The wind changes direction, carrying a new scent. Wood smoke, faint but clear. You look toward the line of dunes and spot a small fire flickering in the distance, orange against the deepening blue. Someone else has found this edge of the world tonight. You walk toward it. The air grows cooler as the light fades. By the time you reach the fire, the sun has almost disappeared, its last reflection trembling across the water like a final heartbeat. The person by the fire doesn't turn or speak. They sit facing the horizon, still and silent, just another traveler watching the day end. You sit nearby, not too close, not too far. The fire crackles softly, sending sparks upward like tiny stars that vanish before they reach the real ones above. The first stars appear then, sharp, delicate points against a velvet sky. You count them without meaning to, the way you did as a child when nights felt endless and the world seemed simple enough to hold in one breath. The other traveler finally looks at you, their face is calm, unreadable in the dim light. They nod once, acknowledgement, not question, and you nod back. No words are needed. The ocean speaks for both of you. You both sit there as the night deepens. The fire burns lower, the waves roll on, and the stars multiply until the sky is full again. It feels as if the earth itself is breathing, darkness and light, sound and silence, endlessly trading places. After a while, you lie back on the cool sand, eyes open to the vast canopy above. The stars shimmer faintly through the rising mist, thousands of tiny fires burning across infinite space. You feel small, but not lost. Just perfectly placed within everything, one more quiet point of light among countless others. The waves move closer, touching the edge of the firelight, whispering softly against the shore. The sound blends with your breath until you can't tell where one ends and the other begins. You close your eyes. The sea keeps its rhythm. The stars keep their vigil. The night stretches endlessly forward, and time itself seems to fall asleep beside you. And for a long, beautiful moment, there is nothing left to do but exist. The fire has long since burned down to glowing embers. You lie still, feeling the warmth fade gradually, replaced by the soft chill of night air. Above you, the stars are clearer now, millions of them, cold and brilliant, scattered across the sky like pieces of polished glass. The Milky Way arcs overhead, a pale river of light so delicate it looks like it might dissolve if you breathed too hard. The sea keeps its steady rhythm. Each wave folds quietly into the next, its foam glimmering faintly in the starlight. You can see the shimmer of the wet sand reflecting the sky, as if another universe lies just beneath the surface of the earth. For a moment, it feels like you're floating. No up, no down, just suspended between two infinities. You sit up slowly, brushing the fine sand from your hands. The other traveler is gone, but the impression of their presence lingers. A small hollow in the sand where they sat, a line of footprints fading toward the dunes. You watch the wind smooth them away, grain by grain, until even the memory of movement disappears. The tide has come closer again, whispering across the remains of the fire, hissing softly as it swallows the last faint glow of embers. You watch until it's gone, until the place where fire met water becomes indistinguishable from the rest of the shore. It's peaceful, almost sacred, this moment of unmaking. You rise and walk back to the water's edge. The sea glows faintly under the stars, dark blue shifting to silver where the waves break. You kneel and run your fingers through the surf. It's cold, but alive. It hums faintly against your skin. You wonder if every drop has seen something different, if each carries its own story from some distant shore, far beyond where any map ends. You look up again. The stars feel impossibly close now, as though you could reach out and rearrange them with your hands. You trace invisible constellations, naming them quietly in your head. Not the ones you learned long ago, but new ones of your own making. That bright line over there, maybe that's the Wanderer. The cluster near the horizon, the fire that stayed, and the faint one that flickers like a heartbeat, the returning tide. It's strange how natural this feels, to map the sky not with science or measurement, but with memory. The way the ancients once did, lying under the same vast expanse, guessing, dreaming, naming. You realize that's what they were really doing, turning the unknowable into something human, giving shape to infinity so it wouldn't feel so lonely. You stretch out again, letting the cool sand cradle you. Your heartbeat slows to match the rhythm of the waves. The air tastes faintly of salt and sleep. The constellations above drift imperceptibly as the world turns beneath them. You think of how long the light from those stars has traveled to reach you. Centuries, millennia, whole eras passing while their glow crossed the void. Some of those stars may already be gone, their light just now arriving at your eyes like a final letter from something that once existed. And yet here it is, bright and alive in the present moment. Proof that nothing is ever truly lost, only delayed. You smile softly at the thought. The sea sighs, the sky hums, and you breathe with them, three parts of one quiet, endless conversation. The night deepens further. The horizon fades into shadow. There are no more travelers, no more fires, no more sound, but the world itself breathing in slow motion. And in that vast, starlit silence, you finally understand what it means to be still. The world feels weightless now, like you're hovering between waking and sleep, between earth and sky. The stars have begun their slow drift westward, tracing ancient paths that countless eyes once followed. You can almost sense those others across time, farmers, sailors, monks, and wanderers, each looking up, trying to make sense of the same glittering map. A low breeze slides across the beach, cool and clean. The tide retreats again, dragging faint trails of foam back into the deep. You can hear pebbles rolling softly with each pull of the water, a thousand small voices whispering secrets they've gathered from other shores. You think about how long they've been doing this, long before you, long after you. The same motion, the same sound. You sit up and notice that the edge of the horizon has changed. The blackness is softening, fading into a deep indigo that carries the faintest breath of dawn. The first sign of morning, still far away but inevitable. It glows faintly, like the memory of sunlight returning from some distant dream. You rise and start walking again, barefoot across the damp sand. The night is almost silent now, save for the hush of the sea and your own careful steps. Each footprint glistens for a moment before the next wave smooths it away. The world feels patient, like it's waiting for you to finish your thought. You stop and turn back once. The beach stretches behind you, endless, silvered by starlight. The fire is gone, the wind has calmed, and the place looks untouched, as though you were never here. And maybe that's the point. Maybe no one ever really leaves a mark that lasts forever. Maybe what matters is simply the walking, the brief warmth, the shared breath, the ripple before the tide takes it back. The stars above you shimmer, but one stands out, the morning star, bright and alone near the horizon. You watch it for a long time. It doesn't flicker like the others. It burns steady, a small defiance against the coming light. For a moment, you think it's watching you too, keeping your secret as the night prepares to end. You breathe deeply. The air tastes new, salt and cool metal, the promise of sunlight. The sea glows faintly under the first color of dawn, shifting from black to blue to something softer. You stand there, ankle deep in the retreating tide, and realize the world has started again without asking. The sky brightens by degrees. The stars fade one by one, their light folding into the sky like distant lanterns being gently put out. The wind returns, brushing your hair, stirring the surface of the water. It carries the faint sound of birds waking somewhere beyond the dunes. You look east. The first line of sunlight breaks the horizon, a quiet blade of gold cutting through the blue. The sea catches it instantly, turning molten, alive. The light moves toward you in ripples, spreading warmth across your skin. You close your eyes, and for a long moment, you just stand there. When you open them again, the stars are gone. The waves are the same, but everything else has changed. The world is bright and young once more. You take a final breath, deep and even, and start walking inland, leaving the sea behind but carrying its rhythm in your chest. The sand gives way to grass again, soft and glistening with dew. The first birds circle above you, their wings flashing white in the sun. You glance back one last time. The tide rolls on, endless and indifferent, and the horizon shines with the full weight of morning. Somewhere inside, you know that you'll find the stars again when night returns. They'll be waiting, still burning, still patient, exactly where you left them. You smile, whisper a quiet goodbye, and keep walking. The day has begun. The light strengthens as you walk, the last shadow of night slipping quietly from your shoulders. The air feels different now, lighter, clearer, threaded with the scent of salt and sun-warmed grass. Every sound has sharpened. The waves in the distance, the rustle of small birds darting through reeds, the soft crunch of your footsteps on sand, still cool beneath the surface. You crest a low rise where the dunes flatten into meadow. The horizon opens wide again, and for a long time you simply stand there, watching the light expand. The sea behind you glitters like liquid glass. Ahead, the land stretches toward a faint line of hills washed in gold. Everything feels newly made, as if the world has taken one deep breath and begun again. You start forward, slow and unhurried. A path winds through the tall grass, narrow and half hidden, but you follow it easily. The wind moves with you, pushing waves through the green blades so that the field seems to ripple like the ocean you just left. Tiny white flowers lean toward the sun. Each one opens fully as the warmth reaches it. Simple, inevitable, perfect. You reach a small stream winding through the meadow. Its water is clear and shallow, gliding over polished stones that sparkle when the light touches them. You kneel beside it and trail your fingers through the current. It's cold and quick, eager to join the river eager to meet the sea. You realize how every motion you've witnessed, wind, tide, starlight, heartbeat, follows the same rule. Nothing stands still, yet nothing is truly lost. You cup a little of the water in your hand and drink. It tastes clean and faintly sweet. For an instant, you imagine you can feel it continuing through you, another part of the cycle, one more ripple in the endless exchange between world and self. You sit in the grass, letting the sun warm your face. The light has changed again, less golden now, more white, clearer. Morning has become day. Somewhere far off, you hear the hum of insects, the distant rhythm of waves, the sigh of wind across the dunes. All of it together sounds like breathing, the planet itself drawing air. You look up. The sky is vast and blue, empty of clouds, yet alive with motion you can't see. The same sky that once held your stars, now holding only light. You think about how easily it transforms, how effortlessly it carries both night and day, both beginnings and endings. There's no struggle in it, only surrender. You lie back in the grass, eyes half closed. The blades tickle your skin. The earth beneath you is warm and solid. You could fall asleep again here, and the world would keep turning, carrying your small stillness along with its great motion. You breathe out slowly, and the sound blends into the hum of the day. For the first time, you don't feel like you're moving through time. You feel like time is moving through you. The wind passes over the meadow, soft and endless. The sunlight deepens. Somewhere behind you, the tide shifts again, and far above, a single gull calls into the bright sky. You smile, eyes closed, listening to the world continue. Nothing to chase, nothing to hold. Only this. The earth hums beneath you, the sky hums above, and between them, you rest, complete, awake, and quiet. The hours unfold like silk, almost without your noticing. The sun has climbed higher, washing the world in bright, steady light. The river of air around you moves lazily now, heavy with warmth. Somewhere nearby, a cricket starts its endless song, a single note repeated with such patience that it begins to sound like silence itself. You sit up, blinking against the brightness. The horizon wavers slightly in the heat, the line between land and sky softened into a shimmering blur. Time feels slower here, stretched thin, as if it's pausing just long enough to rest before continuing. You walk again through grass that whispers against your legs. Each step feels effortless, as though the earth is gently lifting to meet your feet. The rhythm of it, the rise, the fall, the wait and release, becomes hypnotic. You don't think about where you're going. You simply follow the quiet pull of the landscape. Eventually, you find yourself beside an old tree standing alone at the edge of the field. Its trunk is thick, its bark cracked and dark, its branches stretching wide like the spokes of an ancient compass. The leaves above shimmer green and silver, trembling softly in the breeze. You lay a hand against the trunk. It's warm to the touch, vibrating faintly, as though carrying the pulse of the sun itself. You sit beneath it. The shade wraps around you, cool and generous. From here, you can see everything: the winding path of the stream, the glittering outline of the faraway sea, the slow drift of clouds forming again at the edges of the sky. For a moment, you imagine the entire world breathing in rhythm with this single tree, its roots deep in the soil, its crown whispering to the wind, its heart steady in the middle. You lean back against the trunk and close your eyes. The bark presses gently into your skin. The wind moves through the leaves above, and their soft rustle sounds like distant rain. You feel yourself sinking into the rhythm of it, the pulse that runs through everything. And as you rest there, the thought comes to you, not sharp, not spoken, just understood. This is what the ancient watchers must have felt when they looked at the stars. The same stillness, the same quiet awe, a recognition that all motion, celestial, human, or otherwise, springs from the same source. That to exist at all is to be part of a great and endless pattern. You open your eyes again. The light flickers through the branches, scattering patterns across your skin and the grass. Each shape shifts with the breeze, vanishing as quickly as it appears. The beauty of it is in the impermanence. You watch until the patterns fade into one another and become only light again. A long moment passes before you rise. You brush the grass from your hands and take one last look at the tree. Its branches sway, and for a heartbeat, you could swear it nods back, an old friend acknowledging your understanding. You step away, back into the full sunlight. The warmth hits your face, the wind fills your lungs, and everything around you hums in harmony. The field stretches endlessly forward, glowing with quiet life. And you keep walking, not to arrive, not to escape, but simply because the world is still moving, and so are you. The field opens wider as you walk until the tall grass gives way to soft, open ground. The sun is high now, bright but not harsh, pouring its light evenly across everything. The air is full of that summer shimmer, the kind that makes every edge blur slightly as though reality itself is breathing. You slow your pace. The sound of your footsteps fades into the hum of insects and the far-off sigh of the ocean wind. Everything around you moves, yet nothing feels hurried. The world has found its perfect rhythm, and you've matched it without trying. You pass a cluster of stones half buried in the earth. Lichen coats them in patches of gray-green, and moss fills the spaces between. They look ancient, perhaps once the edge of a wall, or the remains of something long forgotten. You crouch to touch one, feeling the rough surface against your fingertips. It's warm from the sun, but solid, grounded, impossibly old. You think about how many mornings like this it must have seen, how many seasons, how many skies. Time doesn't erase, you realize. It layers. Every day leaves its thin trace behind, a memory pressed into the quiet shape of the world. You stand again and look toward the horizon. The hills are closer now, their slopes deepening into green. A faint path seems to lead that way, unmarked, just a gentle suggestion in the grass. You follow it, drawn not by destination, but by curiosity. The wind grows stronger as you approach the hills. It carries the scent of salt and stone and something faintly sweet, like wild thyme crushed beneath your steps. When you reach the first incline, you pause and glance back. The sea is a thin gleam in the distance now, the line of it blurred by haze. The fields below shimmer in waves of color, gold, green, and pale silver, where the streams catch the light. You take a slow breath and begin to climb. The slope isn't steep, but steady, and the rhythm of your steps matches your heartbeat. Every few paces, you stop to listen. The wind moves differently here, deeper, rounder, as if it carries the echo of the earth itself. At the top, you find a flat plateau where the grass grows low and soft. You sit there for a moment, catching your breath. The view stretches endlessly. Rivers, valleys, the sea behind you, and ahead, the faint glimmer of more distant mountains. You can almost see the curvature of the world, the gentle bend where sky and earth meet. You lie back, eyes half closed, and the clouds drift above you, slow, translucent, melting at their edges. Each one moves with quiet purpose, never in a hurry, never lost. You think of all the people through history who must have looked at this same sky, drawing meaning from its shapes, naming what they saw so they wouldn't feel small. You understand them now. To name something is to admit you love it. The wind brushes through your hair, and a single hawk circles high above, silent and sure. You follow its motion until it disappears into the bright blue. The world below feels still in comparison, but not empty. Just waiting. Just alive. You sit up and close your eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the sun sink into your skin. You don't need to move. You don't need to think. Everything you've been walking through, the stars, the river, the sea, the tree, the endless flow of time, has led you here. And here's enough. The wind shifts, carrying the faint sound of the sea again, even from this distance. You smile, knowing that it's all connected. The waves, the clouds, the grass beneath you, the slow turning of the earth itself. You breathe deeply, feeling the air fill your chest. The world hums softly in reply. You are exactly where you're meant to be. The day has grown long and golden now. The light lies thick on the hills, each blade of grass glinting as if brushed by quiet fire. You stay seated for a while, watching the slow drift of shadows stretch and bend. Everything feels balanced, the warmth of the sun above, the steady cool of the earth beneath you. The air is alive with motion, bees moving lazily from flower to flower, their low hum rising and falling like a heartbeat. A faint rustle of wings from something small darting through the brush, the wind sighing through the grass in long, patient waves. It all moves together, perfectly unhurried. You realize you've stopped listening for meaning and started listening with it. The world no longer feels like something to decode. It simply exists, and you exist within it. You stand and begin to walk again, tracing the ridge of the hill. From here, the land ripples outward like water frozen mid-motion. You can see distant paths curling through valleys, the silver flash of rivers, the dim haze where the horizon softens into sky. Every line seems to lead somewhere, but you don't need to follow any of them. Just seeing them is enough. The grass brushes your fingertips as you walk. The wind catches at your clothes, tugging gently, as though reminding you to keep moving. But it's not insistence, it's invitation. You follow where it leads, letting your pace slow until it feels like drifting. Soon, you come upon a small cluster of stones arranged in a circle. Not random, not natural. They're low and wide, worn smooth by centuries of weather. You pause beside them, feeling a subtle charge in the air, a kind of quiet memory that lingers in old places. Someone built this long ago, you think. Maybe to mark the seasons, maybe to honor the stars, maybe just to remember that they were here. You sit beside the largest stone and rest your hand upon it. The surface is warm, storing the sunlight of the day. You imagine ancient hands doing the same, touching this same spot, drawing warmth, perhaps whispering a name into the wind. It feels intimate, timeless. The distance between you and them collapses into nothing. The light softens as the sun begins its slow descent. Long shadows spill from the stones, reaching toward you like threads. You trace one with your gaze, watching how it shifts as the light moves. Time, you realize, isn't something outside of us. It's this: light traveling, shadows stretching, breath moving in and out, a pulse too vast to measure, yet small enough to live inside every moment. The wind cools, brushing across your face. You close your eyes, listening to the grass murmur and the stones breathe their slow, ancient patience. There's no rush to leave. The world has folded into quiet again, preparing for its next transformation. You open your eyes one last time before the sun slips below the horizon. The light turns amber, then rose, then a deep and fading blue. The first star trembles faintly in the east. You stand, stretch, and look around. The field glows in that last impossible color between day and night, the color that never lasts but always returns. You smile, feeling it settle over you like a soft cloak. The wind stills for a heartbeat, and in that pause, the entire world feels suspended, neither ending nor beginning, just being. Then the first breath of night arrives, cool and certain. The stars begin their slow bloom again, and you keep walking quietly, steadily beneath their patient light. The evening folds in slowly, like a long exhale after a day well lived. The sun's last light lingers on the hills for just a moment longer before it finally slides away, leaving everything bathed in a soft, violet glow. You walk down from the ridge, your shadow stretching far behind you, then fading altogether as the world dims. The air cools and the smell of the earth changes, drier now, touched with dust and the faint sweetness of crushed herbs beneath your feet. You can hear night approaching in the distance, the rhythmic chirp of crickets beginning their song, the occasional call of something small hidden in the grass, the wind lowering its voice to a hush. When you reach the valley floor, you find a stream cutting through the grass, its surface a ribbon of moving dusk. You kneel beside it and trail your fingers through the water. It's colder now than it was this morning, but somehow gentler too, like it's learned the calm of twilight. The ripples it makes glow faintly with the last reflection of the sky. You follow the stream as it winds between stones and roots, listening to its whisper. Each sound feels intentional, like a language you almost understand. You realize that every sound, every drop, every rustle, every heartbeat of this landscape is telling the same quiet story. The world keeps breathing, even when no one's there to hear it. You come to a small clearing ringed by wildflowers, pale and luminescent in the half light. Fireflies have begun to appear, winking in and out like shy stars just learning how to shine. You sit down in the center of the clearing, the cool grass soft beneath you, and watch them gather. The stars above answer with their own slow shimmer. For a moment, you can't tell where the sky ends and the earth begins, whether the fireflies have risen to the heavens or the stars have fallen to join you, join you. It doesn't matter. The boundary between above and below feels meaningless here. You lie back, eyes open to the infinite. The air hums softly around you, alive with warmth and rhythm. A breeze stirs, carrying with it the scent of distant sea spray, mingling with the earthy perfume of the field. Every inhale feels like part of the cycle now, a small human echo of something vast and eternal. The stars multiply until the whole sky seems to breathe. You trace constellations again, but this time you don't need their names. You know them as movements, as friends. The stories behind them, of gods, of hunters, of queens, seem distant now. What remains is the feeling those stories tried to capture: wonder, belonging, stillness. You reach out a hand toward the nearest spark of light, half hoping a firefly might land there, half imagining that the stars could fall close enough to touch. For a heartbeat, one of them does hover nearby, its glow pulsing faintly against your fingertips before drifting upward again. You smile, and the night smiles back in its own language of flicker and hum. Time passes in no particular direction. The air cools further, the stars sharpen, the fireflies drift lower. You could stay like this forever, and maybe, in some way, you are. The world doesn't ask you to move anymore, it only asks you to witness. You close your eyes, and the sounds blend into one gentle rhythm: the stream, the wind, the heartbeat of the earth. And as the night deepens around you, you realize something simple and immense. You are no longer just watching time. You are its pulse, its breath, its living memory. The stars keep shining, the air keeps moving, and in their quiet, that endless company, you fall perfectly peacefully still. The night grows deeper, richer, more complete. The fireflies have thinned, their brief sparks drifting off into the grass until only a few remain, pulsing faintly like the heartbeat of the meadow itself. The air has cooled enough that each breath you take feels fresh, rinsed clean by darkness. The sky above you has become a vast mirror of quiet, every star sharp, patient, unblinking. You sit up slowly, letting the world settle around you. The stream still hums nearby, its voice softer now, almost secretive. It slips over the stones and silver ribbons, catching the faint starlight and scattering it in ripples. You watch the current move for a long while. There's a strange comfort in its persistence. Even when the world sleeps, the water keeps traveling, carrying light where there shouldn't be any. You rise and begin to walk again, following the sound of the stream as it bends toward the horizon. The ground here is cool and springy, covered in moss and clover. Each step releases a faint scent of green and soil. The night insects sing more loudly now, and every few paces a distant owl calls, a low, hollow note that feels like it's been sounding for centuries. You follow the curve of the valley until the trees begin to gather around you, tall, slender trunks that stretch high into the dark. Their leaves shimmer faintly where starlight filters through. Inside this quiet forest, the air feels different, heavier, almost holy. You slow your steps, listening to the creak of the branches, the sigh of wind threading through their crowns. You come upon a clearing, small and round, carpeted with fallen leaves. At its center stands a single tree, older than the others, its bark silvered, its branches broad and still. You can feel something emanating from it, not a sound, not a scent, but a presence. You step closer, and the quiet deepens. The world outside the clearing seems to vanish, as though this small circle has its own gravity. You reach out a hand and touch the trunk. It's smooth in places, rough in others, scarred by weather and years. Beneath your palm, you feel warmth, faint but steady, like the pulse of the earth itself. You rest your forehead against the bark and close your eyes. There's no vision, no revelation, just stillness. But within that stillness is everything: the echo of the sea, the rhythm of waves, the shimmer of stars, the breath of wind through grass. It's all here, woven together in silence. You understand in a way that words can't capture that this is what the ancient astronomers sought when they traced the heavens by hand: the pattern beneath patterns, the heartbeat hidden inside all things. They mapped the stars not to measure distance, but to remember connection. When you open your eyes again, the tree seems to glow faintly, not with light, but with presence. You take a step back, bow your head without meaning to, and whisper a soft thank you. The breeze stirs the leaves in reply. A few drift down around you, spinning gently in the starlight before coming to rest on the ground. You take one in your hand, holding it carefully between your fingers. Its veins are delicate, perfect, tiny constellations of their own. You smile, tuck it into your pocket, and step quietly away. As you leave the clearing, the sounds of the forest return: the stream, the insects, the slow breath of wind. The night feels vast again, but no longer empty. Every sound, every movement hums with meaning. You find a place to sit at the forest's edge where the trees part and the sky stretches open once more. The stars above have shifted slightly, turning in their slow dance. The constellations gleam with calm authority, as if nodding in approval. You lean back, letting the ground cradle you, the cool air wrap around you. And as your eyes trace the heavens one last time before sleep, you realize you're not looking at the stars anymore. You're looking with them. The forest breathes around you, an ancient rhythm, steady and low. The leaves rustle softly in the breeze, the faint sigh of movement layered over the pulse of crickets and the whisper of the stream. The stars above you gleam through the branches, fragments of silver caught between the black lace of leaves. You lie there for a while, staring upward. The sky looks deeper than it did before, as if the darkness itself has texture now, filled with quiet life. Every point of light feels deliberate, placed by some slow and patient hand. You can almost sense the geometry of it, the invisible lattice that binds every star, every grain of sand, every heartbeat. You turn on your side, the cool moss pressing against your skin, and watch the moon rise through the trees. It's larger tonight, pale and low. The dawn blooms slow and deliberate, as if the world is waking one eyelid at a time. The horizon stretches open, its edge glowing from within. First gold, then rose, then the softest shade of white that only exists for a few fleeting moments before full daylight arrives. You stand perfectly still, breathing it in. The warmth that touches your face feels new, though it's the same sunlight that has risen for every creature that's ever lived. It slides over the hills, through the trees, across the sleeping valleys, and settles finally on you, one small witness among countless others, all of you bathed in the same steady light. The forest below stirs. A bird calls once, then again answered by another farther away. The rhythm of their songs builds slowly, filling the air with music so intricate it seems impossible that no one's conducting it. The first insects rise from the grass, their wings catching the light in small, perfect flashes. You take a few steps toward the edge of the ridge, where the rock meets the open air. The wind has shifted, no longer cool but warm and fragrant, carrying the scent of dew lifting from the fields. You close your eyes for a moment, and the warmth floods through you, settling into your chest. When you open them again, you can see the world with fresh eyes. The rivers that gleamed silver in the moonlight now glow gold. The sea is awake, restless, shining like a mirror too bright to look at for long. Every shadow you remember from the night has transformed into form, into color, into detail. You realize how often you've seen morning without ever really noticing it. You walk down the slope, your feet brushing dew from the grass. Each droplet catches the light, bursting briefly into miniature rainbows before vanishing. The ground feels soft beneath you, alive with unseen roots and the faint tremor of insects beginning their day. When you reach the clearing where the great tree stood, you pause. The silver bark gleams faintly in the sun. A few of its fallen leaves are still scattered where they landed, glinting like small coins. You kneel to pick one up, the same one you tucked into your pocket the night before. Its color has deepened to bronze, edges curling slightly, but it's still beautiful, still whole. You hold it up to the light, and for a moment it glows like a star reborn. You tuck it back into your pocket, smile softly, and keep walking. The sound of the stream returns, brighter now, full of motion. You follow it out of the forest and into open ground again, where the world feels vast and young. The wind ripples through the fields in long, shining waves. Far ahead, the sea flashes between the grasses, blue now instead of silver, alive instead of sleeping. You keep walking toward it, not with urgency, but with ease, each step matching the quiet rhythm of the day. As the land slopes gently downward, you stop and turn once more. Behind you, the forest glows under the rising sun. The stars are gone, but their memory lingers in every glint of dew, every shimmer of light. You realize that nothing truly leaves, it just changes form, passing its brightness from one shape to another. You stand there, letting that truth settle in your chest. The light deepens, the warmth spreads, the wind moves through your hair, soft and certain. And then, as the sun climbs fully into the sky, you smile because you understand that this isn't the end of the story. It never was. It's just another moment in the same eternal pattern: the rise, the fall, the glow, the quiet return. You take a breath, deep and steady. The air tastes new, like possibility. And then, still smiling, you turn back toward the sea and walk on into the day, into the light, into forever. The sun climbs higher, unhurried but unstoppable. Its light pours down in a steady flood, gilding the land until every surface gleams. The last traces of dawn fade into full morning, and the world hums quietly beneath it, alive, wide awake, endless. You walk slowly, not because you're tired, but because there's no reason to rush anymore. The ground beneath your feet is warm now, the dew long vanished. The wind has softened into a gentle breeze that brushes past your face and plays with the hem of your clothes. You follow the faint path that leads toward the sea again, where the sound of waves has returned, familiar, patient, eternal. When you reach the shoreline, the light on the water is blinding, pure and white. The waves roll in, calm but strong, their motion so rhythmic it could almost be breathing. You stand at the edge for a long moment, watching how each one rises and falls, erasing what came before it, only to write it again in the same shape. You step forward until the water touches your feet. It's cool, refreshing, alive. You can feel the pull of the tide against your ankles, a small, steady tug, like the planet reminding you it's still moving beneath you. You stay there until your skin tingles with salt, the sea foam curling around your toes before slipping away again. You close your eyes, and listen. The ocean speaks in long, unbroken phrases, the same language it's always used. You don't need to translate anymore. You just understand. Each wave carries a memory, the whisper of stars, the pulse of rivers, the echo of wind through trees. Everything you've seen, everything that has ever been, seems contained in this one continuous motion. When you open your eyes, the horizon stretches out before you, vast and perfect. The sky is so bright it seems to hum. You can barely tell where the sea ends and the air begins. For a moment, you imagine that if you stepped forward far enough, you might walk straight into the sky itself. You turn slightly and look back. Behind you lies everything: the hills, the forest, the rivers, the valleys where night once unfolded around you. It all glows now under the morning sun, transformed but still the same. The world looks whole, like a single breath that has never truly ended. You stand there, halfway between land and water, and smile. The journey has brought you full circle, not to a finish, but to understanding. There was never a destination. There was only this, the endless rhythm of movement, of light, of return. The waves lap gently against your shins. A gull cries overhead, its wings bright in the sunlight, then glides effortlessly toward the open sky. You watch it until it becomes a speck of white against the blue, then nothing at all. You take one more slow breath. The air is rich with salt and life and light. Every heartbeat feels like an echo of the sea. You whisper, just loud enough for the wind to carry it away, "I'm part of it." The breeze catches the words, turns them over, and sets them free. You watch the horizon shimmer, the water shifting from blue to silver to gold, and then, without thinking, you take a single step forward. The sea welcomes you with a soft, cool touch, and for a moment, you stand between two worlds, the one you came from and the one that's always been waiting. The waves rise, the light expands, and everything, sky, sea, heart, breath, moves together as one. You close your eyes, and in that boundless brightness, you finally understand what forever feels like. The sunlight glitters on the water until it becomes almost impossible to look at. You squint through the brilliance, and the world ahead of you blurs into pure white. The sea isn't blue anymore, it's light itself, alive, trembling, shifting. You wade in a little farther, the sand soft under your feet, the cool tide folding around your calves. The horizon quivers with heat and distance. Every wave that touches you feels like a heartbeat, gentle but certain. You can taste the salt in the air, hear the soft hiss as each crest collapses, see the way the foam catches for a moment on the surface before vanishing into motion again. Nothing here lingers, yet nothing is ever lost. It's all one unbroken act of becoming. You turn back once more. The shore looks small now, the line of dunes etched in light, the far hills hazed with warmth. You can still make out the faint shimmer of the river winding toward the sea, still feel the ghost of the forest's breath in the air. All of it is behind you, but somehow still within you. Each step you took, each silence you listened to, every starlit moment folded neatly into the present. You smile, and the sun seems to answer, brightening just a little more. Its reflection scatters across the waves, and for a heartbeat, the whole ocean looks like a sheet of hammered gold. The light stings your eyes, but it doesn't hurt. It's too clean, too vast. You stop walking and let the sea sway you where you stand. The motion is steady and kind. You close your eyes and feel the push and pull, the same rhythm that turned stars, grew trees, moved rivers, carried you here. It's not something you can resist or master. It's something you join. You inhale deeply. The air is warm now, thick with salt and life. When you exhale, it's as if the entire horizon moves with you, drawing in, breathing out, the wind and the tide and your lungs, one single pulse. You think about the first astronomers, the dreamers who once watched the sky to find order. They must have felt this too, the moment when you stop trying to measure and start simply feeling. When the map becomes unnecessary because you've realized you're standing inside the constellation. You open your eyes again. The light has shifted, paler now, turning the waves into sheets of glass. The sky above is endless, a clean blue dome without flaw. You can see the faint curve of the earth at the edges, the quiet geometry of existence. You take one last look around, the sea, the sky, the bright morning, all of it awake. The sound of the waves grows softer as though they're whispering you forward. You don't move yet. You just listen, memorizing the rhythm, knowing it will stay with you long after the world changes shape again. You bend down and trail your hand through the water. It catches the sunlight and breaks it into ribbons of gold that slip between your fingers. You lift your hand and watch the droplets fall, each one glittering briefly before it returns to the sea. You whisper, quietly, more to the light than to yourself. This is all one thing. The waves touch your knees now, cool and steady. The horizon shines wider, and the wind moves gently across your face, carrying the warmth of everything that ever was. You close your eyes once more, the sunlight bright behind your eyelids, and let the sound of the sea fill you completely. The world continues, vast, bright, endless, and you, small and infinite, breathe with it, perfectly still in the motion of forever. The wind softens until it's little more than a sigh. The tide withdraws around your legs, drawing a whisper from the sand, and the waves begin to break farther out. You can feel the change in the air, the pull towards stillness that always comes after the sea's long inhale. You stand there, motionless. The sunlight has warmed every surface of you. Even the salt on your skin gleams like tiny mirrors. The sound of the ocean slows in your perception, not because it's quieter, but because you've matched its rhythm. Every rise and fall of the surf feels like breath, and for a moment you're sure the planet itself is breathing through you. You look down at the wet sand. The reflections are sharper now, the sky duplicated under your feet, clouds flowing over the ground, the curve of the horizon bending inside a single footprint. You press your palm against the surface, leaving a brief handprint that fills instantly with water, a tiny tide pool shaped like your presence. When you pull your hand away, it vanishes almost immediately. The sea reclaims it without hesitation, but without cruelty. There's comfort in that, knowing that everything you give returns somewhere. A gull glides low across the water, then turns, tracing a wide circle over your head before vanishing into the light. You follow its path until your eyes blur, the blue above too bright to hold. The wind carries the faint echo of its cry, distant, fading but perfectly pitched to the rhythm of the waves. You wade a little deeper until the water lifts around your waist. The current moves stronger here, swirling in small eddies that tug at your hands. The temperature shifts with every layer, cool below, warm above. You tilt your head back, close your eyes, and let the water rock you. When you open them again, the sky has turned a richer blue. The sun has passed its peak, and the light is rounding toward afternoon, still brilliant, but softer now, thick with gold. The reflections on the water break into fragments, and every one flashes like a memory. You take another step and stop. You don't need to go farther. Everything you've sought, the stars, the rivers, the tree, the dawn, has brought you here. And here is all of it at once. The world doesn't stretch forward or back. It folds inward, everything meeting in this single shimmer of sea and light and breath. You lift your face toward the sky and speak softly, not to be heard, but to mark the truth of being alive. I was always home. The wind moves again, a gentle push that ripples through the surface, scattering light in every direction. The sea carries your words away, dispersing them across horizons you'll never see. You step back toward shore, the waves wrapping around you as if reluctant to let you go. The water lowers, your feet finding the firm sand again. Each step leaves a temporary shape that glows, fills, and fades. When you reach the dry edge, you turn once more to look behind. The tide moves steadily, unending, graceful as breath. Nothing has changed, yet everything has. You smile, feeling the warmth of the sun on your back, the salt tightening on your skin, the faint hum of the earth beneath your feet. You start walking along the shore, slow and easy. The waves keep their song, the sky remains wide. And for the first time, you don't need to wonder where the path leads, because you already know. The afternoon ripens into a golden hush. The sun hangs at an angle now, not fierce but generous, spilling its light sideways across the sea. The colors shift with every wave, amber to silver to the faintest green, and you walk through them as though moving inside liquid light. The air is full of warmth, salt, and that faint hum the world makes when it's perfectly balanced. You wander without destination. The shoreline curves ahead, the sand smooth and unmarred except for the delicate lace of shells and driftwood. Each object looks as though it's been placed with intention. A feather half buried, a bit of sea glass catching the sun, the faint outline of something once living, now returned to pattern. You bend to pick up the glass, its edges worn soft by the water. When you hold it to your eye, the world becomes tinted sea green, dreamlike. A thin trail of clouds crosses the sky, their edges glowing white. The breeze lifts your hair, threads through your fingers, and passes on. Everything moves in its own perfect order, as if the universe is quietly turning a page. You come to a place where the land rises slightly, a low bluff carpeted with short grass. You climb it, slow and easy, your feet sinking into the earth. At the top, the view opens wide. The endless blue of the ocean on one side, the rolling fields on the other, and in between, you standing at the seam. It's not a view you conquer or discover, it's one that welcomes you. You sit there, knees drawn up, hands resting loosely in your lap. The wind comes steady now, smelling of salt and faraway rain. The horizon breathes in rhythm with you. The longer you stay still, the more the world around you seems to breathe with you too. You notice a small bird perched on a rock nearby, feathers fluffed against the wind. It tilts its head toward you, curious but unafraid. You both watch the waves for a time, sharing the silence. Then, as if satisfied, it lifts into the air and flies inland, vanishing into the shimmer of light. You follow its path with your eyes until it disappears completely. The moment lingers, simple, quiet, complete. You think of all the moments like this, scattered through time like shells on a beach, each one small but infinite when you stop long enough to see it. The light softens further, slipping toward the warm bronze of late afternoon. The air cools against your skin, carrying a whisper of evening to come. You know night will return soon, that the stars will rise again, that the cycle will continue. But the thought no longer carries any weight of ending. It feels like rhythm, gentle, eternal, true. You lie back on the grass, watching clouds drift across the sky. The sun sits low enough that its rays move horizontally now, turning the air into a visible shimmer. You can almost see the particles of light passing through you, through everything. You realize that you've been part of this the entire time, the stars, the sea, the wind, the dawn. You were never separate. You were never outside of it. Every breath you've taken has been an echo of this same vast, quiet conversation. The waves murmur softly below, the grass shifts beside you, the sky breathes light through its endless fabric. And you, still and smiling, breathe with it, no longer a witness but a note in the song. The light deepens toward amber. Long shadows stretch from the dunes, spilling across the sand like spilled ink that never quite dries. The sea, once bright and silver, now glows darker, its surface a vast quilt of molten copper and deep blue. You sit still and watch the slow transformation, the world exhaling into evening. A few gulls wheel overhead, their wings catching the last gold of the day. Their cries sound softer now, less like calls and more like echoes. The horizon blurs and the air begins to cool. You can taste the shift, the faint mineral edge that always comes before dusk. You rise and walk along the ridge again, feeling the grass brush your hands. Each step stirs tiny seeds from the stalks. They float briefly in the air before disappearing into the wind. You think of all the invisible journeys happening at once. Dust crossing oceans, pollen drifting over mountains, stars traveling for millennia just to be seen by eyes like yours. Everything moves, even in stillness. At the end of the bluff, you find an old piece of driftwood half buried in the sand. Its surface is bleached white by sun and salt, carved smooth by time. You sit beside it and trace its lines with your fingertips. Every groove feels like a story written slowly, one wave at a time. The sun dips lower, half swallowed by the horizon. The air fills with warmth and color, deep orange at the edge, lavender above, a slow fade into twilight blue. The sea mirrors it perfectly, rippling with bands of fire and shadow. You watch in silence as the light slides down the curve of the world, softening everything it touches. A few clouds drift overhead, their undersides glowing red, then fading to rose, then to gray. The wind quiets as if the day itself is holding its breath. You feel it too, that pause before the world turns over into night. You close your eyes and listen. The waves have grown gentler now, their rhythm slower, heavier. The birds have gone quiet. Somewhere far inland, you can almost hear the faint hum of evening insects, the subtle beginning of night's music. You open your eyes just as the last sliver of sun disappears. The horizon glows for a heartbeat longer, then cools to blue, then indigo, then the deep, soft darkness that feels like home. The first stars appear almost instantly, shy and distant, their light trembling in the high air. You exhale, and the sound of your breath folds into the quiet. You lie back on the sand. The temperature drops just enough to remind you that time is moving. The grains beneath you are still warm, holding the day's memory. The sea hums in the background, a slow pulse, eternal and unbroken. You watch the sky fill, one star at a time. The constellations return like old friends, their shapes familiar but always new. You find Orion again, rising from the horizon, and think of the hands that first mapped it, tracing meaning into infinity. You whisper the names under your breath, some ancient, some your own invention, and the night listens, perfectly still. You realize there's no longer a difference between the sky and the sea, between the world above and the one below. Both are vast, both are moving, both are endless. You feel yourself as part of it, not the center, not the observer, but the quiet thread that connects them. You close your eyes again and the sounds merge. The soft push of the waves, the whisper of the grass, the faint hum of stars burning across impossible distances. And there, between one breath and the next, you slip into stillness so complete that it feels like the universe itself has paused to rest beside you. Everything, light, shadow, memory, and sound continues on, and you, folded inside it, shine quietly back. Night settles fully, not as a curtain, but as a tide. It moves in gentle, unseen waves, filling the hollows between dunes and washing through the grass with a low, rustling sigh. The last traces of sunset fade from the west, leaving only a faint copper glow that lingers like a forgotten ember. The stars multiply above you, thousands, then tens of thousands, until the sky looks alive, breathing with light. The Milky Way arcs across the heavens like a ghostly river, each droplet a sun, each shimmer a world. You can almost imagine the old astronomers lying just as you are now, their backs against cool earth, tracing patterns with fingertips and names whispered to the wind. The air cools enough to bring out the scent of salt and grass. You pull your arms around yourself and let the warmth of the sand beneath you rise through your skin. Every sound feels softer now, the sea moving far away, a single bird crying once before silence, the hush of your own pulse in your ears. You tilt your head toward the horizon and catch the faintest glint of a planet, bright, steady, unwilling to twinkle like the others. Maybe Venus, maybe Jupiter. You remember reading that ancient stargazers once mistook them for gods, wandering lights that cared enough to move. You can't blame them. From here, they still look divine. Somewhere in the distance, lightning flickers beyond the sea, far enough that you can't hear it. Only see the horizon bloom white for an instant and fade. Even the storm keeps its distance tonight. The stars feel closer than the world around you. They seem to pulse in rhythm with your breath, slow and patient, as though the universe itself is syncing with your heartbeat. You trace invisible lines between them, constellations of your own making, shapes no one will ever name but you. You think of all the people across time who looked up just like this. A farmer in Mesopotamia, noting where Orion rose to time the flood. A traveler in the Sahara, following the same stars to find an oasis. A Polynesian navigator, reading the night like a living map. And you here, centuries later, breathing under the same celestial script. There's a deep comfort in that thought, the knowledge that you're not the first or the last to wonder what burns so far away. It's like standing in an endless chain of questions, every link made of awe. The night deepens, but it doesn't feel darker. The starlight is enough. You can see your hands when you lift them, faintly silvered. You spread your fingers, and the sky spills through them like water. A shooting star cuts across the heavens, leaving a line of fire that fades almost instantly. You don't make a wish. You don't need to. You've already arrived where all wishes point, to quiet, to stillness, to the place where you can finally see the universe as it is, vast, radiant, and completely at peace. You close your eyes again. The world narrows to sensation, the steady breath of the ocean, the cool air against your face, the weight of the earth beneath you, the slow, luminous drift of time. No thoughts remain, only the rhythm. Inhale, exhale, stars above, earth below. The night hums around you, eternal, gentle, infinite. And for a long, weightless moment, you are nothing and everything at once. Just another point of light among countless others, shining quietly in the dark. Dawn begins so slowly you almost miss it. The stars don't vanish all at once. They thin, fading from a sea of thousands to a handful clinging stubbornly to the edge of night. The air changes first, losing its chill and gaining the faintest hint of warmth, like the earth remembering sunlight after a long dream. You open your eyes and find the horizon washed in gray-blue. The sea reflects it perfectly, calm, endless, and trembling with that strange quiet only morning knows. The first bird calls somewhere inland, tentative and small, as though testing whether the world is ready to wake. The sky brightens by degrees. A pale gold line forms between sea and sky, so thin it looks painted on glass. You sit up slowly, brushing sand from your hands, and watch as it widens. The light seems to pour upward, not downward, and everything it touches comes back to life. The blades of grass, the curve of the dunes, even the faint footprints you left hours ago. You can't help but smile. There's something about dawn that feels like forgiveness, like the world saying, let's try again. A breeze moves across the bluff carrying the scent of salt and something green from the fields. You inhale deeply, and for a second it feels like you're breathing the entire world. The waves begin their morning rhythm, each one rolling in a little stronger, a little louder, as if the sea itself is stretching. You stand and watch the sun breach the horizon, round and slow, its edge almost trembling as it rises. The water catches fire where the light hits it, scattering gold across the surface. It's beautiful in a way that doesn't demand words. It just is. You think back to the stars, to the ancient skywatchers who spent their lives chasing patterns in that darkness. You realize they weren't so different from you, just people who couldn't look away from the wonder above them. They built their calendars, temples, and myths not because they needed to own the sky, but because they needed to belong to it. You feel that same belonging now. The light climbs higher, spilling over your shoulders, warming your face. Somewhere behind you, the first insects start to hum, and the world hums with them. The sky turns from gold to pale blue, and the last star fades like a candle in sunlight. You stand there a little longer, watching the world awaken. Every detail feels sharper now. The sound of the waves, the cool air against your skin, the smell of salt and grass, the simple rhythm of breath. The night's silence lingers somewhere deep inside you, but it's no longer heavy. It feels like a gift you've brought back from the stars. When you finally turn to leave, the sun is already high enough to cast a long shadow behind you. The path back through the dunes glows with morning light. You walk slowly, not because you're tired, but because every step feels like part of the same quiet music that's been playing since the first stargazer looked up and whispered the names of the constellations. The sea murmurs one last time behind you as if to say goodbye, or maybe just see you tonight. You glance back once, watching the sun touch the water's edge with light. The horizon gleams endless and calm. The stars are gone, but their memory lingers in the air like breath on glass. You walk on, carrying that soft, invisible shimmer with you, the reminder that no matter how far time moves, you're still part of the same vast story, still written in starlight, still quietly glowing, even in daylight. By mid-morning, the sky has turned a brilliant, endless blue, one of those colors that only exists for a few hours after sunrise before the heat thickens it. You follow a narrow trail inland where the grass grows tall and pale. The ground is cool beneath your feet, still damp from the night's dew, and each step leaves a brief dark mark before the sun erases it. The air feels lighter now. Birds call from the dunes, their songs bright and repetitive, small celebrations of existence. You pass a cluster of wildflowers, their petals trembling with bees. The world hums in soft motion, every sound and shimmer folding into the next, perfectly content to keep happening without your attention. At the crest of a hill, you pause and look back. The ocean lies stretched out behind you like a memory. It's hard to believe that only hours ago it was black and full of stars. Now it looks alive in an entirely different way, silver and blue, veined with light, endlessly moving. You take a slow breath and close your eyes, feeling the breeze trace the same path across your face that the starlight once did. For a moment, everything overlaps, night and day, past and present, silence and sound. You realize that the rhythm never ended, it only changed its shape. A dragonfly drifts close, wings flashing green and copper, a tiny messenger of sunlight. You watch it hover, turn, and vanish toward the fields. Somewhere nearby, a brook murmurs through the reeds. The sound draws you down a small slope where water threads its way through the grass, clear as glass and cool as shadow. You crouch beside it and dip your fingers in. The current feels alive, playful, whispering against your skin. You cup a little water in your hands and sip. It tastes faintly of earth and stone, impossibly clean. You remember stories of travelers in ancient deserts following faint trickles like this, reading the ground the way astronomers read the sky. Both kinds of navigation are the same at heart, finding pattern inside the infinite. As you stand again, the wind shifts, carrying the low sound of waves back to you, miles away. It feels like an echo from another world, or maybe from last night. You smile, realizing the sea is still there, watching, still calling softly from beyond the horizon. The day grows warmer. The light changes from gold to white, and the edges of the world sharpen. You walk until the trail meets a stand of wind-twisted trees, their branches curved as though they've been listening to the ocean for centuries. Their leaves flash silver when they turn, like fragments of morning sky caught mid-flight. You rest beneath them, lying back in their shade. The grass sways gently, a thousand thin green blades moving together like waves. The sound is hypnotic, half breeze, half heartbeat. You let it lull you, eyes half closed, body weightless. The sun filters through the leaves in shifting patterns, light and shadow overlapping like constellations in motion. The warmth on your face feels exactly like starlight magnified. You realize that in a way, it is. Just the same ancient fire traveled across time, touching you now. You stay there for a while, letting the thought fade into quiet. The day hums softly around you. The sea murmurs in the distance, the grass moves, the light breathes, and you, in the center of it all, drift somewhere between waking and dream, held by the same rhythm that's been carrying everything since the first sunrise the earth ever saw. Time loosens its grip as the afternoon deepens. The air thickens with warmth. The sound of insects hums like a long, steady chord beneath everything. You lie in the shifting shade, half asleep, half dreaming, watching how the light flickers through the leaves above you. The shapes move lazily, small golden rivers flowing over green, bending and merging like the sky seen through water. When you sit up again, the day has changed tone. The sun tilts westward now, and its light turning softer, rounder, full of weight but not heat. The breeze has picked up, carrying the faint smell of the sea again, though it's far beyond sight. You brush the grass from your hands, and each blade glints briefly before falling back into shadow. You walk again, following the slow incline of the hill. The trees thin until they're behind you, and the landscape opens like a book. The fields roll out in long waves of gold and green, stitched with paths where animals and wind have worn the ground smooth. Every so often, a patch of wildflowers flashes between the grasses, a quiet fireworks of color. You reach a stone wall, low and half broken, the remains of something once deliberate. You trail your fingers across it as you pass. The stones are warm and rough, some covered in moss, some carved faintly by hands long gone. You wonder who built it, someone who looked at this same horizon, maybe listening to the same wind. The thought doesn't make you feel small, it makes you feel included. The land dips again toward a valley where a river glides through. The water moves in the same rhythm as the ocean did, only smaller, more personal. You kneel at the edge and watch it twist between rocks, its surface flashing with light. You toss in a pebble and watch the circles spread outward until they vanish. You realize that the ripples never truly end, they just move beyond where you can see them. You follow the riverbank for a while, listening to the blend of water and wind until you find a wide stone flat enough to sit on. The light lies thick across it, golden and slow. When you touch the surface, it feels like the memory of warmth, the kind that lingers long after the sun has moved on. You stay there for what feels like hours, though the shadows say it's only minutes. The world around you hums with invisible life. Bees threading through clover, the rustle of lizards in the grass, the soft splash of fish in the current. Every sound layers into the same gentle rhythm. Above you, the sky has taken on that late afternoon glow, still bright but tired in the way light gets before it rests. The edges of clouds burn faintly gold. You tilt your head back and stare upward, and for a heartbeat, the blue looks infinite again, just as it did last night. You can almost imagine the stars behind it waiting for their cue. You exhale slowly, and the wind seems to move with you. You think of all the distances light travels to reach this place, the impossible space between stars, the patient river of time that carries every sunrise forward. And here you are, sitting on a sun-warmed stone beside a river, part of it all without needing to understand it. You close your eyes, The warmth presses gently into your skin. The river keeps talking in its quiet, endless language. The day begins its slow descent toward evening. The light turns deeper, richer, more forgiving. The shadows lengthen. The air cools. And you, perfectly still, begin to feel the same subtle pull that the earth must feel every time it turns toward night again. The soft gravity of rest, the gentle promise of stars waiting just beyond the blue. The late afternoon ripens into something golden and almost liquid. Every sound stretches, slower, warmer, more resonant. The wind moves through the grass in long sighs, and even the insects hum as if aware that the light is fading. The river gleams brighter as the sun lowers, its surface now a mirror of molten copper. You sit quietly on your stone and watch the day dissolve. The sun no longer burns. It glows, steady and low, spreading its color across the world like a hand smoothing a blanket. The sky changes by the minute, pale blue melting into rose, rose into amber, amber into that tender violet that lives only between day and night. You walk down to the water's edge and dip your hand into the current again. It's warmer now, almost silky, like the river has gathered sunlight all day and is giving it back in secret. The motion feels familiar, like the rhythm of breathing, or waves, or time itself. The world, you realize, has always spoken in circles. You rise and begin following the river toward the west, where the sun waits to fall. The banks rise and dip, leading you through small groves and open stretches of grass. Each step feels soft, measured, unhurried. Shadows lengthen around you, deepening the green of the fields, darkening the folds of earth. When you reach a bend in the river, you find a place where the water widens into a still pool. The air here is cooler, shaded by tall reeds and a single leaning tree. You sit beneath it, your back against the trunk, and watch the sky reflected in the water. The image is almost perfect. Clouds drifting upside down, a golden sun trembling just above the surface. For a long time, you simply watch that reflection. The wind ripples it slightly, then stills again, as though the world is breathing around you. The leaves rustle softly above, their motion small and rhythmic. The entire scene feels like the slowest heartbeat in existence. As the sun begins its final descent, the colors deepen to fire. The water burns orange, the reeds darken to black silhouettes, and the air hums faintly with the pulse of evening. You hear frogs begin their songs, tentative at first, then bolder. Their voices blend with the sound of the current and the whisper of wind through the grass. You tilt your head back and look through the branches. The first stars are already appearing, tiny sparks against the fading blue. The world seems to hold still for them, pausing just long enough for the boundary between light and darkness to blur completely. You breathe in the scent of the river, the mix of cool water, damp earth, and something sweet from the reeds. You feel your heartbeat slow until it matches the rhythm of the current. The last edge of the sun slips below the horizon, and the pool changes from gold to silver. The first chorus of crickets begins. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls, its voice deep and deliberate. You lie back against the grass and watch the stars gather. They come faster now, scattered across the sky like seeds. Each one glows with a different tone of light, some cold, some warm, all impossibly far and yet somehow intimate. You remember the night before, the fireflies, the constellations, the silence, and realize that nothing ever truly ended. The pattern just keeps looping, gentle and eternal. The river murmurs beside you, the grass sways in rhythm, the night stretches open. You close your eyes, not to sleep yet, but to listen. The world is singing again, not loudly, but enough. enough to remind you that everything from the movement of water to the turning of stars shares the same quiet melody. And beneath it all, you recognize your own note, small, steady, glowing faintly in time with the universe. The evening deepens, slow and sure like ink spreading through water. The last light of day clings to the horizon in a thin band of orange before dissolving entirely into blue. The river beside you has turned to shadow, though it still carries the faint reflection of the sky, an upside down galaxy rippling softly at your feet. The air cools and sweetens. You can smell the shift, the damp scent of earth, the faint perfume of crushed grass, the whisper of something floral carried from far away. You lie back and let the ground take your weight, the soil still warm beneath you, the first chill of night brushing against your face. Above you, the stars emerge in their slow parade. The familiar constellations return first, the bright, steady ones that anchor the rest. Then come the softer, subtler lights, the ones that require stillness to see. You give them that stillness, your eyes adjusting, your breath matching the rhythm of the river. The soundscape has changed again. The crickets sing steadily now, their song an endless thread woven through the dark. Frogs answer from the reeds, and somewhere upstream you hear the brief splash of something small entering the water. The night isn't silent. It's alive in a quieter register. You close your eyes and listen deeper. Beneath the sounds, there's something else, something almost imperceptible. The low vibration of the earth turning, the faint hum of distance itself. It feels like the heartbeat of everything, so slow you can barely feel it, but constant. It's the sound of time moving forward without hurry, without end. You open your eyes again, and the stars seem closer than before. You can see their colors now, blue, white, gold, even faint red. You trace one line, then another, forming your own constellations, a river, a path, a heartbeat. The patterns are yours, but they belong to the sky all the same. You think of all the people across centuries who lay beneath these same stars. Some named them gods, some used them as guides, some simply stared upward until they felt small enough to fit inside eternity. You understand them all. It isn't about finding meaning, it's about feeling the vastness and knowing you belong inside it. A soft wind moves across the grass, cool and dry. It stirs your hair, the reeds, the surface of the water. For a moment, the stars shimmer on the ripples and seem to drift. You realize you're watching the sky float both above and below you. You reach out a hand and your fingers brush the reflection. It trembles, breaking the stars into shards of silver. Then, just as quickly, they reform, whole again. The image restores itself, and you see your own faint reflection beside it. Your eyes, your outline, the sky behind you. You and the universe sharing one surface. You lower your hand and rest it on your chest, feeling your heartbeat beneath your palm. It's a steady rhythm, small but unbroken. Each beat feels like a response to the pulse you heard in the earth earlier, as if you're answering a question asked long before you were born. You let the thought drift away and return to the quiet. The stars glow brighter, the constellations sharper. The river hums softly beside you. Everything breathes together, sky, water, earth, and you. And in that perfect alignment, you feel something open inside you. Not revelation, not conclusion, just an immense calm. The kind that needs no explanation, the kind that simply says, you are here. That's enough. You close your eyes and the night folds around you like a blanket of cool air and distant starlight. The river keeps speaking its quiet language beside you. The wind slows. The world hums. And under that endless sky, you finally let yourself rest, fully, deeply, peacefully, knowing that the same stars will keep shining long after your breath has joined the rhythm of the earth. The night holds you like a long, patient breath. The stars seem to pulse slower now, as if they too are easing into the rhythm of sleep. The air has cooled completely. When you exhale, your breath drifts upward, vanishing into the same darkness that once birthed every light in the sky. The world around you is utterly still. Even the crickets have softened their song, their rhythm thinning into the background hum of the universe. The river moves with almost no sound now, and its current smoothing itself into silence. The reeds barely sway. The tree beside you stands perfectly motionless, its branches drawn in black ink against the silver sky. You lie there, half between waking and dream, and the boundaries begin to dissolve. The ground beneath you no longer feels like earth. It feels like the skin of something vast and alive. The sky doesn't look far away anymore. It feels close enough to touch. The stars seem suspended just above your face, glimmering softly, patient as breath. You stretch out your hand once more, palm open. For a heartbeat, the stars above and the reflection below seem to meet at your fingertips. You don't move. You don't need to. It's not about reaching. It's about realizing that you already touch it, that you always have. The river murmurs quietly beside you, and in its voice you hear echoes of everything that came before: the forest wind, the ocean's sigh, the hum of morning light. It all folds together into one soft sound, carrying the same message in 1,000 different languages. Everything is connected, and nothing is ever lost. A breeze stirs at last, tender and full of the scent of water and wild grass. It brushes your face and continues downstream, vanishing into the dark. You let your body follow its lead, sinking deeper into stillness until even your heartbeat feels like part of the wind's rhythm. You open your eyes again, just long enough to take in the full sky one last time. The Milky Way spills above you in a slow, luminous curve. You trace it with your gaze, remembering how ancient astronomers once saw in it a river or a path or the spine of the heavens. You understand why. They weren't trying to own the stars, only to name the beauty that refused to end. You whisper into the dark, softly so it's more vibration than voice, "I see it now." The stars don't answer, but their silence feels full, reassuring, infinite. You close your eyes again and the world becomes sound and warmth. The grass shifts once more, the river sighs, the night exhales. The pulse of the earth thrums faintly beneath you, steady and sure. You drift weightless until thought itself dissolves into rhythm. Breath, heartbeat, breeze, stars, all one single motion, repeating forever. And in that quiet, without needing to understand, you rest completely, your mind floating somewhere between the turning of the planet and the slow shimmer of distant suns. The night keeps watch, the river keeps singing, and everything, everywhere, continues to shine. Dawn returns without fanfare. It doesn't break or blaze, it seeps, quiet, inevitable, a soft glow rising from nowhere and everywhere at once. The stars fade one by one, not disappearing but dimming gently, as if stepping aside to make room for something new. You open your eyes to the first pale light gathering at the edge of the sky. The river beside you catches it before anything else, turning its surface into glass brushed with gold. Mist clings to the water, rising and twisting like breath in cold air. For a moment, it feels like the world is dreaming itself awake. You sit up slowly. The grass around you sparkles with dew, each droplet holding a miniature sunrise. When you reach out and touch one, it collapses instantly, gone but not lost, absorbed back into the earth that made it. You smile at that. It feels like a small reminder of everything you've learned by accident, that nothing really ends, it just changes form. The air is still cool, but the light grows stronger with every heartbeat. The sky shifts from gray to rose, then to a bright, tender gold that spills over the horizon like honey. The tree above you hums softly in the wind, its leaves rustling in a way that sounds like whispering. You can't tell if it's the breeze or the tree itself, but it doesn't matter. The world is speaking, and you understand without words. You stand, stretching your arms toward the light. The warmth touches your skin, gentle but sure. The river moves steadily beside you, its ripples flashing with sunlight. Birds begin to stir in the reeds, one, then another, then a whole choir awakening the day. You follow the river downstream again, the same path as before, but everything looks different in daylight. The stones are painted in shades of brown and gray, streaked with moss. The sand glows pale beneath the water. Every curve of the landscape seems newly drawn. You realize that the night, with all its vastness, was never the opposite of day. It was just the other half of the same rhythm. When you reach the bend where the river opens wide, you stop and look out across the valley. The world is fully awake now, the colors sharp and clean. The sea glimmers faintly on the horizon, a memory of where you began. You take a deep breath, and for a moment, it feels like you're breathing the same air the stars once glowed through, the same air that fed fires, oceans, forests, and lungs for eons. You laugh quietly to yourself. There's no reason for it, just the sheer lightness of being here, still breathing, still watching the sun climb. You crouch at the water's edge, cup your hands, and drink. The taste is fresh, familiar, alive. You look into the surface of the water one last time. The reflection there is clear. Your face framed by light, the sky stretched endlessly behind it. The image wavers with each ripple, breaking and reforming, never holding still, yet always itself. You whisper, softly enough that only the river might hear, "Thank you." The current carries the words away. You stand again, the sun now warm on your shoulders, the sound of morning swelling around you. The sky has forgotten the stars, but you haven't. They linger behind your eyes, quiet as breath, ready to return when the earth turns again. You turn toward the east where the light keeps growing and start walking, each step light, steady, certain. The day opens before you, wide and bright, and somewhere behind you, unseen but eternal, the river hums, the stars wait, and the universe keeps breathing. One long, endless rhythm of light and dark, silence and song. The morning unfolds in full now, spilling brightness across every surface. The mist has lifted, leaving behind air so clear you can see the far-off shimmer of the sea again, the faint silver line where the earth bends away from itself. The world is awake but not noisy. Its sounds are gentle, deliberate, full of purpose. You walk slowly through the tall grass, its tips brushing against your hands like water. The light flickers through it, turning each blade translucent for a heartbeat before moving on. Insects rise and fall in lazy arcs around you, catching the sun on their wings. The rhythm of your steps matches the steady hush of the river flowing nearby. When you reach the top of a small rise, you stop. Below you lies everything: the winding river, the dark band of forest, the distant coastline shining faintly in the light. You stand there for a long while, simply taking it in. The view feels both enormous and intimate, like the world breathing out a soft sigh and inviting you to breathe with it. You close your eyes and tilt your face toward the sun. Its warmth pools across your skin, seeps into your shoulders, down your arms. There's no need to think or name or understand. Just feeling is enough. The wind moves around you in slow circles, smelling faintly of salt and green things. When you open your eyes again, a hawk is gliding overhead. Silent, effortless, tracing invisible spirals through the air. You follow its flight until it becomes no more than a speck against the sky, then gone. You imagine what it must see from up there. The long silver threads of rivers, the quiet glow of fields, the glint of your small figure standing still in the light. You smile. There's peace in being small. There's power in belonging to something larger. You continue walking until you reach a cluster of stones arranged in a circle, weathered, half sunk, almost lost to grass. You step into their shadow and realize this is where you began your journey, or something very much like it. The same scent of earth, the same murmur of wind, the same steady hum in the air. The circle has closed perfectly. You sit beside one of the stones and rest your hand against its surface. The warmth has returned to it, faint but familiar, like an old friend offering a quiet greeting. You can almost feel the hum of the planet beneath it, the slow, endless vibration that connects everything you've seen, the stars, the ocean, the trees, the dawn. You whisper, not because you expect an answer, but because silence deserves something gentle to hold. I'm still here. The breeze stirs in response, subtle but certain, passing over your face and through the grass. It carries the scent of the sea, the forest, the river, all the places you've passed through, folded together in a single breath. You lean back, closing your eyes once more. The sounds of the world layer around you, birds calling, water moving, grass shifting. Everything fits perfectly, as though the entire planet has been tuned to a key you finally understand. The sun moves higher, the shadows shrink, the air warms further. Somewhere in the distance, the river glints like a thread of light leading toward the horizon. You breathe deeply, slowly, letting it all fill you, the warmth, the sound, the space, the memory. There is no destination left. There never was. There's only this moment, infinite and complete. You open your eyes to the full day, the sky vast and unmarred, the world quietly alive around you. And then, without a word, you rise, dust the grass from your palms, and walk forward into the brightness, into the rhythm, into everything. The light has lost its edge now. It's soft, generous, diffused. The morning has matured into full day, and the world hums with quiet activity. The river glides on, weaving through the land like a thought that never ends. Each ripple flashes sunlight in tiny fragments, scattering it back to the sky. You follow it again, not because you need to go anywhere, but because motion feels like a kind of gratitude. Every step makes a sound, grass bending, sand shifting, water whispering against stones. The air is warm enough now that it smells faintly sweet, full of new blooms hidden somewhere beyond sight. A dragonfly darts across your path, its wings refracting the light in quick bursts of blue and green. You watch it hover above the river, pause, then vanish upstream like an idea too quick to hold. The sight makes you laugh softly to yourself. Even the smallest life here moves with purpose, as though aware of its place in the great pattern. As you walk, the trees grow taller and closer together, their branches weaving into loose shade overhead. The ground cools beneath your feet. The sound of the river deepens, echoing through trunks and leaves. A few birds call in sharp, melodic notes, their voices folding neatly into the quiet. You find a place where two streams join, their waters meeting in a swirl of white and gold foam. You crouch beside them, tracing the seam where they merge. There's no clash, no hesitation, just the effortless blending of paths, each carrying its own story, now shared. You dip your hand in the water again. It's cool, alive, the same current that touched the sea and the stars before it found you. You linger there a long time, watching how easily the world knows how to belong to itself. No decision, no resistance, only flow. The light flickers through the trees, dappling your arms. Somewhere high above, a cloud drifts across the sun, dimming the world for a moment. The shadows deepen and everything around you seems to pause, just for a heartbeat, a breath. Then the light returns, softer, warmer, carrying a faint gold shimmer like dust in motion. You stand and begin walking again, but slower now. The path ahead narrows, winding through tall reeds and grasses that sway in long, rhythmic arcs. The sound they make is like the hush of the ocean from far away. You walk through it, letting the blades brush against you, their touch cool and constant. Eventually, the land opens again, revealing the wide valley bathed in sunlight. You can see the river stretching out ahead, broad and gleaming, threading toward the sea. The same horizon, but from a new angle, closer, calmer, glowing. You stand there for a while, your shadow short at your feet, and feel the entire world around you breathing in unison. The cycle is complete again. The stars have become daylight, the river has become reflection, the silence has become song. You close your eyes and breathe deeply. Every scent, every sound, every pulse of air feels familiar, ancient, infinite. You don't need to move anymore. You've arrived not at a destination, but at understanding. Quiet, simple, enough. You open your eyes to the bright expanse of day and smile, because it's clear now. Everything you've seen, the stars, the dawn, the rivers, the sky, has always been one continuous story, and you've been inside it all along. The wind stirs once more, carrying warmth and light. You turn your face into it, let it pass through your hair, across your hands, and feel it say what words never could. The world keeps shining. The current keeps moving. The sky holds steady. And somewhere deep inside that infinite rhythm, you breathe at last in perfect harmony with everything that is. The day drifts forward in perfect balance, neither rising nor falling, just being. The sunlight feels softer now, as though the world has exhaled and settled into itself. You walk through it slowly, each step stirring motes of dust that shimmer in the air before vanishing again. The ground is warm beneath you, the wind tender, the sky a seamless sheet of blue. You reach a small hill that overlooks everything, the winding river, the wide valley, the forest whose edge glows faintly in the distance. The view looks familiar, but new too, as if the land has been remade by the simple act of being seen again. You sit at the crest, folding your legs beneath you, and rest your hands on the grass. It's dry and fragrant now, whispering in the wind like a low song only the earth remembers. The rhythm of the world continues all around you. Birds wheel lazily in the sky, their shadows sliding across the ground in slow arcs. The river flashes like a living thread, moving toward the horizon that still glows faintly gold. Everything feels deliberate, but unhurried. Life unfolding not as a task, but as a quiet agreement between sky and ground, light and water, breath and being. You close your eyes and the warmth of the sun presses gently against your skin. It's the same warmth that once came from firelight, from starlight, from the distant hum of a universe still expanding. You realize that what you feel now isn't just light, it's memory. 1,000 generations of warmth traveling through time to find you. When you open your eyes again, the breeze shifts direction, bringing with it the distant scent of salt. The ocean can't be far now. You listen carefully and catch the faintest murmur of waves carried across miles of field. The sound feels like recognition. You rise and start walking toward it, your steps soft in the grass. The land dips gently, and the air cools as you approach the coast once more. The river runs beside you, keeping pace as if it knows where you're headed. Its voice grows louder, fuller, until it becomes a constant sound, alive, strong, endless. Then, finally, you see it, the sea, vast and brilliant, the same ocean that once held the stars in its reflection. The sunlight scatters across its surface, too bright to look at directly. The waves move in slow, deliberate rhythm, their edges crowned with foam. The sound is both familiar and new, like a song you've always known but never truly heard until now. You step closer, feeling the wind shift, cooler here, tinged with the taste of salt. The horizon stretches open before you, infinite and alive. You can't tell where the sky begins anymore. It's all one light, one motion. You stand at the edge again, just as you did before, but this time the stillness feels complete. You're not a visitor now. You're part of the tide, part of the rhythm. The waves roll toward you and away, over and over, the same pattern the stars follow above. You kneel, touch the water, and let it slide through your fingers. It feels like the same current that has always moved through you, across ages, lifetimes, and moments. You watch it shimmer on your skin, then fall back to join the rest. The sun begins its slow descent, turning the sea to molten gold. The sky deepens, and the first hint of evening blushes at the edges of the horizon. You know that soon the stars will return and the world will begin its long, quiet inhale again. You breathe deeply, matching its pace. Everything you've seen, every sound and silence, every shimmer and shadow, it all belongs to the same cycle, the same vast heartbeat that hums beneath every living thing. You stand there until the wind grows cooler and the light softens, and for a brief, weightless moment, it feels as though you are standing within eternity, not as a witness, but as part of it. The sea breathes, the sky turns, the stars wait, and you, perfectly still, breathe with them, another note in the endless, beautiful rhythm of forever. The horizon begins to melt again, gold to rose, rose to amber, amber to blue. The sun sinks lower, and the air takes on that fragile clarity that only comes when the world is halfway between waking and rest. You watch it unfold quietly, the light changing by degrees, painting the sea in slow, liquid fire. The waves roll in and out with calm precision. Their rhythm has softened since morning. They seem thoughtful now, almost reflective. You stand at the edge where the water meets the sand, the tide brushing over your feet, leaving thin bands of foam that trace your steps before erasing them. The sky above you expands into color, lavender, peach, then that deepening violet that always feels like a prelude to stars. The air cools, the salt sharpens, and somewhere behind you, a bird calls once and falls silent. Everything around you feels deliberate, as if the planet is performing a ritual it has repeated since the first sunrise. You sit down where the wet sand darkens, just beyond the reach of the waves. The surface is smooth and firm, warm beneath the cooling air. You draw small circles in it with your fingertip, watching how quickly they fade. Each one vanishes the instant the next wave reaches it, but somehow that doesn't feel like loss. It feels like participation. The world isn't erasing you, it's folding you into motion. You look up. The sea stretches endlessly, but now it looks softer, almost translucent near the horizon. A faint shimmer outlines the distant water, like the ghost of daylight still clinging to the edge of things. The sun is half gone now, slipping gently beneath the waves. It leaves a path of light on the water, a straight golden trail that seems to reach toward you. You stare at it for a long while. You can almost believe that if you walked far enough, you could follow that trail into the heart of the light itself. But then the sun lowers completely and the path fades, replaced by silver. The day gives itself over to night. You lean back on your hands and watch the colors drain upward, the last blush of pink yielding to the cool indigo of twilight. The first star appears before you even notice it, faint but steady. Then another, and another. The air cools further. You can hear the small changes, the waves deepening in tone, the wind shifting direction, the faint creak of sand under its own settling weight. The sound of the world winding down. You take a long, slow breath. The scent of salt fills your lungs. The wind lifts a strand of hair across your face, and you let it. There's no need to move, no need to think. The sea moves for you. The stars will rise whether you look or not. You close your eyes for a moment, and behind your lids, the light still flickers. The rhythm continues, the steady hush of the tide, the whisper of wind, the faint thrum of your own pulse. When you open them again, the sky is darker, the stars brighter. The sea glows faintly beneath them, catching every reflection like a mirror turned toward infinity. You can see constellations forming in the ripples, temporary, imperfect, alive. You lie back on the sand, arms spread wide, the world spinning gently around you. The stars above, the waves beside, the earth beneath, all one continuous motion. You smile, eyes half open, watching the first shooting star sweep silently across the dark. And in that moment, nothing begins or ends. There is only this, the slow turning of the planet, the breath of the sea, the shimmer of light traveling through endless night. You exhale softly, the stars shimmer back, and the world, ancient and new, keeps breathing you quietly into forever. The night arrives completely now, deep, full, and kind. The sky stretches open, vast and unbroken, a tapestry of light and silence. You lie on the cool sand, your body half cradled by the curve of the earth, your gaze lost among the stars. The sea hums beside you, its waves slower now, lower, like the planet's own breathing. The air feels almost weightless. Every sound seems sharpened by quiet. The soft hiss of retreating water, the distant flutter of wings, the faint ticking of sand shifting as it cools. You listen without trying, and soon the sounds weave together into something steady, something whole. The constellations reveal themselves again, Orion rising, Cassiopeia reclining, the curve of the Milky Way spilling across the heavens. You find the same stars you traced before, yet they seem changed somehow. Or maybe you are. You know now that the sky isn't repeating, it's continuing. You think of the first people who watched these same lights and wondered what they were. They didn't have words for fusion or light years or cosmic dust. They just saw eternity made visible. You understand them in a way that doesn't require translation. Wonder is its own language. The sea breathes in, breathes out. The tide slides closer until the edge of a wave brushes your fingertips. You don't pull back. The water is cool, alive, the same ancient element that once carried the first life onto land. It hums faintly as though remembering every name it's ever been given: river, storm, star. You turn your head and look at the horizon. It's invisible now, erased by darkness, the line between sea and sky lost. There's no separation anymore, just one continuous expanse of night, one infinite curve of existence. You smile at that thought because it feels right. Boundaries were always an illusion. You reach into your pocket and find the small, dried leaf you kept from the great tree. It's fragile now, curled inward like a closed hand. You hold it up toward the stars, and for a moment it glows faintly in the starlight, a small echo of everything you've seen, everything you've touched. You let it fall. The wind catches it, carries it out over the water, and it vanishes without a sound. You whisper after it, barely audible, "Go home." The tide answers with a soft sigh, pulling gently back toward the horizon. The stars seem to pulse brighter, their light shimmering across the water in silver threads. You imagine them reaching down, tracing the same lines that ancient astronomers once followed, mapping meaning into mystery. You close your eyes again. The sounds deepen, the low roll of waves, the subtle hum of wind through the dunes, the pulse of your heartbeat matching both. You realize with a quiet certainty that everything you followed, the stars, the rivers, the light, was always leading here, not to discovery, but to peace. You let yourself sink into the rhythm completely. There's no difference now between you and the sea, between the wind and your breath. The planet turns, the waves move, the stars burn on, and you drift among them, one more bright, brief moment in an endless, gentle pattern. The sand beneath you holds your shape for a while, then smooths itself again. The tide inches closer, the sky hums, the night deepens, and somewhere within that quiet, infinite motion, you rest, timeless, weightless, perfectly home. The night has reached its deepest calm, the hour when even time seems to rest. The sea is almost still now, breathing so softly that you can hear the faint crackle of foam as it folds itself back into the water. The air feels heavier, rich with salt and cool moisture. Every star burns with unwavering patience, steady fires scattered across forever. You lie on your back and let the sand cradle you, the tiny grains pressing lightly against your palms. The sky looks endless above you, yet intimate, as though you could fall upward into it. You trace one slow line across it with your eyes, following the Milky Way's curve until it fades into shadow. Somewhere out there, you think, light is still traveling toward you from 1 billion years ago, carrying the memory of beginnings you'll never see. The thought should make you small, but it doesn't. It makes you still. To exist at all in a universe this wide feels miraculous enough. A cool wind moves across the beach, threading through your hair, carrying whispers of faraway places, salt plains, deserts, forests, rivers that shine under other skies. The breeze brushes against you and continues on, and you realize that it connects everything. That same air has touched mountains, crossed oceans, passed through lungs of creatures long gone, drifted between the stars before finding you here. You inhale slowly, deeply, and the night moves through you. When you exhale, it feels as though the world exhales with you. The waves roll closer again, their rhythm unbroken. You turn your head and watch them shimmer. The water glows faintly in the dark, thin streaks of blue light pulsing along the crests. Bioluminescence, the ocean's quiet heartbeat. Each flash is a spark of life, small and perfect, proof that even in darkness, something is always shining. You walk to the edge and step into the shallows. The water swirls around your ankles, warm and smooth. With each step, the sand shifts beneath your feet, glowing softly where you disturb it, the light blooming then fading like breath. You move slowly, mesmerized, leaving a trail of temporary stars that follow you along the shoreline. You stop, the tide brushing gently against your calves, and look out toward the horizon. There's no moon tonight, only the reflection of starlight trembling on the water. The horizon doesn't divide anymore. It unites. Sky and sea have merged into one continuous expanse of silver blue shadow. You whisper something you can't quite put into words, a mixture of gratitude, awe, and surrender. The sound barely escapes your lips, but the ocean hears it all the same. The next wave rises higher, touches your knees, then retreats, as if answering. You close your eyes and listen. The world is perfectly balanced now, stars above, waves below, your breath somewhere between. There's no before or after here, no distance between what was and what will be. There's only now, the eternal present where everything belongs. You let go of the need to hold any of it. You just stand there, motionless, letting the sea breathe against you, the stars burning above you, the earth turning beneath your feet. The wind softens again, wrapping around you like a final promise. You open your eyes and the horizon shimmers, faint, silver, infinite. You smile. The night doesn't end, it only folds into itself, continuing on somewhere beyond your sight. And so do you. The horizon begins to pale again, so faintly that at first you think you're imagining it. A silver light seeps into the edges of the world, not enough to erase the stars, but enough to soften them. You know this light. It's the same that started every morning you've ever known. The earth is turning again. You stand still for a long while, letting it happen. The sea remains dark and glassy, but the tips of the waves begin to shimmer. The sand under your feet grows cooler, and the air takes on that thin clarity that always arrives before dawn. Every breath feels new, rinsed clean by the night. You walk slowly along the shoreline, your footprints filling with water and fading behind you. The bioluminescent glow has dimmed now, replaced by the ghost of sunrise still waiting beyond the edge of the sea. The waves whisper against your ankles in small, secret syllables, as if saying goodbye to the dark. When you stop and look back, the stars are already thinning. The Milky Way has dissolved into faint dust, the constellations growing faint, but you don't feel their absence. You feel their promise. They're still there, resting behind the light, waiting for evening to return. The world brightens by imperceptible degrees. The line of the horizon sharpens, first gray, then silver, then the faintest gold. You can see the sea clearly now, its texture, its slow movement, the perfect rhythm of its breath. The tide brushes your toes once more, gentle, reluctant to let go. You crouch and scoop a handful of water. It slips easily through your fingers, leaving behind salt and shimmer. You bring your hand to your lips, taste it, and smile. It's sharp, ancient, alive. You whisper softly to it, your voice nearly lost in the sound of the waves. You've been carrying the stars all along. The light grows warmer. The horizon blushes pink, then orange, then that soft rose that belongs only to moments like this. The sky above brightens, but the sea remains dark for a little longer, as if savoring the last seconds of mystery before surrendering to day. You stand there until the first true edge of the sun appears. It rises slowly, deliberately, spilling light across the water like gold poured from an unseen cup. The reflection stretches toward you again, a glowing path across the waves. The same one you watched fade last night, return now in reverse. You take a step toward it, then another. The warmth touches your skin, fills your chest, moves through your limbs. The tide hums against your knees, a soft applause for the return of light. When the sun clears the horizon, everything turns to color. Sky, sea, air, even the grains of sand beneath your feet. The whole world glows, every part alive. You close your eyes for a moment and breathe deeply, feeling it all. The salt, the warmth, the pulse of the ocean, the quiet persistence of dawn. You realize that this is what the astronomers, the dreamers, the wanderers all chased. Not stars, not patterns, not truth, but this. The miracle of light returning again and again to remind the earth it's still alive. You lift your face to the sun and whisper a final thank you, not to the heavens or the sea, but to the endless rhythm that holds them both. The wind moves gently through your hair, the tide sighs, the stars vanish completely, and in their place the day opens its eyes once more, bright, endless, and new. The sunlight widens, spilling freely across the sand until the beach glows like glass. You stand there, eyes half closed, feeling it spread over your skin. The warmth is steady, not sharp. It soaks in, quiet and sure. The sound of the sea changes too, livelier now, each wave sharper, clearer. Morning has found its full voice. You walk up from the tide line, leaving a trail of wet footprints that fade almost as soon as they're made. The air already hums with small life. Gulls tracing long arcs above you, their cries stretching and blending with the crash of water. Sand crabs darting from shadow to shadow, the faint buzz of flies somewhere inland. Every creature seems to know the day has begun. At the edge of the dunes, you turn once more toward the sea. The light makes it difficult to look directly at, the surface blinding white, as though the world has been reset. The same ocean that shimmered under starlight now blazes under sun. And you realize the two versions were never separate. One was simply the memory of the other. You take a breath, tasting the salt still clinging to the back of your throat. You can feel the tide's rhythm echo faintly inside your chest, a pulse that doesn't quite belong to you, but beats there all the same. The wind from the water presses gently against your back, guiding you toward the dunes. You climb the soft slope, each step sinking slightly into the warm sand until you reach the top. From here, you can see everything: the broad sweep of coast, the curve of river threading inland, the long, quiet expanse of morning. It feels vast, yet knowable, like the first page of a book you already love. You sit, resting your elbows on your knees. The grass around you shifts in slow waves, whispering its dry, rhythmic language. The horizon blurs slightly in the heat, a shimmering veil between sea and sky. You think of all the places light will reach today: mountain peaks, city windows, the smooth face of a distant moon, and of how it began here in this simple rise over the water. The same light that touched you will touch everything else. The same rhythm, carried onward. For a while, you do nothing. You just breathe, watching how the world shines when it doesn't have to prove anything. The warmth on your face, the salt in the air, the steady hush of the tide, they're enough. When you finally stand, the wind tugs softly at your clothes, as if to remind you that movement is part of the pattern too. You walk slowly down the far side of the dune, the sand sliding around your ankles, the sound of the sea fading behind you. The day stretches open ahead, bright and boundless. You don't know where it leads, but you don't need to. The rhythm will guide you, the same rhythm that belongs to rivers, to stars, to the quiet pulse inside your own ribs. You take one more deep breath, feeling the sunlight fill you from within. And then you walk on, steady and unhurried, into the glowing wide heart of the day, carrying with you the sea's whisper, the stars' memory, and the simple, endless motion of being alive. The day rises into fullness, clear, boundless, humming quietly with life. The horizon no longer looks far, it feels near enough to touch. The air shimmers with heat, though the breeze from the ocean keeps it soft, wrapping everything in a slow rhythm of motion and rest. You follow a faint path inland, the sand giving way to low dunes dotted with pale flowers and dry grass. Each stem sways with its own gentle rhythm, and when you brush your hand through them, They leave behind the scent of salt and sun. Every sound here feels magnified. The chirp of a cricket, the sigh of the breeze, the hollow call of a distant bird echoing through open space. You come upon a small rise where the land meets a field of scattered stones, some stacked, some fallen. Their surfaces are warm to the touch, carved by time and wind. You pause among them, tracing one with your fingers, feeling the faint grooves left by rain. It reminds you of the old stone circle from the beginning, of how things endure quietly without needing to be remembered. Beyond the stones, the ground flattens into a wide plain that glows under the sun. The river appears again, further inland now, its course slower, broader. You follow its glint until you find a place where it bends, the water pooling deep and still before continuing on its way. The surface mirrors the sky perfectly, so much that when you kneel to look, you can't tell where reflection ends and air begins. You dip your hand into the water. It's warm, calmer than before, carrying a thin layer of silt that turns gold in the light. You stir it gently, watching the spirals spread outward. They widen, fade, and vanish, leaving the surface smooth again. You realize you've been doing this the entire journey, making ripples, letting them fade, learning to watch without needing to hold. The sun climbs higher. You find a patch of grass beside the river and sit, stretching your legs out before you. The ground hums faintly beneath your palms, a vibration so low you might mistake it for silence if you weren't listening closely. It's the pulse of everything, the turn of the planet, the slow breath of wind, the heartbeat of the water moving beneath the soil. You close your eyes and lean back, your face to the sun. The warmth floods through you, not heat, but energy. You can almost feel the photons striking your skin, ancient light born in the heart of stars long gone. It traveled across impossible distances just to touch this moment, this exact place, this small human stillness. When you open your eyes again, the world seems sharper, cleaner. The edges of things glow faintly. The river glints like liquid glass. A single cloud drifts across the sky, bright as ash. You lie back on the grass, and for a long time you do nothing at all. The light shifts. The breeze changes direction. The sound of insects fades, replaced by the faint rush of wings overhead. Everything moves, but nothing hurries. You think of every place you've passed through, the forest, the hills, the sea, and realize they're all still here, part of this same world, breathing with you. The stars, too, though invisible in daylight, are above you still. The pattern never ended. It only changed its color. You smile, eyes half closed, and whisper to the air, "I understand now." The wind stirs in reply, lifting a few blades of grass, carrying your words downstream. You watch them drift away until they're gone. The sun lingers overhead and time loosens again. You rest there, weightless, at peace, while the world continues its quiet, endless rhythm. Light and water, breath and motion, everything folding gently into everything else. The afternoon stretches into a golden hush. The light no longer burns, it mellows, softens, wrapping the earth in something almost tender. Shadows lengthen across the plain, thin and fluid, like the slow turning of time itself. You rise from the grass beside the river and begin walking again. The ground beneath you is warm, dusted with pollen and the faint shimmer of mica. The air carries a scent that's hard to name, part water, part sunlight, part memory. Each breath feels like it's made of centuries. The path leads toward low hills, the kind that look as though they were folded gently into the land. A flock of small birds lifts from the reeds as you pass, their wings catching flashes of silver light before vanishing back into silence. You keep walking, the rhythm of your steps merging with the quiet pulse of the world. When you reach the crest, you pause. Below you, the river winds through the plain, shining like a thread of molten glass. Beyond it, the ocean waits again at the far edge of sight, still and endless, its surface fading into the pale horizon. It feels like the same sea from before, yet older, quieter, wiser. You sit on a rock warmed by the day's sun and look out. The sky is no longer blue but turning honey gold, streaked with faint traces of rose. It's the kind of light that doesn't demand anything. It just exists, steady and forgiving. You realize you've come full circle, not to the same place, but to the same kind of stillness. The same acceptance that the stars once offered when you first looked up, the same peace the sea whispered when you first listened closely enough to hear it. Everything has led you here, the forests, the rivers, the ruins, the light. You take a long, slow breath. The air moves through you easily now. There's no heaviness left, no need to wonder where the path leads next. You're already on it, and always have been. The sun dips lower, touching the edge of the world. The colors begin to blur, amber into copper, copper into dusk. The wind brushes against your face one last time, carrying the faintest echo of waves, the faraway cry of something alive and unseen. You close your eyes, feeling the day settle like a promise kept. The warmth fades gradually, replaced by that cool, familiar breath that comes just before night. You can sense the stars gathering beyond the light, ready to appear again, patient, ancient, kind. The world exhales and you exhale with it. Everything slows, everything waits. Night arrives quietly like a long-held breath finally released. The last band of gold slips beneath the horizon, and what remains is the deep velvet blue of early darkness. The first stars come timidly, then all at once. Tiny points of memory rekindled above you. You stay seated on the hill. The air is cooler now, threaded with the smell of grass and distant rain. Every sound has softened. The rivers murmur slower, the insects hushed, even the wind speaking only in whispers. The world feels smaller and infinite at the same time, like you could reach out and touch both the ground and the sky in a single motion. You look upward, tracing the faint silver river of the Milky Way. For a moment, it feels as though the stars are breathing with you, their rhythm matching the quiet rise and fall of your chest. The constellations you learned long ago have shifted slightly. New patterns emerge between them, shapes that weren't there before, or maybe that you never noticed until now. You think of the people who once watched these same lights, the astronomers with their bare hands, the wanderers who steered by Polaris, the storytellers who built gods and heroes out of glittering dust. You feel them here, not as ghosts, but as a soft echo that joins your own breath in the night. Their eyes, your eyes, both looking upward through time, both searching for meaning in the same ancient fire. A shooting star cuts across the dark, quick and silent. You follow its trail until it fades, leaving only the afterglow inside your mind. You don't make a wish. You don't need to. Everything you've been walking toward is already here. You lie back on the grass. The earth is still warm beneath you. The stars above turn slowly, almost imperceptibly, and the sound of your heartbeat falls in step with them. The air grows cooler, gentler, as if the whole sky is lowering a blanket over the world. The river hums softly in the distance, a lullaby that carries through the dark. You let your eyelids grow heavy, your breathing slow, your thoughts dissolve into the rhythm of night. The constellations blur, their edges melting into the quiet sky until there's only light and shadow, memory and sleep. Somewhere beyond, the stars continue their patient dance, tracing paths that began long before you and will go on long after. They do not hurry, they do not fade, they simply are. And in their glow, you finally rest, peaceful, weightless, part of everything that has ever looked up in wonder and whispered into the dark. The stars hold steady overhead, their light ancient but somehow alive, like distant lanterns guiding the breath of the earth. You don't move at first. You simply listen to the wind slipping through the grass, to the faint rush of the river below, to the silence that isn't empty but full of slow, invisible motion. In the darkness, outlines soften, the hills blur into shadow, the horizon disappears, and the sky feels closer, so close it could fold around you. You can't tell where the world ends and where space begins. Maybe there was never a boundary at all. A faint mist begins to rise from the river, drifting toward the slope where you rest. It wraps around your hands and face, cool and light, carrying with it the scent of water and stone. Each breath feels like it's shared with the earth, with the stars, with something vast and wordless that hums quietly through everything. You think of how it all connects. The light that left its star millions of years ago to touch your skin tonight. The same hydrogen that burns in suns and fills your lungs now. The same atoms that once belonged to rivers, clouds, and ancient hands that mapped the heavens without instruments. You realize you've never really been separate from any of it. You've only been learning to remember. The night deepens. The moon edges over the horizon, pale and round, scattering silver light across the grass. The mist glows faintly under it, turning the world soft, dreamlike. You can see the shimmer of your own breath. You close your eyes again, and for a while you drift between waking and sleep, half aware of the rhythm of your pulse, half dissolved into the rhythm of the sky. Thoughts rise and fall like gentle waves, faces, places, voices, all passing clouds in the mind's slow current. Eventually, even those fade. There is only calm now, the slow, endless turning of the earth beneath you, the quiet patience of the stars above, the small, steady warmth inside your chest. It feels like floating, though you haven't moved, like breathing without effort, like resting in the oldest cradle there is. And in that stillness, you realize something simple, something final. The story was never about reaching the stars. It was always about remembering that you've been part of them all along. The wind sighs once more, carrying the scent of salt, grass, and night. The stars flicker gently as though nodding in agreement. And as your breath slows, the world seems to whisper back, soft, steady, endless, "You're home." The wind grows softer still, a faint hush that moves like breath through the grass. The moon has climbed high now, calm and silver, painting the land in pale light. The river below glows faintly, its surface a long ribbon of reflected sky. Every sound has thinned into stillness. You feel the earth beneath you settle, solid, ancient, unhurried. It hums faintly through your bones, a low vibration that feels less like sound and more like presence. It reminds you of all the places you've passed through, the firelit caves, the smoke curling over ancient temples, the quiet scholars tracing circles on parchment by candlelight, all of them looking up, trying to draw meaning from the same sky. You imagine their hands, dusty, calloused, trembling slightly as they map the stars. They didn't know their light would reach this far, that one day you'd lie here watching the same constellations, feeling the same wonder. You're their echo now, and one day someone else will be yours. The moonlight shifts as thin clouds drift past. You close your eyes, and behind your lids, you still see the stars, soft, pulsing shapes that seem to move closer, then fade again. They feel alive, like memory itself has learned how to shine. Your breath slows. The air feels cool in your lungs, warm as you release it. Time stretches until it stops being time at all. The night doesn't end, it just becomes quieter. The constellations drift slowly westward, unbothered by the turning of the earth. In that stillness, something inside you clicks into place. Not revelation, just recognition. The realization that you've been carried the whole way by something larger than yourself, by gravity, by light, by curiosity, by the quiet need all living things share to reach out toward the unknown and call it beautiful. The moon lowers slightly, and the first hint of dawn begins to gather behind the hills, not yet visible but felt. A thinning of the dark, a faint promise of color. You can sense it approaching. You stay there, unmoving, eyes open to the stars that have not yet faded. The night holds you gently, like a hand resting over your heartbeat. And when the first breath of morning brushes the sky, pale and silent, you smile because you understand now the stars never left. They just changed their shape into light. You could live inside. Dawn returns slowly, almost shy at first, the faintest bloom of color behind the hills. The air shifts, lighter now, as if the entire sky is exhaling. You can smell it before you see it, that subtle sweetness of dew and the cool metallic edge of morning. The stars fade one by one, reluctant but obedient. Their glow softens into gray and then into the palest blue. Only the brightest remain for a few quiet seconds, flickering like memories refusing to leave. Then they, too, dissolve into light. You rise, brushing the soft film of dew from your hands. The earth feels cool beneath your bare feet. The grass bends and glistens in the newborn light. You can hear the river again. Its voice changed but familiar, like an old friend returning from a long silence. The first rays of sunlight break over the horizon, delicate and precise. They touch the tops of the hills, spill across the plain, and stretch toward you until your skin glows in their warmth. You breathe in deeply. The air tastes new, rinsed clean by the night. You turn toward the east. For a moment, everything stills. The light, the wind, even the river seems to pause. The entire world seems to hold its breath just before the sun clears the edge of the sky. And when it does, the light floods everything at once. Golden, sudden, alive. You blink against it, not to shield yourself, but to take it in slowly so it lasts longer. The sun warms your face, your shoulders, your hands. The world expands again, filled with quiet color and promise. You stand there, eyes half closed, feeling the light settle into every corner of you. You've seen darkness, and you've seen the stars. But this gentle blaze of morning is what ties them together. The river glimmers like liquid gold now. A single bird rises from the grass, its wings catching the light. It circles once, twice, then vanishes into the growing blue. You start walking again, not because you must, but because that's what the light asks of you. One foot in front of the other. The ground firm, the air bright, the path open. Behind you, the night fades completely. Ahead, the day unfolds like a new page, blank but waiting. You know now that you carry the stars with you, their rhythm, their patience, their quiet flame. They never left you. The wind picks up, warm this time, carrying the scent of sunlit water and wild grass. You smile, take another breath, and begin moving forward, slow and steady, into the light. The light gathers strength until the whole sky gleams, no longer gold, but white and clear, like the inside of a pearl. The warmth seeps into your bones, steady and kind. Every sound has returned. The distant hum of insects, the soft rush of the river, the muted crash of waves somewhere beyond the dunes. The world has awakened fully, yet nothing feels rushed. You walk slowly through the tall grass, your shadow long and thin behind you. Each step leaves a soft impression in the earth, faint and temporary. The rhythm of your feet matches the hush of the breeze, and for a while, there's nothing else. No thought, no story, just motion. At the edge of the plain, you find a single wide tree. Its trunk is thick, its branches sweeping outward in quiet balance. You step into its shade and look up. The light filters through the leaves in 1,000 trembling pieces, flickering softly across your face and hands. You can see dust motes floating in the air, slow and golden, each one a tiny world of its own. You sit beneath the tree. The bark at your back is rough and warm, the ground beneath you cool. When you close your eyes, the sounds of day form a kind of music, wind through leaves, birds calling, the steady heartbeat of the earth. You remember all the places you've been, the rivers, the forests, the sea, the stars, and realize they're not separate in your mind. They've woven themselves into one continuous pattern. You can still feel each of them inside you, glowing faintly like threads of light. You tilt your head back and open your eyes again. Through the gaps in the branches, the sky looks endless and new, as though it's been repainted just for this moment. The light dances on the leaves above, and for a breath it looks like constellations, stars reborn in daylight, flickering softly in green and gold. You laugh quietly under your breath, not out of amusement, but recognition. Everything has circled back to the same truth. The light that guided the first astronomers still guides you now. The same curiosity, the same peace, the same quiet wonder. You reach out and touch the trunk beside you. The tree hums faintly in the wind. Its roots run deep into the soil, into the same earth that once caught the fallen stars of ancient nights. You lean your head against it and whisper, "I'm still listening." The wind answers by stirring the branches. A few leaves drift down around you, their edges brushing your hands, their descent slow and graceful. You watch them settle, each one still trembling with the memory of light. You close your eyes once more and breathe deeply. The air is full of everything you've learned, the scent of life, the weight of silence, the sound of time passing softly. You feel yourself becoming part of it again, that just another motion in the endless rhythm. And as the breeze moves through the grass, the tree, the sky, and you, the world feels whole, alive, balanced, and infinitely gentle. The afternoon drifts into that perfect glowing stillness before evening, the kind of light that seems to float rather than fall. The air feels softer now, touched with the faint sweetness of distant blossoms and the low hum of bees hidden somewhere among the tall grass. You rise from under the tree, brushing the dust from your hands. The bark leaves a faint texture against your skin, a reminder of where you rested. The world looks slightly different now, brighter yet calmer, as if time itself has slowed to listen. You walk toward the river again, drawn by its quiet shimmer through the reeds. The light on its surface is dazzling, liquid gold folding into ripples that break and reform endlessly. You crouch at the edge and trail your fingers through the water. It's warm from the sun, cool beneath the surface. The current slides easily around your hand, always moving, always sure. A heron lifts from the opposite bank, wings spread wide, rising into the light. Its reflection ripples and vanishes as it passes overhead, the sound of its wings like a sigh. You watch until it's gone, just another stroke of motion in the sky's long painting. You sit on a smooth stone beside the river and stay there a while. The sun tilts lower, stretching the shadows, deepening the colors. The grasses glow amber. The river darkens to bronze. Everything looks half lit, half dreaming. You remember the first night of this journey, the darkness, the stars, the questions that seemed larger than the sky. But now those questions feel softer. They don't need answers. They only need space. You realize the astronomers, the wanderers, the dreamers of old, they weren't chasing knowledge as much as they were chasing belonging. They looked at the stars because they wanted to remember where they came from. You smile because you finally understand. The act of looking itself is enough. The breeze picks up, threading through the reeds. You hear their dry whispering, steady, rhythmic, like the voice of time itself. The sound blends with the river's low hum, forming a harmony that needs no beginning or end. You lie back on the stone, the warmth of the day still stored within it. The sky above you has begun to shift again, colors melting together in slow layers: gold, rose, lavender, blue. You watch them fold and fade, each one dissolving into the next, a quiet cascade of light. The sun lowers behind the hills, turning its last edge to fire. The reflection in the river breaks into glittering fragments, like a trail of stars scattered across the water. You can't tell where the river ends and the sky begins, and you don't want to. You close your eyes, and the world glows behind them. The warmth on your skin, the pulse of the river beneath you, the faint hush of wind, they blend into one steady rhythm. The same rhythm that has carried you through every step, every breath, every turn of the earth. When you open your eyes again, the light has thinned to a soft, luminous gray. The first star flickers faintly above the horizon. The day exhales its final warmth, and the night, patient as always, begins to rise. You breathe in once more, slow and full, feeling everything. The air, the river, the stars gather quietly inside you. And then you let it all go, smiling as the world folds once again into its gentle, endless glow. Evening settles again, but softer this time, like silk drawn over glass. The sky deepens into dusky gold, then violet, then the kind of blue that seems to hum. The river slows, mirroring every color, turning each ripple into a thread of liquid twilight. You stand there just watching, as though you've seen it for the first time. The first star appears, then another, low and bright over the horizon. The reflection shivers across the water. You remember the astronomers who once watched this same transition, waiting for that first light to guide them. They didn't rush the night, they welcomed it. To them, darkness wasn't emptiness, it was clarity. You kneel by the river and watch the stars multiply, their reflections forming constellations that drift and reform with every wave. The line between sky and water blurs again until you can't tell which world you're standing in. You touch the surface lightly with your palm. The reflection breaks, reforms, continues. The stars don't mind, they've learned to shine through disturbance. You realize you've learned the same. The wind rises gently, brushing through your hair, stirring the reeds, carrying the faint sound of waves meeting the shore far away. Every movement seems to whisper the same wordless message. The pattern continues. You stand again, your body lit in the last traces of day. The air is cool now, brushed with the scent of salt and wet stone. The horizon glows faintly, one final ember of light before true night. You take a step forward, the ground soft beneath you. The sound of the river follows, a low, endless hum. The first cool stars of evening bloom fully overhead, stretching into the dark. You pause and look up. The same constellations that began this journey now hang above you again, patient and unchanging. They look different somehow, closer, brighter, more familiar. You can trace them with your eyes as though they were written for you. And as you watch, the truth arrives not as revelation, but as quiet certainty. Nothing ever truly ends. The stars fall, the rivers change course, the light fades and returns, but the rhythm remains. The same pulse that carried the astronomers, the same pull that brought you here. You close your eyes, breathe deeply, and feel the world shift around you. The sound of water becomes the sound of breath, the wind becomes heartbeat, the night folds gently over everything. The stars reflect in your eyes when you open them again. The river hums, the horizon softens, and in the space between one breath and the next, everything, sky, earth, memory, and you, becomes the same quiet light. The world exhales, the story rests, the rhythm continues. Night has fully arrived, deep and luminous, wrapping everything in stillness. The air is cool and tender, scented with grass and water and the faint mineral hush of stone. The river gleams in the dark, catching and releasing starlight as if breathing in time with the sky. You stand quietly at the edge, your reflection stretching beneath you, clear, whole, and shimmering. For a moment you study it, the face you've carried through every place, now softened by the night. You reach down and touch the water. The image ripples, breaks, reforms, and you smile because it never really disappears. It only changes shape, just like everything else. The stars above are brilliant now, uncountable, patient, ancient. You can see faint trails between them, almost like veins of light threading through the dark. They feel alive, moving not fast but deliberately, as if they're thinking in centuries instead of seconds. You lie down again, this time on cool earth, the grass cushioning your back. The world feels balanced, sea and sky above, soil beneath, air in your lungs. You breathe deeply, and each inhale feels like the universe breathing with you. The line between self and everything else dissolves completely. The sound of the river fades into heartbeat. The whisper of wind becomes a lullaby. The rhythm you've been following since the first section, the rhythm of stars, of tides, of your own steps, has finally become one single pulse. There's no separation anymore. You open your eyes once more, and the constellations seem closer, larger. You can almost feel them moving through you, their light settling gently into every part of your being. You understand what the ancient astronomers must have felt, not power, but belonging, not knowledge, but peace. The air cools further, the world exhales. Mist drifts over the grass, curling around your hands, soft and silver. It feels like the last veil between waking and dream. You don't resist, you let it take you. Your eyes grow heavy, but your mind stays clear enough to see the stars fade into a slow swirl of color, gold, blue, white. The shapes blur until all that's left is light. And in that light, you hear the universe whisper, not as sound, but as presence, a truth too gentle for words. Everything that has ever looked up at the night sky is still here. The astronomers, the wanderers, the dreamers. You, all bound by the same breath, the same light, the same quiet wonder. The wind stills completely. The stars shimmer once, twice, and then seem to lean closer as if listening to your final thought before sleep. You smile faintly. The rhythm slows. The earth holds you. And in that silence, beyond stars, beyond time, you rest. The horizon begins to brighten again, so quietly you almost miss it. The stars are still there, but fading, their light melting into the first soft gray of dawn. The air feels lighter, thinner, full of promise. You can sense the world turning under you, slow and steady, carrying everything forward. You open your eyes fully, blinking against the faint shimmer of the new morning. The mist has settled over the ground, soft and low, turning the river into a silver thread running through clouds. You can't tell where water ends and sky begins. It's all one, seamless and luminous. You rise, brushing dew from your skin. Your body feels weightless, as though the earth is holding you more gently now. The air tastes different, fresh, clean, washed clear by the long night. The first bird calls somewhere unseen, a single, pure note that cuts through the stillness. Then another answers, then another. You look toward the east, and there it is again, the sun, slow and golden, blooming behind the hills. The light spills across the landscape, filling the mist, touching every surface with warmth. The stars vanish completely, but you don't feel their loss. You know where they've gone. There. They're here, folded into this same light. You stand in that glow, the river beside you, the grass swaying in a rhythm older than memory. The wind moves through it, carrying the faint scent of salt and new earth. You close your eyes and breathe deeply, feeling your heartbeat steady, your lungs fill, your feet sink slightly into the damp soil. You belong to this rhythm now. And then you realize this is how it always has been. The astronomers who mapped the heavens, the poets who wrote their stars into stories, the wanderers who followed light across the sea, they all ended here in the same truth, that the sky is not above us, but within us. You lift your hand and trace the sunlight spilling through your fingers. It feels warm, infinite, alive. You whisper softly, so the world itself might hear, "I've found it." The wind answers with a sigh that sounds like laughter. The river glints, the grass shivers, and the horizon keeps opening. You smile, turning your face fully to the light. The night's long journey, the stars, the silence, the breath of the earth has folded itself into morning. There's no need for words anymore. No searching, no asking, no looking up. You've come home. The river hums quietly beside you, the sun climbs higher, and the world glows brighter, alive and endless. The story, like the stars, doesn't end. It only turns again and again, forever shining in the rhythm of light. The sun climbs higher, its light now soft and diffused, no longer new, but fully awake. The world around you glows with the slow confidence of morning, nothing urgent, nothing hurried. You walk once more to the edge of the river, that same thread of silver that has followed you through every turning of day and night. The water moves gently, steady and sure. When you kneel beside it, you can see your reflection clearly, lit from above, outlined in gold. It's peaceful now, still. You reach down and let the current touch your fingers, feeling its pulse slide past, cool and alive. You realize it's the same current that carried the starlight, the same water that reflected constellations in ancient times. Nothing has changed, not really, only your understanding of it. You sit there quietly, breathing in the warmth and the sound of morning. The sky has turned pale blue, faint clouds stretch thin across it like brushstrokes. The grass sways gently, whispering in the breeze. Every small sound seems sacred now. The soft pluck of water, the distant cry of a bird, the rhythmic sigh of the wind. It's all music, and you're part of the song. You close your eyes. The light behind them glows warm and steady, like an echo of every sunrise that ever was. The world slows its breathing to match yours. You feel your heartbeat blend with the pulse of the river, the turning of the earth, the faint vibration of the stars still lingering far above daylight's veil. Everything that was separate joins. The river is the sky is the breath is the story is you. The warmth deepens against your skin. The air softens, heavy with stillness. You let your shoulders loosen, your mind drift. Thought dissolves, leaving only sensation, light, warmth, and the steady hum of the living world. You remember how it all began. The first spark of curiosity, the first upward glance into darkness, the first realization that the stars could be touched not by hands, but by awe. That wonder has carried you here, through time and silence, through the rhythm of creation itself. You smile, faint and easy. The world hums back, as if smiling too. The river continues its long journey toward the sea, carrying sunlight now instead of starlight. You stay until the warmth fills every part of you, but yeah, until you can no longer tell where you end and the light begins. The wind passes once more across the field, through your hair, across the river toward the horizon. It carries everything you've seen, everything you've felt, everything you've become, and releases it gently into the open sky. You breathe in once more and exhale softly. The light lingers, the earth hums, the story rests, and as your breath slows into calm, the world folds around you, quiet, golden, whole. The stars are gone for now, but their memory glows inside you, steady as the sun. Sweet dreams. Open quote, open quote, open quote, end of script, close quote, close quote, close quote.